Redbull gives you wings.
वेलकम थे एल। वेल ये डैनिश भाषा है ना, आप लोगों को पता होगा।
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Redbull Flick 2v2 CSGO powered by Agon by AOC and Skyesports. My name is Loki. Joining me for this one is going to be Edge. Edge, we are back with the OG Reunite 2v2 again. Some of the best names in Indian Counter-Strike. Going to be going at it in a 2v2 fashion. And what better way to relive the glory of the olden days?
I mean, first things first, I'm excited. I mean, I woke up, I was ready for this Red Bull Flick. And the next thing I know is I'm going to be here as well. So here's the thing. One thing, I mean, a lot of game titles, they come in, they go. The one thing that sticks with us, Counter-Strike. Yeah. It's been there for a real long time now. And I'm really looking forward to see what these, especially, I mean, there are a couple of players just playing as well. But there are OGs coming in as well, right? If I'm not wrong. They're going to be playing one match. It's going to be a best of three. Mm-hmm. I mean, yeah, they're the OGs because they've been here for a really long time.
Oh, yeah.
Probably from the start of the game that came in, right? We're talking about CSGO, guys. I'm not talking about 1.6. I'm not talking about Condition Zero, Source. There are a lot of Counter-Strike. So, I mean, there are still players and people that I know, I'm pretty sure you know as well, that still play 1.6. I mean, the best game ever, if I may. But Counter-Strike Global Offensive, I mean, the skins, first things first, that pop into my head are just beautiful. And I really want to see, what these players have in store for us, because they have not been playing Counter-Strike for a while now. And now them coming back into the game, I want to see what the OGs, are they going to be still schooling us? Or, I mean, do we already know what they're going to do?
Yeah, hey, I mean, at this point, I think it all comes down to muscle memory. You gotta remember your sensitivity. You gotta remember crosshair placement. Everything is completely different in a game like Counter-Strike, where the maps are so well designed and well balanced to the point where, I mean, almost everything has a set rhythm to it. But we're not gonna be playing those default maps. We're gonna be playing special 2v2 maps, so there'll be lots of various different types of power-ups. There's going to be different ways to get weapons as well, different ways to get utility like grenades, smokes, and flashbangs. And man, it's going to be fun to watch, because this is not meticulous Counter-Strike. This is scrappy, fisticuffs in the air kind of Counter-Strike. I mean, this is, not sorry, fists in the air kind of Counter-Strike. Fisticuffs in the air. Fisticuffs is when you fight each other. But yeah, fists in the air kind of Counter-Strike. And what I really enjoy about something like this is that it all comes down to your mechanical skill and also your instinct. It's not well thought out. It's not a decision that you make. It's not something that you consider, think about in your head consciously, really. It's more about your read of the map, your read of the other player, and also your read of how you're going to be able to get behind your opponent. Because once again, I mean, that's the easiest way to get killed in Counter-Strike is just to make sure that they don't check where you're looking. So I mean, they don't look. Well, they don't look where you're hiding. They don't check where you're looking.
I mean,
they don't check where
pretty
you
much
are.
every corner.
Yeah,
but one thing for sure. I mean, I don't know exactly what the maps are going to be right now. But the one map it was there in the last time that I saw the Red Bull Flick was City Palace. That one thing I absolutely love. It was the 3 capture points, this and that. But it was just fabulous to watch. But I think we have an interview going in with the OG. So we'll see what Antidote has to say right now.
Quickly check.
Oh, sorry. मेरा mic मुझे था. नमस्कार दादा, I'm Malawachi. How are you guys?
We are doing amazing.
देखिए अंटिदा आपसे मुलाकात करके एंड स्पेशली CSGO यू नो वेयर इट ऑल स्टार्टेड फ्रॉम. जो FPS एज अ टाइटल है वो शुरुआत हुआ है यहाँ से. तो आपको कैसे लग रहा है वापस रेड बुल फ्लिक में आके?
वेल काउंटर स्ट्राइक की ये गेम बहुत ही क्लोज है मेरे लिए, मेरे गेमिंग करियर में. आज ही मेरे को 10 साल का बैच मिला है काउंटर स्ट्राइक में, बिकॉज आफ्टर अ लॉन्ग टाइम मैंने वो गेम ओपन किया था, बिकॉज आई हैड टू प्रिपेयर फॉर द ओजी रीयूनाइट. तो उसके लिए मैंने गेम ऑन किया, तो मेरे को 10 साल का काउंटर स्ट्राइक का बैच मिला है. ऑल्दो आई हैव बीन प्लेइंग द गेम अभी 12 साल हो चुका है मैं काउंटर स्ट्राइक खेलते हुए. सो ये काफी क्लोज एक गेम है मेरे लाइफ का, और उसी ने ही, ये गेम ने ही मेरे को आज जिधर भी मैं पहुंचा हूँ, जितना भी मैं खेल रहा हूँ, बिकॉज ऑफ काउंटर स्ट्राइक. सो या I'm very happy to be back. Yes.
Well, as we all know कि आप तो of course अभी FPS की दुनिया में entire ऐसे region में you are one of the best players right here. लेकिन मैं आपको पूछना चाहूँगा कि आज preparation से पहले कितना टाइम बीत चुका है आपको CS खेले हुए the previous match that you have played?
Oh God, I think previous match Counter Strike का मैंने खेला है, वो भी Redbull event का ही था. एक streamer showdown कुछ था between me and Venom. तो वो काफी वो आई थिंक वो 1 साल अब तो हो चुका है, तो उसके पहले आई थिंक 1 ईयर और 8 मंथ्स ऐसा कुछ हुआ है, आई डोंट रिमेम्बर, तो काफी
ओके
टाइम हो चुका है।
व्हाट आई मीन 1 साल टाइम इट कैन लाइक हैपन, बट जैसे आपका हमें पता है मैकेनिकल प्रवेश ऑलरेडी है, तो आप गेम आज खोल चुके हैं एंड ऑल्सो आज आप खेल भी रहे हो ओजी यूनाइट के मैचेस एंड उसका भी ग्रैंड फाइनल्स होने वाला है एंड वापस चैंपियंस बनते हुए नजर आ सकते हैं, तो उसके लिए क्या तैयारी चल रहा है आपको वो रेड बुल फ्लिक का चैंपियन बनने के लिए?
इजी है, ओपोनेंट्स मैंने देख लिया है,
ओह
रेक्स रॉफ्टूल है, ये लोग है, तो काफी इजी है। ठीक है, सीएस में हम लोग जीतते थे उनसे, अभी भी वापस सीएस ही गेम में वापस जीतेंगे।
ओके एंड ऑफ कोर्स मैं आपसे ज़रूर पूछना चाहूँगी, देखिए रेड बुल हैज़ टेकन अप अ ह्यूज इनिशिएटिव कि ऐसे एक ओजी गेम को वापस लाना एंड कॉम्पिटिटिव सर्किट में उतारना, सो व्हाट डू यू थिंक ऑन दैट?
इट्स अमेजिंग, आई मीन काउंटर स्ट्राइक ऐसा एफपीएस, एक लेजेंडरी एफपीएस गेम है जिधर से कितने सारे इंडिया में, एशिया में, यूरोप, नॉर्थ अमेरिका, जिधर भी देखो आप कितने सारे लेजेंड्स यू नो हुए हैं बिकॉज ऑफ द गेम ऑफ काउंटर स्ट्राइक। सो आई थिंक इतने बड़े एक आईपी, इतने बड़े गेम को अगर आप इंडिया में वापस लाते हो, वापस इवेंट्स करा रहे हो, वो एक्सपीरियंस वापस ऑडियंस को देते हो, तो आई थिंक इट्स अ वेरी गुड इनिशिएटिव। वो गेम कभी कभी स्लोली फेड हो जा रहा था अपने कम्युनिटी में, वो रेडबुल इधर आके ये इनिशिएटिव लेके वो नहीं होने दे रहा है, तो इट्स आई थिंक इट्स अ वेरी गुड जॉब बाय रेडबुल एंड आल्सो स्काई स्पोर्ट्स।
देखिए आपने जैसे बताया ये इट इज़ काइंड ऑफ वेयर द लेजेंड स्टार्टेड ऑफ। मेरे तरफ से एक आखिरी सवाल रहेगा, देखिए वैसे ही लेजेंड्स बनने के लिए जा रहे हैं लोग, आज के दिन में जो खेलेंगे इस नेशनल फाइनल्स रेड बुल फ्लिक में, वो आखिर में जाके जब चैंपियंस बन जाएंगे वो रिप्रेजेंट करते हुए नजर आएंगे इंडिया को कोपेनहेगन में, एंड उनके लिए आपको क्या विशेष रहेगा? क्योंकि देखिए राइट नाउ एज यू आर एंटीडोट, जो सबको पता है देश में एंड इतना बेहतरीन खिलाड़ी बन चुके हो, वैसे यहाँ पे कहने कॉम्पिटिशन लेवल बढ़ाने के लिए और भी ज़्यादा खिलाड़ी जुड़ रहे हैं, तो उनके लिए क्या मैसेज रहेगा आपकी तरफ से?
आई मीन अगर तुम देश के लिए खेलते हो तो एक चीज ध्यान रखना कि वट एवर यू आर डूइंग, यू आर रिप्रेजेंटिंग द कंट्री, रिप्रेजेंटिंग all the other gamers of India, not just you are representing yourself and the organization you are playing for। आप पूरे देश के लिए खेलते हो तो हर एक चीज जो आप करते हो उसमें डबल मेहनत करो, ताकि एट द एंड ऑफ द डे जब बाहर जाते हो तो इंडिया का वो झंडा जो है ऊपर दिखना चाहिए। दैट्स इट, सिंपल मैसेज।
ओके बिफोर आई लेट यू गो, मेरी तरफ से दो सवाल रहेंगे। पहला ये कि देखिए हमने देखा है ई स्पोर्ट्स पिछले 2-3 साल में इट हैज़ लिटरली एक्सप्लोडेड इन इंडिया एंड आई स्टिल थिंक कि कहीं ना कहीं पे ई स्पोर्ट्स में ना वो मम्मी को मनाना, पापा को मनाना, वो थोड़ा अभी भी हर घर में चलता है। सो एनीथिंग यू हैव टू से इट आउट टू दोज पीपल हु आर ट्राइंग देयर लेवल बेस्ट कि ई स्पोर्ट्स में करियर बनाए, एंड ऑल्सो टू द पेरेंट्स जो सपोर्ट करते हैं, सो एनीथिंग यू हैव टू फॉर देम?
आई थिंक एज यू सेड कैप्टन की स्पोर्ट्स एक ग्रोइंग इंडस्ट्री है इंडिया में और काफी फास्ट ग्रो हो रहा है, तो आई थिंक ई स्पोर्ट्स इज सेम एज ट्रेडिशनल स्पोर्ट्स। और स्पोर्ट्स फील्ड में देयर आर रिस्क, क्योंकि इंडिया में क्रिकेट बहुत जन खेलते हैं पर इंडिया नेशनल खेलता है 15 जन, तो आई थिंक ये भी सेम ही है। इफ यू आर ई स्पोर्ट्स फैनेटिक, अगर तुम्हें टैलेंट है तो जरूर ई स्पोर्ट्स परस्यू करो, करियर इंडिया में है, बट always have a plan B because at the end of the day this is sports and if you fail you can go back to your plan B। so ऐसा मत करो कि तुम पूरा और फुल्ली एकदम प्लान ए को लेके आगे बढ़ सकते हो, क्योंकि स्पोर्ट्स में कुछ भी हो सकता है, बिकॉज वी हैव दिस इज अ परफॉर्मेंस स्पोर्ट, वी हैव इंजरीज, वी हैव फॉर्म, वी हैव एवरी अदर थिंग्स, फाइनेंशियल इश्यूज, तो वो सारी चीज तुमको हडल करके तुमको एक प्रो प्लेयर बनना होता है। तो अगर तुम कहीं पे भी शॉर्टेज हो जाते हो, कहीं पे भी फेल हो जाते हो, तो तुम्हारा प्लान कैंसिल हो जाता है। तो ऑलवेज हैव अ प्लान बी एंड इफ यू थिंक यू आर टैलेंटेड जस्ट गो फॉर इट। ई-स्पोर्ट्स इज अ बिग इंडस्ट्री इन इंडिया राइट नाउ।
ऑफ कोर्स, एंड मेरा आखिरी सवाल, एंड वी ऑल नो कि आपका एक ऑप का टैटू है अभी भी, एंड इसके रिलेटेड ऑफ कोर्स आज ऑप देखने का मौका मिलेगा, लाइक मेनी पीपल आर इन लव विद योर ऑपिंग स्किल, सो क्या आज ऑप रहेगा?
जरूर रहेगा, अगर मौका मिलेगा तो क्यों नहीं यार, मैं किलजॉय लेके ऑफ कर सकता हूं।
ऑफ कोर्स, सो विल डेफिनेटली सी यू आउट देयर खेलते हुए ओजी यूनाइट के मैचेस। ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट एंड थैंक यू सो मच फॉर जॉइनिंग।
थैंक यू फॉर हैविंग मी। बाय बाय।
See you soon on the
I mean, like Sam, हम देख रहे हैं, this is confident.
Some wise words from Antidote. People still asking him if he's used to that op. If he's used to the op. Well, again, whoops, wrong game. It's been a while since I've cast it, but yeah. So yeah, that op tattoo is still on his hands, and it is reminiscent of him being an opper back in the old days, where he used to make that big green gun ever so scary every single time you went up against him in a server. And even in the other game, to this day, you can see remnants of those skills coming in handy every now and then when his team needs it. Today is going to be a day for Counter-Strike. And
True.
I just have one question to ask to you, Edge. Who do you think is going to take this? Because I have a very strong feeling that it is not going to be the old Valorant boys.
Ooh. Well, actually, if you ask me, I still think they might just come out on top because mechanical skills, yes, but there's one more thing that you need to, consider when you're playing. I mean, especially, 5v5, obviously, but a 2v2 as well. If you have that synergy going in and if you have the experience coming in as well, it's gonna count for something, right? I mean, yeah, once again, as I was saying before the interview, and just as I said that, we'll talk about that in a second because we have the brackets coming in as well. It's gonna be Revenant versus anti-Excali. So I'm not really sure who Revenant are. Maybe the players from Revenant, but anti-Excali is pretty obvious. It's Antidote and Excali in one team.
Yeah, well, I can help you out with that. So the players in Revenant are going to be Logi and Wim. Saranch is the name that I can see on Face at the moment. So yeah, that is going to be Team Revenant going up against anti-Excali. And yeah, if you need to wrap your head around who those players are, well,
monitors. देखिए कहीं ना कहीं आप तो उनके ऊपर कहीं मॉनिटर लेने के लिए तैयारी कर चुके हैं उनसे अगर मौका मिलेगा तो मुझे लग रहा है आप ही पहले मॉनिटर लोगे बट अगेन कमिंग बैक जैसे यहाँ पे बता रहे थे रॉफ्यूल वर्सेस रेक्स ये मैच होने वाला है बैड लक वर्सेस हर्ष इनके बीच में मैच होगा तो जीतना जरूर पड़ेगा एंड बेस्ट ऑफ 3 देखिए इनको पहले एक मैप के अंदर ही जीतना पड़ेगा उसके बाद जाके देयर विल बी द बेस्ट ऑफ 3 उस हिसाब से यहाँ पे पॉइंट्स है मैप के अंदर उनको 2 पॉइंट्स लेना पड़ेगा इट्स आल्सो गोइंग टू बी अ मैच inside a match. ऐसे बोल सकते हो मैच inside a match जहाँ पे उनको ये बेस्ट ऑफ 3 में खेलना पड़ेगा
honestly think that anybody who has been in touch with Counter-Strike in the last 2-3 years or so will know for a fact that the game has changed to an extent. It is almost as if we've gone back in time initially to the good old days where the M4A1S used to be the weapon of choice for every CT and the M4A4, well, if you just used it, you were considered, you were just outcast. You were just pretty much exiled and left alone by almost every Counter-Strike player because everybody knows that 98 and 5 is not a very good
I agree. Also on the other hand, counter करते हुए यहाँ पे कैप्टन
That is true. I mean, M4A4 versus M4A1. I mean, that debate is going to keep on going. You're never going to find the answer. But personally, I like the M4A1. I'll tell you why as well because the recall feels a little smoother. And M4A4 up close and personal mid-combat, yeah, feels good. But long range, you kind of have to, go for the taps and the burst fires. But if you have the M4, it doesn't really matter what range it is. You're going to just hold most one. And yeah, you're going to hope for the best if it's close range because, sometimes you do mess up. But for long range and mid-range, M4A1S it feels smoother when compared to M4A1S. Sorry, M4A4. But the one weapon we all can, consider the best.
Oh, I thought you were going to say
पास
again.
10 टिकट का लीड भी रहेगा ना कहीं ना कहीं एक छोटी सी वजह से वो टिकट खत्म होते हुए नजर आएगा उस आखिरी क्षण
There's another one that I really
हारते हुए नजर आएंगे उस
talk
पहले
about
ही I would say
the COD gun.
कहीं ना कहीं मोमेंटम भी ऊपर नीचे हो सकता है बट
The one
OG Reunite में जो हम ये सारे खिलाड़ी देख रहे हैं they are well known in the community इतना बेहतरीन तरीके से I would say FPS खेलते हैं Counter-Strike being one of the OG titles for it यहाँ पे वो तो धमाका ही मचाने वाला है from the start जो भी 2 मैचेस हैं
Right,
बेस्ट ऑफ
talking about the players once again. We're talking about Rofio. We were talking about, Anti as well. But on the other hand, we missed out on one team, JHS. We have Steinex, who's Harsh, and Michioka. I'm not really sure who these players are, but I think I've heard these names somewhere. So I think they're also players from Revenant. But, the first matchup, it's going to be Revenant versus Anti, right? Anti-Excali. Excali and Anti, they have a really good synergy coming in as well. Anti, I'm pretty sure he's going to be picking up that op. As we all know, Excali might just go for those, he's that style player. Right, he goes for those style points, and we have the maps as well. I really love City Palace. That's one map that I was, watching the other day, and I just fell in love with it. But we do have other maps as well. These are archives. We have Control Room. We have Sky Platform. We have Wing 5 Lobby. These are just maps. But talking about the side of Revenant as well, we have Logista and Vimp. I'm pretty sure they're well known in the community, but I mean, on paper, if you ask me right now, Flocky, I'm sticking with Anti and Excali just because of the synergy and the kind of raw skill that they have. But I'll tell you this as well. If they face off against Rofio and Rex, I want to, tilt a little towards Rofio, but I think it's going to be one hell of a fight.
Yeah, I agree. I think, I mean, I obviously, on the first point, I'm going to support my boys, Loki and Wim. But, I do think between them and Rafael and Rex, I do think Rafael and Rex are probably going to have the upper hand. And again, I mean, going back to our original point, talking about Excali, I think the best way to encapsulate Excali and his playstyle as a player is a man's man in Counter-Strike. He's not going to be the guy who sits behind, waits for something to happen, and then is like, okay, you know what, I'm gonna play on information. My teammate is gonna go here. They're gonna get this. Nah, he doesn't care. He's gonna throw a smoke. He's gonna throw a flash through it. He's gonna run through it. He's gonna get a headshot, kill you, blow the round wide open, or he's gonna die and get shot in the head. But having a player like that on any team is almost always so useful because you can always tone down aggression, but it's not always obvious as to when you should tone up aggression. It's never obvious how you should be trying to make those plays. When you have someone as crazy as Excali who does crazy things like I mean, he is what most people would be considered, or at least back in the day. I mean, even then he used to somewhat be the entry flag of sorts. He is the guy who is just gonna go in guns blazing and make sure that he puts a big target on his head. And if you're not quick enough, if you haven't practiced your AD properly, then yeah, he's gonna bust out, come in with the AK and shoot you straight in the head. But with that out of the way, it is a 2v2, and these maps are rather big. I mean, every single time you've seen them, there's always different layers to it. There's always platforms that you can drop from, heights that you can exploit. So purely enough, it is going to come down to map control again, and it's going to come down to all those cool spawns where you get those health shots and all those eagles and all those weapons and whatnot.
I mean, you have to be a little fast as well because you need to make sure that you have a good weapon, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure you have to go in and pick up the weapons, the utilities as well coming in, the grenades, the smoke grenades, the flash as well. I think the smoke grenades are going to be the go-to here. I mean, the grenades, HE grenades, yes, they're going to be useful because one more thing is you haven't played these maps on a regular basis, right? If it was one of those normal maps, if it was Dust or Dust 2, if it was Inferno or Train, you know where the enemies are going to be coming in from. But here, I mean, yeah, you still might know, but you don't know exactly for sure because you're gonna at least have like 6 different angles to work with, and if you're looking the wrong direction even for 1 second with the aim that these guys have, it's not gonna be long before you hit the ground. But here's the thing: these maps are fun to watch, fun to play, but can be frustrating at times because there are some, there are like a couple of maps here and there, especially City Palace. That one thing that I loved. I'm sorry, I'm stressing about it, but there's a bridge in between, right? Even I thought for the first time that I watched the map, even I thought it was penetrable. There's this really weird glass kind of bridge over there. I thought it was penetrable. I saw this player that's shooting, and all of a sudden there's nothing. And the next second I see, boom, headshot comes in from the other side of the map. So these are the things that players have to be cautious about. You need to make sure that it's penetrable before just standing out in the open and spamming it. And at the same time, which weapon are you going in for is going to be a crucial thing. I mean, if both of the players pick up the op, it's not going to be as beneficial as if you both pick up the rifle. But I think one op and one rifle is going to be the key to go right now.
Most certainly. I think one player is going to be playing a lot more passively. I think it's the player going for the op. I mean, if he's got that in his hands, he's mostly just going to be holding an angle, making sure that he does not get stabbed in the back while the rifler goes out on a fact-finding mission, right? He tries to triangulate where the enemies are going to be, give some information over to his opper, and when the time is right and when they are distracted, maybe go in for that play, get that backstab, get those kills, and put those rounds on board. But again, it's not as easy as it sounds because even in a 2v2, just due to the fact that there are so many, I mean, there's so few players, there are so many more possibilities, right? I mean, with just 2 players being on one map, they could be anywhere. So you have to also consider that they are moving while you're moving. The movement is going in tandem with each other. And we're going to see lots of, times where people are going to miss out on each other by just a hair. And they're going to be roaming around in circles looking for, the enemy player. Either that or these players are not going to care, go out there, guns blazing, be like, you know what, out in the open, here I am. This is the wild,
that's what I
wild
think
west.
is going to happen. That's exactly what I think is going to happen, though.
Okay. Well, tell me more about it.
Because here's the thing. All these players, as a matter of fact, they've played with each other, against each other, multiple number of times in Counter-Strike, in different game titles. So they know how they're going to be playing in. But yeah, once again, the new map coming in, I think it's gonna be first maybe since it's a BO3. I think the first few minutes they're gonna be just looking around, walking around the map, making sure they're comfortable with it, and then they're gonna go in with that raw aim that they have, because obviously there's not gonna be any lineups coming in. You don't have the smoke lineups now. You don't have you don't need the IGL. You don't need to go for the positioning as well. You just go in random. You just hope for the best. Make sure that you land the shot, even with the op. And then I'm pretty sure that's exactly what Anti is gonna do. But what are your thoughts on the second matchup coming in later on? Because this one, yeah, we've talked about it. But what about the second match, that Raw Fuel team versus the pretty much the reckoning team, Harsh and Bad Love?
Yeah, I mean, I think, well, to be honest, I do favor Raw Fuel and Rexy a lot more over Bad Love, just based on history and stats and past results. I do think that, I mean, they should have the upper hand. But then again, one of the things.
But I'm sorry, if I'm not wrong, the past results that in your head are not from this particular game. So,
yeah,
it's a different game, so things might be different as well.
They could be good. You got me there. But I do think that, I mean, even though it was a different game, right? I think just the fact that they've been playing together for so long and having that synergy level up, and the fact that they've been on top of that game, means that they're going to have more confidence about them. I mean, you can notice this in yourself. Any player who plays ranked every single day, he's a different person when he plays 5 games and wins 5 all of them, versus when he plays 5 games, maybe wins 3, loses 2, or wins 2, loses 3, something like that. And just having that confidence is really propels you forward. It's like a positive feedback loop, because the more confident you are in your decision making, the more clear it's going to be to you where is it that you've made the mistake. I mean, when you're not sure, when you're not winning, right? So the whole world is falling apart. You don't know if it's your timing that's the issue. You don't know if it's the push that's the issue. You're not sure that if you need to be a bit more cautious, if you're even maybe playing the wrong role for your team. Maybe what you're doing is not needed at all. Lots of questions, but when you're on a roll, when you're doing everything right, it's very easy to see where you went wrong, and that is partly because, you've got all this past evidence to suggest to you, hey, I did X, that was right. I did X variation 2, that was right as well. I did X3, that was also right. But when I tried this other thing, I guess I went in a bit too fast and didn't let my teammate trade me. So maybe I'll just go a little bit slower next time. And there you have a blueprint for making things work. A really experienced player, though, is not going to let his losses affect his mentality. He's not going to let himself be affected by what happened in one particular round and let that, guide his mental state for the rest of the game.
But that's the thing, Floki. All of these players are experienced, so I'm pretty sure none of them are going to be, letting their mental state affect their in-game play. But I mean, as you were saying, the improving and improvisation, both these two teams are the key. I mean, for any new player that is, just now entering into the Counter-Strike Global Offensive world. I mean, even if you, even if you lose the first competitive match or something like that, don't feel disheartened. Just make sure that you don't do the same mistakes. I mean, I'm pretty sure you're going to keep doing it for the next couple of matches, but try to improve. Because I still remember my first, competitive match. I joined. I didn't know, I'll be honest. I didn't know, ranked was a thing. I joined in. Yeah, the first thing was it was an Indian server, obviously. And the first thing was... No, I'm talking about Counter-Strike Global Offensive.
Okay, Global Offensive.
Yeah. Counter-Strike 1.6, I used to play. I used to, with the P90, I just used to run. But that's a different story. But Counter-Strike Global, it was Dust 2, classic map once again. But I joined in. I didn't know. I mean, honestly, didn't know a lot about the game, right? Because it's a different economy and different story here. Yeah. So I was just joining in. And the first thing, I missed out on the first call. And there was this random guy. You know what happens, obviously. He started. So I was like, okay, please don't do that. And then he didn't stop. And by the end of 4th round, I was back in main menu because I was kicked. So that happened, unfortunately. But I did go ahead. I mean, I learned from it. The first thing I learned was don't play an Indian server. That was the first thing. But I mean, moving on later on, people did change because that was when CSGO came out. Yeah. Right. That was back in 2012, 2014. So that was really early into the game, early days for the Counter-Strike Global Offensive I'm talking about here. But right now, I mean, the community has grown, obviously, in number and in their... let's say the toxicity is a little less. But one thing I love about Counter-Strike, as a game overall, is that skins, obviously, that's one thing. But the community servers, man, it's not just the 5v5, it's not just the 2v2 or whatever. If you're bored, you just go ahead, play, just surf for a while. Maybe play some jailbreak. Maybe, if you're into, that practice mode, Go for
Oh,
that
yeah.
headshot deathmatch. Absolutely phenomenal. I never get bored of it. I used to play it for like 4 or 5 hours, and I'm still like, you know what? We'll go one more match, and that is just my best. But what is your best or favorite community map mode at least?
Uh, I really like the headshot DM servers. I think that, quite frankly, because I remember there used to be a time where I was around Silver 1, and that actually helped me get to, GN4. And I was like, okay, it works. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't the greatest, but it was for the short time that I was playing Counter-Strike. And again, I mean, headshot DM servers are very underrated, in my opinion. I don't think enough people realize just how rewarding it can be, especially if you're a person who does not even like to use rifles. You like to go extra hard. You remove your headphones, you're just taking out the deagle. You're all like, okay, you know what? I'm not going to play on sound, not going to play on anything else, just pure aim, baby. And you start going for that. You notice your aim improving a lot. And that's sort of what happened with me. So I was able to, quite frankly, rank up only on the basis of my aim. Of course, you want to get better. Aim is not the thing that's going to win you games. It's going to be game sense. It's going to be decision making. It's going to be your ability to read the enemy and also to be able to take control of the map very well. And I think that's one of the things that a lot of people in Counter-Strike, I mean, it just goes sort of under the radar, right? At a pub level, nobody thinks about this. Your random Josh bro who queues into a game is not going to think of map control. If he sees an empty T-spawn as CT, he will push that, he will go through mid, and he will get shot in the head by 4 players camping and listening to his footsteps. I mean, that's just life. But if you do play it a little bit patiently, and if you do understand those aspects of map control and whatnot, I mean, you build those concepts one by one. Who knows? We might be casting you playing this game someday. So, yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot to be said about Counter-Strike as a game. And one of the best things about it is that it is very easy to pick up and understand and to watch, but it is so deep. It is deep beyond belief.
It is indeed. I mean, if you keep studying about the game, and by studying I mean if you want to know about the maps and the everything, the game sense coming into play, it's going to take you years and years of time to actually master the game. Yeah, you might be good at the game, but it's going to take you at least a few years for you to be. I'm not talking about the ranks here, okay? I mean, the ranks, you might get a good rank, but there's still people that are better in gold than players in somewhere around Legendary Eagle, which was my rank. Just flexing over here a little bit. But oh no, I didn't mean to say gold because you. Oh no, it was just a random.
I did not take
Oh
it.
no,
I take no offense to that whatsoever. Look,
Shots
hey,
fired.
I am very very proud of being gold. I used to be silver, and I made it to gold for GN4 when I
think
actually
I'm gold
tried.
now. I think I'm gold Nova Master right now.
Doesn't
Actually,
matter.
so.
I mean, look,
think-
ranks in competitive Counter-Strike doesn't
True.
matter. If you're really gonna play rank, go play face or go play so strong or whatever. I don't care. Just
I prefer face it. But as I was saying, if you want to know about the game sense and everything, you just have to keep playing it. When you keep playing a similar map, let's say if you're playing Dust 2 for a while now, you understand, you anticipate where the players are going to be coming in. If you have an eco round coming in, you know what they're going to be doing. Yeah, the first round maybe you might know, you might not know actually. The surprise element might come into play there. I'm talking about pubs here. I'm not talking about the matches or the tournaments here. I'm just talking about some random pubs. So it's going to be random players. You might have your friends coming in. You might know these players because you're playing on the same server. But it's going to be random most of the time. So the first few rounds is going to be hard. But if you're lucky enough to get some really good understanding players, you can snowball the game. I mean, 16-0 might even be up on the cards. Yeah, aim is the name of the game, obviously. But, add in a little bit of game sense, add in a little bit of patience, and a little bit of common sense, just going to say it. And that's going to be enough for you to win any game of Counter-Strike.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think the key underrated aspect that you pointed out was patience. Patience is something, unfortunately, that I lack. When I was talking about the player pushing T-spawn on CT side and getting shot in the head, that was me. It was no one else. I wasn't throwing shade at anyone. That's been my experience. But yeah, if you are a lot more patient in Counter-Strike, most of the time you will see the rewards come to you. Now, there are, of course, lots of ways. I mean, when you get to the highest level, people know that you're going to be patient. So maybe they try doing something a bit different. They try being sneaky. It's all about then getting inside the enemy's head, trying to think about what they're thinking about. And they're also probably aware that you're doing that. So you move on to the next layer. And of course, you have those interesting positions where, you could be in a 1v3, you're all the way in spawn, you throw a smoke, you throw some crazy line from spawn towards somewhere in B, and smoke blooms, and all of a sudden they think it's some sort of B hit, but then you sneak into it, just get the bomb planted, get one kill, and even that is more than enough for your team to be able to buy next round, and that is perhaps what saves the day. So, I mean, it's things like those that really end up making the difference at the highest level. So once you get there, it's the world is your oyster. It's all about how much you can get into the enemy's head.
Well, talking about oysters, I have a really stupid question. Do you like oysters?
I've never had one in my life. I hate seafood.
Okay.
I think it's too salty.
Okay, so I thought it was just me because even I've never had an oyster, but it looks intriguing.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, it's about Counter-Strike. We'll talk about seafood later on. But yeah, talking about CS once again. One more weapon that I really want to
talk about seafood. I don't mind actually. I don't mind where this conversation's going. Do you like fish?
Actually, I do not, but at the same time, I do because here's the thing: the bones, the small bones in it, they get pierced sometimes. I mean, it hurts. Yeah. So if someone's feeding me, I mean, look, if you're feeding me, then I'm up for it. I mean, if you make sure that I don't get, any bones in it,
dropping the fish into your mouth like this.
No, please, no, not like that. But yeah, I mean, okay. Last question about seafood: prawns.
Prawns, yes. Prawns are the only thing I actually enjoy in seafood. I don't enjoy anything else. I don't like fish. It's can't ever have fish.
Crabs?
Never had crab. Never had lobster. Never had. Look, I just think crabs and lobsters are the insects of the sea, and I would think against insects.
Please.
So yeah, I mean, come on, look. They
no, you put it that way. I feel weird.
I mean, don't you think so? I mean, think about it. Lobsters, they got like what, 6 legs or something. Scorpions, they also got 6 legs. Crabs, they're almost like spiders of the sea to an extent. I mean, they got all those legs and those claws. It's just and those two weird pointy eyes.
I was just about to say maybe next time I come to Mumbai, I'll take you out. But now I think it's better. It's better. We don't go to dinner together.
Yeah, I mean, you come to Mumbai, you tell me to come sit in a cyber cafe with you and play 12 hours a day. I can do that.
We're going to do that for sure.
Yeah, but if you tell me to go there, eat seafood, not my thing. Not my thing at all. The only thing I'll ever have are prawns.
Or we'll have some prawns, we'll go to a cyber cafe, we'll just sit, have a can of Red Bull, and we'll play Counter-Strike. But once again, back on the topic of Counter-Strike, another weapon that I really, really like, and I'm pretty sure everyone is going to love this, the Deagle, the mini-op.
Oh, yeah.
One-tap potential. I mean, yeah, AK has the one-tap potential, SG553 has it. The Scout, the SSG 08, right? If I'm not wrong. So it has the one-tap potential as well. If it's a headshot, doesn't really matter if you have the Kevlar helmet or not, any range. But Deagle, man, what? It's cheap, first things first. It's efficient. It's not that hard to use as well. I mean, the recoil is a bit of a pain. But at the same time, if you have the perfect accuracy and the precision aim, obviously, I think that's all you need to win any round, right? I mean, you pick up a Deagle and then you drop, whatever your teammates want, maybe an M4, maybe an AK, and then you have the Deagle. If you have the perfect aim, you go in, you get that kill instantly and get that weapon, retrieve that weapon and use it. So at the same time, you're making sure that the economy is well. I mean, it's a stupid idea, I understand, but still, I mean, I'm just, thinking of it as a possibility. Let's say if it's a player only playing Deagle. He picks up the weapon, he retrieves it, and then he uses that same weapon. And because, when you use the enemy's weapon, you do get a little bit of an extra, I think you get like, 300 extra cash. So that's always beneficial for you as a team.
I mean, not only that, you're also saving money at the rifles, right? Like, because you don't have to buy that rifle in the next round.
True. Yeah. I mean, you can be the support player. I mean, obviously, not the entry fragger going in with the Deagle, maybe the support, or maybe the third person that enters in. But another thing that I really love is those pop flashes. I mean, obviously, right now, maybe we'll get to see 1-2 flashes, but I don't think a lot of pop flashes will be coming into play because it's all about the aim in a 2v2, and the positioning is going to be sneaky as well sometimes. But usually, in a 5v5 scenario, you have these pop flashes coming in. You don't even understand where the pop flash is happening. I mean, you don't even know when it's going to happen. You don't know who's going to be the one doing it. It just happens. And I mean, for us, it's going to be really nice to watch if you're going to enjoy it. But when you're in the match, it's going to be super frustrating because all of it, you're holding an angle or a smoke, and all of a sudden, boom, the entire screen is completely whitened out, and all of a sudden you're like, boom, dead as well. So you don't really know what hit you, and you never really know where it's coming from.
I mean, not only that, but every single time, you throw a pop flash, there's only two. I mean, when you throw a pop flash, there's only two possibilities that either you're able to go in and get that frag, or you mistime it, the flash blows up in your face, and you get shot at an angle that you didn't see coming. But, I don't think that really matters because I think we are going to be going in game just about now as the match does seem like it has started. So let's just jump right in.
Looks like this is the map of lobby, if I'm not wrong. Bing Fire lobby.
Oh, yeah.
And here we have the weapons coming in as well. Oh, that's a beautiful shot coming in. Pretty easy stuff for Xcali and Anti right now. Logista has the control over this capture point right now, but Galil up close and personal will make sure to take him down. Xcali now trying to, you know, I love this thing because, you know, now Xcali, they need 81 tickets, or actually, you know what, down to 80, and Revenant just 1 ticket behind them.
Oh yeah. And Logi with the 5-7, man, this guy dangerous as all heck. I mean, we all missed the 5-7. I mean, to be honest, I really hated the CZ meta. I'm glad it got nerfed into Oblivion because I think the 5-7 is a great gun that has so much potential on those eco rounds, you know. I mean, it's a slightly more expensive P250, but just the fact that you get 20 rounds means that if you play a good angle, you can actually peek out and get a couple of kills. And it's certainly a lot less expensive than the deal, but man, getting kills with that feels so satisfying. And Logi with the flank. Looks like we are going to be playing the deathmatch mode for the time being. Revenant, they are the ones dropping the numbers as Anti and Xcali continue to frag out an operator now, an op, sorry, in the hands of Xcali. Oops, wrong game again. As he's gonna try to find a pick. Nice shot by him. Logi though, with that eagle, getting that one tap to the head.
I don't think it's the is it the deathmatch mode? I still think it's the capture point more happening right now. So Xcali, they're actually on. Yeah, I believe so, because look at the tickets right now, and Xcali 63 and Revenant, they're on 48 right now. The capture mode is the best one, but Anti is playing with just a 5-7. It's going to be interesting to watch because he's going ahead against someone with an AK and Sarah. Well, he might miss a couple of shots, but he's not going to miss more than that. Antidote is going to be taken down, and both of these I mean, here's the thing. They have 2 capture points, and I believe they're just standing on 2 different capture points. So the tickets are just going down, you know, it's just going in either team's favor. So I'm not really sure who's going to be coming out on top if that happens. I think one of the players should stay here. Oh wait, there's only 1 capture point?
Yeah, there is only 1 capture point. It is domination. Okay. Yeah, it is domination. So you have to stand on 1 point, own it for a while, and once you own it, your tickets stop going down, and then the point changes. And once the point changes and you make it to the other point and you control it, your tickets stop going down again. But until then, both tickets stick. Revenant right now do have the lead, as we see Anti-Xcali as the duo try and figure out where the next point is. I do believe the point is on A, which is down there. And Xcali is holding that for the time being. But they haven't really captured it. So them who end up winning that first round. And Anti-Xcali, I mean, they sure did get a lot of frags, but at the end of the day, they played the objective on the side of Revenant, and there it is. They will be up by 1. As I do believe it's going to be a best of 3 on this map, in the sense whoever gets to 3 games first ends up winning this particular map, and then we move on to the next map. So it's going to be 3 times 3, a total of 9 if a team doesn't win in 2.
That is true, and I'm pretty sure Anti and Xcali, they're not going to let this one go pretty easily, and Xcali gets himself a collateral onto Saransh and Logi right now. And once again, Revenant, well, this time there are 3 tickets, oh, okay. Just I say that now the numbers going the other way around. Anti and Xcali once again, catching up right now. But Saransh with the Mag 7, the Swag 7. Let's see what it can do, because in this particular map, I don't think it's a little... Okay, just say that once again.
Never mind. Jumping headshot. Yep. Oh, no. Oh, thank God. I mean, if he was going to get spawn canned, I would have felt so bad for him. But, yeah, looks like Revenant again. They're just playing the objective. Antidote. Going to be able to find too. And there it is. The B point now. Well, the A point now belongs to them.
And now here comes the B point.
And there it is. Yeah, it's going to switch to B now. So that was them trying to fight for control of A. But A is already long gone. B is going to be... Oh, my God. A Mac 10 headshot coming in from Xcali as he comes in from the flank. Well, and there it is. Finally, Anti and Xcali. Even now they also understand the game mode like us. It took us a while. I mean, it's only fair. We had the bird's eye view, so... Now we're going to start to see the real game being played. Oh, Xcali, the Mac 10 at that range, winning out the duel. That is something.
Oh, that's beautiful to watch. Basaran's almost taking down Anti as well. Anti now peaks once again. He's going to get taken down. Xcali on the other side of the map, Logi does go down there. But now Xcali, well, they're on the front foot. 9 tickets, actually 8. Make it 7, maybe? Yep, there you go, 6 actually. So they're losing the tickets, but at the same time, Revenant, they got to be careful as well. They are losing players and tickets at the same time. But Sarans, here's the thing. I think we were talking about the the passive and the aggressive players coming in. I think Xcali is the aggressive player, while Anti is going to be the passive. Although he's not picking up the op as of now. While on the side of Revenant, looks like Logi is the aggressive one, while Sarans he's going to be the one that's covering you from multiple directions. Spawn camped, but doesn't really matter because Xcali does go down, unfortunately.
Oh yeah, Xcali unfortunately does fly the dust there. Everyone looking for the op, but Antidote says, nope, that baby is mine, as he guards it with the AK. Although, again, Revenant playing the objective, and even though they're only up by 3 tickets, that might just be 3 tickets too many. Anti-Xcali will finally get control of C point, with 20 seconds remaining. The next one to come up. And, well, Xcali, there he is, popping off with the op as he finds Saransh. And now... Logi all by himself with not but a 5-7. Well, he does have an AK to his name. Never mind. He is going to be looking to find Xcali, but he still manages to get the pick on Logi before he falls. Savage, though, coming in from the flank through the smoke, will be able to take out Antidote, and that is it. Point does go to them, but it's a bit too late because the next point is spotted. It's going to be a big no! Logi, not like that. Not like that, my friend.
Unfortunate.
Painful.
That is painful, but look at the tickets now. This is going to be one of those close matches once again. And Logi, he gets a beautiful shot at Xcali as well, and he's gone as well. So a couple of tickets in the favor of Revenant. Right now, 3 is going to be the difference. Maybe 2. And Xcali, they got to be team anti-Xcali. Now, they're on the back foot.
Yep.
If they lose this again, this is going to be heartbreaking.
Oh man, anti-Xcali, even last round. They were going out and getting all the frags, but when it matters, Revenant, they're able to hold the points down. And there it is, they conserve their tickets, they're holding the point. And with 10 seconds remaining on the clock, I'm not sure if Anti-Xcali should even try for this. They instead should be making their way towards C, but they're still trying to fight for this B point. Sure, they get a pick, but it's a trade, and Logi is even going to find that second one. In fact, he sees a player spawn right in front, but misses the shot. Continues to hold that angle as well. Anti-Xcali with only 18 tickets left, have a lot of work to do. They need to get to C point.
Ouch, they needed ASAP as well. Now the numbers are going down on the side of Revenant as well. But be careful, that P90, I wanted to see this, and finally we have a P90 being picked up. There are no skins on Antidote, unfortunately. But there you go, the monitor being used as well. Anti's going to be running and gunning with the P90. It's going to work, but unfortunately it's going to be Logi with the AK, and now there you go. This is exactly what I was talking about, the knife being pulled out at the wrong moment. Xcali missing a few shots with the 5-7. He actually going to... Ouch, he's going to go down there, but Anti with the 5-7, much more precise. He's going to be taking him down, and tickets on Revenant are going down as well. This is going to go down the wire.
Oh yeah, Antidote with just a 5-7 to his name is going to get shot, and Revenant will get control of that point with 9 seconds remaining on the clock as Anti-Xcali start losing their tickets now. But the next point has spawned, and Xcali, he's already set his eyes on it. He's going to be running towards A, and I think Antidote is already standing on it. The smoke has been popped down. All they need to do is survive. They're spamming the smoke, and they will be able to find Antidote, but Xcali is there with the trade as he drops down. Listening to the footsteps, trying to wrap around the smoke, play on the edges. Will he find No, he will not. Logie with the P90, reminding me of my goal over 3 days. And is going to be able to secure this round. And well, the first map, it is going to go to the way of Revenant.
Wow. What a way to start things off. It was fun. Let me tell you. I mean, I thought it was going to go a little longer than this. But, you know, Revenants are like, okay, Enigma. I mean, players from Enigma. You might be better in a 5v5 scenario. But in a 2v2, we're going to dominate the hell out of you. And that's exactly what they did. The first one was a bit more, a bit more one-sided, I felt like. But the second one, it was close because Anti and Excali, they were in the lead. I thought maybe they might just close and take us into, the next round. But here, the way that the Revenant played was absolutely beautiful to watch. The last second P90s and those AK, I mean, a little bit of misplays coming in from Excali and Antidote, pulling out those knives at the wrong time. Logi did that once as well, but it was happening much more often on the side of Anti-Excali. Yeah. I think that's one of the reasons, but at the same time, it took us a while to understand the map. It took us a while to understand what exactly was happening there. I'm pretty sure they already knew it.
Was until like 45 seconds in.
Exactly. I mean, even I was like, I was like, maybe it only had one capture, but then we actually saw the map. It had 3 capture points, but we're only done with one map. We still have 2 more maps coming in. So I think it's going to be my favorite map next, right? It's going to be City Palace. So it's going to be fun because, I mean, I don't know if you know the map, but it's a different map and it has this, multiple levels as well. So the bridge especially. I'm sorry for that. There's something in my throat. No I hope they don't choke like I did, but let's just jump into the next map up. It's going to be City Palace, or is it?
It doesn't. Oh no, it is not going to be
City Palace.
It's going to be again. It's going to be.
It's just highlights.
Oh wait, these are the highlights. Oops, bit of a whoopsie there. We did not jump into the next match. We're just going back and having a look at the highlights. But again, amidst all this confusion, Revenant, I mean, Logie and Whip, they just kept their heads straight. They were like, okay, you know what? Lots of things are going on. All we know is that if we stand on the point, our tickets don't go down. That is what they did. Anti-Excali, they were still trying to go out there, get frags. They were a little bit confused about what the hell's going on. And until they figured it out, I mean, it was already too late because Revenant, he had control of those points. And, well, those are the highlights. But we are going to be jumping into City Palace, as you are correct. We will be getting into that map very, very shortly. But, yeah, what an interesting first map. None of the players, none of the casters knew what the hell was going on for the first 2 or 3 minutes. And hey, I mean, that makes for the most entertaining match out there. Right? Nobody has any idea what the hell is going on. But the next one's going to be fun because I think finally Anti and Excali have started to get the hang of how domination works.
That is true. I mean, is it domination? Is that what the mode is called? Because I thought it was called capture or something like that. But I mean, even I'm not sure because I think domination is the one where you have the most number of kills or something like that. In CS:GO, at least there was this one mode. Yeah. I'm not sure.
Yeah. No, I know you are correct. Yes, domination works like that.
So it's that one thing. But let's just jump. I think we have the second map ready. It's gonna be City Palace and Floki. Let me look at this. Let's just appreciate the map for a second here. It is beautiful. I mean, the neon lights and everything, and just the surroundings as well. A couple of skylights here and there. The skylines are beautiful. A little off, not so beautiful, but the FAMAS now coming into play. Saren's taking the lead. Revenant, you got to be careful once again. If they close this off, by the way, Floki, they're gonna be eliminating Anti-Excali and moving forward.
Certainly, but Antidote. Well, showcasing those AWP skills again as he gets a headshot with that SSG 08. And, well, Logie is going to shut him down before he's able to get too much out of that. But, again, I mean, City Palace, what a beautiful map, as you said. Right in the center, a big point, and lots of areas around it where you can get shot from. And this is the glass you were talking about. You can't really shoot through that glass. Exactly. That glass is impenetrable. And the only thing you have is a headshot angle if a player stands close over there. But apart from that, not much else. Point is going to switch over to C as Saranj switches to burst fire mode and is going to be able to take out Excali. Gets shot from the back as you've got what's going on. An Antidote with the Deagle. No, he whips every single shot, but Excali is going to be there to save the day. Not for long though.
He misses an easy shot and then he lands a beautiful one into Saranj. For a second, Anti play that reminded me of the Nico in the major final. Ouch, a major disappointment. But and anyway, back in the game, you can see that once again, Revenant, they okay, they're not in the lead anymore, but they can steal it any second now. It's a 68. Oh, there you go. They steal the lead, but also the positioning in this particular map, you never really know where you can get shot from. There are like not more than like 6, 7 angles to be aware of, and you never really know where you're gonna have the enemies coming in from Excali. Oh wait, yeah, I forgot this map also has these I don't know what you call these, the doors, the ones that cover you up, but if you're parked on the other side of the map, other side of the doors, you have to take this elevator that's on the different side, so it's gonna be a lot more time taking, which is gonna let the other team actually get the lead. But look at that, USPS up close and personal. Excali with whipped. He whipped.
He ran out of bullets midway. He had to reload. He did riff a little bit, unfortunately, and that ends up costing them. And Logi, oh my god, with that eagle, so deadly. Able to find 2, picks up the AK. Is he deadlier? Yes, he is. He's going to pick up Antidote again. And Revenant, well, looks like they are going to be making sure that they hold on to their tickets for the time being as Anti and Excali step down. And again, without the weapons to do so, it's going to be a bit hard to fight into that. I say that the AWP gets picked up by Excali, the frag gets dropped, but that is just going to be an AWP. Well, never mind, that AWP does not get dropped for your opponents to pick up, so there's no way you can retrieve that now. Excali able to find one with the USB as he is not going to be able to get on point. Oh, okay, I love that. XM1014, that weapon. Very, very strong and close range. The auto shotty, as most people know it. But Antidote is going to be able to find one. Oh! Saranch with the USP. Bopping heads, and there it is. Logi as well with the patience is going to be able to pick up an AWP. And Anti-Excali, the points, they're starting to tick down here. Edge, I think at this rate, he might not be making it to a map 3.
Maybe. I'm pretty sure Anti and Excali. Okay, now let me see this. Is it penetrable?
No, you cannot shoot through it.
They are shooting through it.
No. And they are shooting through it, but the bullets don't go through. Antidote had the headshot angle, so he was able to get that kill.
Okay, now I'm confused. Like, do they not know this? Because I'm pretty sure they won't be, going in for that. Like, it's been 2 minutes already into the match, but this was beautiful to watch. Unfortunately, I think even this, this bridge here, I don't think it's penetrable. It looks like, nets and a mesh, but it's actually glass, I believe, one of those fiberglasses, so it's not going to be. And what are those things that are flying? I just love how I'm, like, completely oblivious about what's happening with the gunfights. I'm just curious about the map. But, yeah, let's just talk about the players once again. Khalid gets himself a beautiful double, and now they're securing some tickets for themselves. But let's see what happens here. 15-11, make it 13-11, and Excali, now there you go, the back of the game, and Anti. Beautiful positioning coming in, but he whiffs a little with the spray there, mid-range spray. Excali gets one though. 10-10 is the thing right now. 8-7, and maybe the comeback is on.
It just might be, but look at that at the last one, the point switches. It's going to be all the way on B, and now Anti-Excali are going to rush to make their way towards there, with not but a USP in their hands. It is a fair duel, but it's that wins. And now the ticket's starting to go down. Excali with just 1 ticket remaining. No, he's not going to be ticket in time. Revenant, they end up winning this round by a margin of just 2 points. Anti and Excali, they have to be frustrated by that, but still no time for emotional outbursts as you still have another round to be played. You still have a chance to come back. And this time on Antidote, he goes with a smarter approach, gets the farmers first, picks it up, wins the second duel as well. And with that, they should be having control of point A, which is on top over there. And there you can see Logi working that headshot angle, has that scout in his hands, but doesn't really see anyone right there. Saraj was able to come in from the flank and clean it up. While Anti and Excali, you can see Excali swinging his knife in frustration there.
Oh boy, okay, I still can't get over the fact that the comeback did happen, but at the same time, by the skin of the teeth, somehow managed to steal that victory. Revenant, they only need 1 more round in their favor, and they'll be, happy to send back Anti and Excali. But beautiful shot there coming in. You gotta be careful though. Antidote comes in, but Excali with an instant trade. Then the smoke, this is what I was talking about. The smokes are gonna be the one used a lot. A couple of HC grenades may be used, a Molotov can be used as well, but the smokes are going to be the one that they use most of the time. And Excali up close and personal with the AWP. he is operating that op in a really good way. Oh, you see what I did there?
Oh yeah, I see it. You were talking about a game called Vigorous. No, that is not the name of the game. I'm just kidding around. But Excali, ooh, double with the op. Can be able to conserve his tickets for the time being, and I like the approach coming in from anti-Excali this time around. They're a lot more measured, but Saranj has an op off his own. Is going to be able to find a kill. Logi able to get that trade while Excali picks up the op once again, and now they hold the point. As Saranj, with nothing but a USP to his name, wins 2 duels in a row, hitting those headshots. Can he find another one? No, he cannot. Excali was able to best him there. Now the smoke being dropped. Saranj is going to be able to find one, but Antidote again is there for the trade as well. The tickets looks like they're starting to favor anti-Excali now. Let's go at 64 to 62. And only 4 seconds remaining on this point. Looks like Saranj and Logi will make their way towards C instead. Oh, Saranj deleting players off of the server with that USP.
UMP, I don't think he's gonna be the. He's just shooting for.
You cannot. You cannot.
Yeah, you can. This one's for sure. You can't. That thing, the bridge, I still am a little, not sure about. But this particular bridge is impenetrable for sure. And look at the positioning coming in. Excali is gonna get taken down by the M4A4. I think it's I forgot the skin names as well. This one is. It looks like the
Daimyo, evil Daimyo. Evil Daimyo.
Yeah, it looks like it does have the logo kind of thingy of the samurai there. But right now, Anti and Excali, they're in the lead. But for how long is the question? As soon as I say that, they're not in the lead anymore. Revenant, 45 tickets. That's all they need. And Anti with a beautiful positioning. But Saranj and Logi, he will be taking down Excali. What is shot coming on to Saranj? Can he get another one? He will be. But he got shot first.
Wow. I mean, that is just the op for you. You might land one shot on it, but the op also only needs one shot. And if it does land it, it will kill you. Excali, though, this time around, picking up the M4A4. He sees one right in his hands. He doesn't have the weapon equipped, but quick switches back. Gets that kill on Logi. Ooh. And Revenant, oh! That was cold. Picking up that kill. Now he's going to get his hands on the AUG as well. As he switches, he sees somebody towards... in that general direction, trying to help his buddy out with that kill. A frag comes in from Excali to soften him up. And that'll be enough to let the UMP do the work. But again, the tickets favoring Reunite Esports. 20 seconds remaining on the clock. Who holds this point is going to be very, very important. For now, it's going to be anti-Excali.
Oh boy. But there's still... Okay, it's on par right now. 24 to 24. This is going down the wire once again. 24 to 23, 21 to 21. The tickets are going both ways. Right now it's dropping both ways. But right now Revenant are on the back foot because Anti and Excali, they have a really good lead. And I'm not really sure how many seconds. Okay, it's going to go towards the C capture point right now. Got to be careful. Oh, Logi, he misses. SG553 is good. But the first shot position is there, but after that, it's really hard to control. Anti and Excali might just get themselves a point. Oh, it is penetrable. There you go, Floki. It is. Yeah. I don't think it's a wall. I just think it's one of those railings with the LED lights on. But Revenant might just lose a point here for the first time today. They are gonna go down, and Anti and Excali. Well, here we go. The maths and the hopes are still alive.
Oh yeah, there it is at last. Again, looks like we are going to be going down to the wire for this one. Revenant, they can close this one out, but again, you have to be quick in going up there. And now the players starting to realize that there are multiple ways to make it top of that little area, and the way to do it is to take the lift on the ground floor. But Logi, with the FAMAS, is going to be able to find 2 great headshots coming out from him. That's going to make sure that A point belongs to them. But Excali, really good on the timing there. With the USP, able to find one. Saranj with just 9 HP remaining. Excali spams with the smoke and finds him. And that's going to be the point going back in the way of anti-Excali. Well,
careful.
Yeah,
be careful too, especially in these smokes. You never really know. But this is another thing that I love. You know, players are so they're so much focused in the game as well. The smoke, when it's about to be dissipated, you can see the players. I mean, how do I say this? There's this little like you see a couple of pixels and that's about it. You gotta be so precise, and if you miss it even for 1 second, the other person is gonna see it and they're gonna get taken down.
Oh no!
I'm forgetting the exact word for it, but yeah, you get the image.
I do. Saranj there able to fest the up with the USB. Unfortunately, Scully did not have the. Is it a one-way? Am I? No, it can't be a one-way because he did get a headshot through that. So yeah, that looked a little weird to me for a second there. But this wall is very confusing to us as well. For now though, the interesting thing is Reunite and Xcali are both at the same point, but the Mac 7 or the Swag 7 comes out. The Xcali is able to find Logi on the back of that. B point now up for the taking, but Logi will quickly shut down Antidote on a mission to find that Saranj. The only person still standing strong, and you can see Xcali trying to fight through the glass wall over there. Will succeed in taking him down as well. That point will not go to anyone. As Xcali drops down, picks up the Max 7, but Logi has his number from the flank. Antidote able to win one duel before he falls. That still is quite something considering it was a 2v1. But the point, it belongs to Revenant for a while. Right as the switch comes, and now everyone's going to be hightailing it towards C.
Oh, look at the positioning coming in. Logi's out in the open. He's going to get taken down by Antidote, but an instant trade coming in. But it doesn't really matter how many kills you have. It's all about the points. It's all about the tickets. And right now, Anti and Xcali, they're in the lead. But Revenant, they're making it work with the USPS. Logi gets himself a double before going down in the hands of Xcali with the UMP. Mid-range does... It is not bad. Xcali had the angle on him, man. He just stood there. He misses one. Oh, no. He does not land the second one perfectly, but he did manage to get himself a leg shot. But I think the grenade has been picked up, but doesn't really matter at all. Just don't get the kill. But once again, it's not about the kills, Floki. It's just about who stands in that goddamn circle at the right time.
It is as simple as that. Saranj really going to find Xcali, and we'll see if Antidote can put the AK to good use. But the answer is going to be no. Loki able to best him on the back of that duel, but still, Anti-Xcali, they've done their work. They've kept Revenant away from that point, and that's all they need to do for the time being. They've got the upper hand, so as long as they keep finding these frags that enable them to get all of these kills and make sure that Revenant aren't on point, they are more than happy. I mean, they're the ones with more tickets. It's really the side of Revenant that needs to hightail their way towards the point, and you can see Antidote is going to be trying his best to keep them away, but not for long. 30 seconds pass down. It is only now that Revenant are able to get on point. As Xcali is going to be able to find Logi here. And Saranj getting shot in the head, running out of bullets, pulls out the USB. Does connect a sick headshot, but that is not enough to take him down. And, Logi from the high ground, looking to find one, but is not going to succeed. Antidote will get the revenge kill. Saranj trying his best to contest Xcali. Will he succeed? No, he will not. Xcali picks up the P90 and gets the kill. Now they're going to be going back towards A, where Antidote has already made his hook. The Deagle!
What a shot.
Oh, man! Like a cowboy gunslinging in the west. Quick draws that Deagle, shoots him in the head. And that is all she wrote. Revenant, I think they're going to be losing out on this one unless Logi can win this next duel and get control of the point. He will have control for now, but Antidote isn't able to best him. Saranj coming in from the flank. Can they get on point? Well, they've only got 3 remaining. Xcali, a very crucial best when he pulls out the USB and is going to be able to find one. And that's it. It is over. It is all done for. Revenant looks like they are going to have to go to a third map if they want to take this series, because for now it is 1-1.
It is right now, and it looks fantastic as well. Now I'm a little more excited, coming into the next map. I think it's going to be Control Room. It's going to be fun. But once again, I mean, first match, it was the first match I'm talking about with lobby here, the 5 lobby. It was one-sided, right? Revenant didn't let the side of what is this Anti-Xcali have any chance at all. But the second one, Revenant were dominant once again. They started off really well with the 1 point, and the second one was close. But at the end, Anti-Xcali did manage to pull that off. But the last one, well, Anti and Xcali, they just ran all over them. Revenant didn't stand a chance in the final round there. But now moving on to Control Room. I am unfamiliar with the map, I'll be honest. I've watched it a couple of times, but that's about it. So let's see. I mean, here we were confused as well about that stupid wall there. Unfortunately, we thought for a second it was impenetrable. And then we were like, it's penetrable. And then we thought for a second it was one-sided. But that makes no sense. How can a wall be one-sided?
Yeah,
I mean, even I thought, for a second I thought, maybe it's like, one of those walls where, you can shoot it for a couple of seconds and then after that you can't shoot it for the next 5-10 seconds and then you can shoot it again.
Yeah,
I think it was one of the mods. Yeah, change of
Yeah,
properties.
it
But
goes from
I think
glass
we
to
have
metal
the
to titanium or
we have the
whatever.
replay coming in, right? The highlights
Yeah,
happening. So let's
there
take
they
a look
are.
at this.
Oh yeah. I mean, again, Revenant starting off strong. They were able to get that first one under their belt. It was a very, very close affair. Anti-Excali had the upper hand for some time, but Revenant, towards the end, started to clinch out those fights. And yeah, when it really mattered, Revenant delivered. And Anti-Excali, they had to come back to the second map. Although, we can already see sort of a meta start to develop, right? Like, we are seeing these players, once they have an advantage of around 10 or maybe like 12 tickets, the focus suddenly shifts. It's no longer about keeping the enemy away from the control. It's no longer about you getting on the control point because you're fighting a losing battle there instead, but it's about keeping the enemy team away from that point because again, if you just stop them from going there, you have the ticket advantage. So they're going to take down, you will be in the lead, and you will win the game. So I like how the players have already started to develop some efficient way of playing it. But yeah, I'm not. I don't know if they're going to be able to sort of read this happening on Revenant. I mean, it's in a match that is this fast paced, you sometimes don't really have the luxury to think and come up with any sort of strategy or any sort of tactics. All you can really do is spray and hope for the best. I mean, maybe the timing favors you, maybe you're able to get a weapon before the enemy. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be very, very crucial for Revenant to be able to have some sort of answer for anti-Excali just being able to control and make sure that they're not able to get to a point when they are at an advantage.
But let's go. We have the final map of match number 1 here. It is going to be the map of Control Room. And yeah, let's just take a couple of seconds to actually understand the map. Let's see if there are any weird walls coming in. He misses the grenade. It's on himself. Excali, ouch. That's going to hurt, but Anti and Excali, they have the lead now. So that's all I'm going to say. They're going to be happy about it. The Revenant, they're slowly putting it back.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the one thing I can see for certain on this map is that A and B, they have a fair amount of long angles to play, especially A. There's lots of long areas that you can hold, but when it comes to C, it's a very tight and knit point, so you're going to have to hold those closer angles, and it's perhaps a little bit easier to hold for defense as well. For now, though, Anti-Excali clearly in the driver's seat, as you'll see Revenant try to control that point and get the ticket advantage back, and it's not that far, honestly. I mean, Logi does end up finding Excali, pulls out the clock, looks in the other direction, but Antidote with the Mac 10 is going to be able to control that area for a little while longer. The smoke fails, it bounces off the railing, off of the staircase, and looks like that's not going to be enough for Sarush to get that frag, but Logi will be able to find one at the very least. Antidote, though, well, that's what the SMGs are good at. Keeps moving, keeps shooting, and there's not really an answer for him. There's Saruj, though, just best Excali close range with that Glock, but Excali spawns, picks up the Mac 10, goes to town again. Yeah, that's also
what
a
is
thing.
that?
That's a moving. That's a moving platform.
It's just a moving platform, but oh, that is so cool. Imagine if you have a player on top of that. It's gonna be really interesting. He's just gonna be all over the place. But you gotta be careful. I mean, we were talking about strategies and everything, right? I mean, but as of now, it's one player on the capture point and one player just surrounding him. What happens if both the players are on the capture point? Does the ticket counter, drop down a little quicker, or that doesn't happen?
No, that does not happen. I think you just need one player to stand on the point, and that is more than enough to make sure that you're able to prevent your tickets from going down. It doesn't really do anything to affect the enemy ticket rates, but yeah, just lots of kills being exchanged back and forth. The point is on A, and only now will Revenant be able to make their way towards there. Anti-Excali with a lead of 4 points on the offense, trying to find those kills, and Antidote will be able to find Saransh. Nice two-pronged attack coming in from Antidote and Excali to come in from separate angles and contest them all. Logi had a real opportunity there, but whiffs the first shot, and Antidote is quick with the response. Look at Excali. This guy is so cheeky with that Max 7, just jumping and taking all of those shots. No shame whatsoever. And the point is going to switch towards B, where Revenant have already made their way. You have Logi going forward. Listening to footsteps for information. Will be able to find Antidote. Gets the one. Gets the second one as well. Xcali gets taken down, and that is going to give them a fair amount of time.
The second one was actually beautiful to watch, but right now you can see them running in once again. Anti and Xcali, they got to be careful. They do have a 4 lead as of now. It's reducing, it's dropping down, but they got to be careful. Xcali now isolating the players. That's managed to take down Anti, but what a shot! What a shot coming in from Logi. The second one onto Xcali was phenomenal. The UMP is what Anti does best. The 80-80, the strafe god. Let's just call him the strafe god. As now a Logi, the headshot machine. Okay, not the headshot machine anymore.
Curse, the caster's curse strikes again. The moment you start praising a player, he whiffs. Well, that's life. But with only 8 seconds remaining on the clock, I don't think Anti-Xcali are going to get a lot of value out of this point, as Revenant are already making their way towards C instead. Or are they? No, they're not. They're still stuck on B. In the meantime, it's actually Antidote and Xcali who've made their way. Their nice shotgun pickup, but unfortunately, it doesn't really do all that much, as Revenant now starting to lose tickets, and the clock is also ticking. Antidote is going to be able to find one with the UMP, and he is going to stump that push right in its tracks. Saranj, very costly duel for him as he goes down to 23 HP, but that is enough of a distraction provided by Logi to ensure that they're able to get on point. Antidote, though, with the silent lurk, has nothing but a Glock in his hands, and looks like that shotgun will put an end to all his sneaky shenanigans. That's a nice frag grenade coming through. Logi.
EXM.
Yeah.
That is just... It's beautiful to watch, but at the same time, it's really annoying if you're against it. But Anti and Xcali, they're dropping the tickets like dominance right now. 12, 11, and it's just going down. Logi, they're not letting go of this capture point, and I think it's safe to say that it is done and dusted. But the fact that the C capture point, is gonna be moving towards A now. I think the capture point is going towards A, right? So Anti and Xcali, they might just have... Yeah, never mind. They already made their way here, Revenant. And for 2 tickets, there you go, it's done. Revenant gets another point, another lead. But can they keep the momentum going, Rocky?
Yeah, well, that is a $1 million question. Well, not a $1 million question for sure, but it is a question of they're gonna be able to make it. Logi had that Mac 10 in his hands, realized that not very good to take a duel at long range with it. Saranj, well, Xcali, he's been the one being very, very cheeky with those jumping Mac 7s. Gives him a taste of his own medicine, although that shot did not connect. Block was pulled out to finish it off. Revenant controlling the point for now, but looks like not going to be for long. Logi gets swarmed by both players, and that is that. They line up, but Saranj not able to connect with the Galil there. Logi able to find one, finds 2 in fact, and that is going to be the point going their way. Xcali pulls out the clock, but Saranj bests him in that duel. The burst fire. Wow. Oh man, that was so close. Antidote did take a lot of damage, but then again, all this really is doing is buying time for Logi to hold on to the point. And you can see the tickets tick down for Anti-Xcali over here. 7 seconds on the clock as they will try to make their way back towards B, while Xcali tries to keep them a little bit busy with the clock, tries to buy some time for Antidote to get his hands on a weapon of his choice. Logi, it doesn't really matter, he just comes in and shoots him straight in the head. Is going to be able to find 2, and with that, they're going to be able to get control of the point as Anti-Xcali, they rotated early towards B, but they didn't really get much on the back of that.
I mean, look at the tickets for Anti and Xcali right now. They are just running out faster than a goddamn Eminem's concert right now. 15 tickets difference right now, but okay, finally some tickets going out for the side of Revenant and Xcali. They need to make sure that they get as many as they can as soon as they can, because they might lose a lot of tickets, but if they have this huge deficit, they can't make a comeback, right? Because 13 seconds on the beast capture point, and a beautiful shot coming in from Xcali there onto Raji and Saranj. Okay, that's a bit of a whiff, I would say, with the Glock once again. But the B capture point is going to be running out. It's all down to A again. It's not C this time. It's A. So, a little bit of randomness, I guess.
Oh yeah, certainly. I mean, going to be hightailing it back towards A, and Revenant, they were closer to the point this time around, so they have the upper hand. Nice jump spot coming out there. Antidote tries to be the hero, but gets shot straight in the chest by Logi. 2 UMPs up against Antidote and Xcali. As you can see, the headshot angle being checked by Logi. Will be able to find one. Antidote with the M4A4 good only for one. Takes down Saransh, and Logi is gonna have that med shot. Make sure he keeps himself in top shape. Oh my god, Logi almost managed to line up two. Able to find one at least. Pulls out the Glock, tries to fight, but unsuccessfully so. But with only 8 seconds remaining on the clock, they've done well. They've baited Anti and Excali to go towards that 8 point. And again, the next point is going to be on B, where already you can see a Revenant player. Is it going to matter though? No, it's not, because Excali was there in time with the flank. And with that, the point is going to belong to the side of Anti-Excali for now. The UMP being reloaded. Saransh makes the most out of it, gets the kill.
That's a cheeky angle coming in from Logi as well. He just held on to that position, and now the capture point has shifted towards B. Logi, this is what the sound. He's just playing off of sound right now. And Anti and Excali, the deficit of 27 tickets. There's no way they can recover from this unless a miracle on, I don't know, 17th Street happens right now. But Saransh and Logi, this positioning, I think they found the perfect crossfire. Just as I said that, oh my god, he goes down again. And Saransh, well, he has done enough. Because, yeah, there's only 10 seconds left now on the B capture point, and there's no way that's enough. That's going to be anywhere close for them to, recover from what they just witnessed.
Absolutely. I mean, I don't think there's anything Anti and Excali can do over here. They are trying to make their way back towards A, as the point has been oscillating between A and B for quite some time now. An antidote. It's all going to be down to him, but Logi with the flank is going to be able to shut him down, and Anti and Excali's dreams of winning this map as well are going to go down the drain along with that. As you can see, now Excali is just trying to rush in, get the point willy-nilly, no weapons in hand, but Antidote comes in with the AK, is going to be able to find one. It's very crucial they find this pick if they want to have any chance, but Saransh is the perfect weapon for this duel. A shotgun in his hands, going to be able to find one, but Antidote is there to get the trade. Glock in the hand of Logi. Can he find that pick? No, he cannot. Excali and Antidote will shut him down, tag team style. AK-47 pulled out again as Logi gets shot. And now Revenant, they're starting to lose tickets, but with only 10 seconds remaining on the clock, C point is going to be up next. You can already see Revenant players making their way over there. In fact, the clock is going to start to tick, and that should be it. Anti-Excali are done for. The first map will go the way of Revenant.
Oh, you mean the final map?
Oh, yeah. I mean, the first best of 3, excuse me.
First PO3, yep. It's going to go in the favor of Revenant, and unfortunately for the fans of Anti and Excali, a little bit of a disappointment there coming in because, I mean, Anti with the, for me, obviously. But anyway, I mean, Saransh and Logi, they did a really good job as well. But Excali and Anti, unfortunately, not their day with the AWP. I mean, they did start off well. Side of the second match, actually, the first match was completely one-sided. Revenant did not give any space for Anti and Excali to work with. But yeah, kudos to Revenant once again. It's going to be fun. I want to see what finals are going to be BO5 if I'm not wrong, right? It's going to be a best of 5. So we're going to be having a much more, many more maps. But these maps, before we head on to the next match, Flocky, what was your best map? Because you already know my answer.
Yeah, well, yours is probably City Palace, but I really like Control Room. I think there were lots of different things to do on that map, lots of different elements. Each point was, in stark contrast with the other. There was a certain symmetry to Lobby as well as City Palace, but when it came to this map, there was no real symmetry. You had A point, which was a lot of long range angles. You had the B point, which had some close range angles and some long range angles as well. And then you had the C point, which we barely got to see any of, but it had only close range angles, and it was very fun to watch. I think, in my opinion, Control Room was the most fun for me, at least. I mean, I had a lot of fun watching these players try to make their way around it. But yeah, City Palace would be a close second.
City Palace? You too? Okay, there you go. I mean, for a second, I thought you said Control Room, City Control Room, you're going to stick to that. But then City Palace, I mean, it's just beautiful. But yeah, even the first map was really good. It just took us a couple of seconds to quite understand it. But once again, let's just jump into the highlights here coming in from the final map of the first match of the day of the OGs Reunite. I mean, don't mistake, guys. I mean, don't be mistaken. We do have another normal match happening, but these are just the OGs. The other matches are happening simultaneously, not on stream as of now. But we'll talk about that later on as well. Here's the recap coming in. And you can see, as you said, the close range fights, the long range fights. But this map, yeah, a bit more robust. I feel like that too. I mean, City Palace is just beautiful, but this map is, a bit more
Tactical.
fun. Oh, yeah, tactical as well. But I really like let's just call the moving platform. That was fun to watch as well. I mean, no one really used it, if I'm not wrong, but it was just fun, the element.
Oh yeah, I mean, it was a very interesting element for sure, and I hope we get to see more of that when we move into the BO5. And I'm hoping that we will have the map control room there. But again, I mean, it's you see those 3 points on control room. Be just a jack of all trades, just all sorts of different angles over there. And one thing I've noticed about all of these points is that all of these points are in pretty horrible positions. So it really does come down to one player trying to get some information ahead of time and trying to make sure that he's able to get some sort of exchange before the player on the point goes down. And the player on point is just a glorified scapegoat. It's sort of hard to find angles, to sort of fight angles from that position. I mean, think about it, right? You're completely exposed when you're down there. And everybody, and you can only see their heads and only a little bit of their body. And well, if I guess your name starts with N and ends with O, that's more than enough for you. But most people here don't really have a very good chance of being able to hit those shots. And yeah, I mean, it's very hard to connect with those when you are down there on those points. So interesting match. We do see anti-Excali. We do see the side of Revenant taking this first one. But the next one is going to be between Raw Fuel and JHS. And between those two, Edge, you and I both gave the edge to Rexy and Raw Fuel.
True.
Given the way this match went, though, are you going to change your opinion? I am curious.
See, this was how I predicted the first one, right? Excali and Anti, I thought they're gonna go with the raw aim and just the mechanical skill, but Logi actually was the one that was popping off with the aim, right? Some insane headshots coming in, not only with the AK, with the M4, with the AWP as well. We have seen some beautiful shots with the Deagle coming in as well. So if I still consider the raw aim factor, I think Raw Fuel is going to be my first pick coming in, and then maybe Harsh or Bad Love, and then Rex as well there. So I think I'll still stick to Raw Fuel and Rexy, but I want to see some close action again. I want to see it go to all 3 maps, because it's going to be lobby again to start off with, and then we have my favorite, your favorite as well, let's just call it City Palace, and then the last one is going to be Sky Platform. So it's going to be a different map coming in, but we don't know if we're going to be able to see that, because if it's a 2-0, then yeah, so be it.
I mean, I gotta make a correction there. When I said City Palace, I didn't mean it was my second favorite map. My first favorite is the control room. But City Palace is pretty fun to watch. Not gonna lie. I mean, I think there's a lot of interesting ways you can play those maps, and we certainly do see a meta developing for these symmetrical maps, right? Like maps where basically mirror versions, or where you could like slice it in half and still make sense. Symmetry wise, but what I was trying to say is that on these sorts of maps, it seems like it's more about getting that advantage and then keeping the enemy away from the point than about holding the points down yourself. On the map of control room, it was completely different. You could see whoever had the point had the advantage. It's not so easy to play keep away when you have multiple ways to approach that single point, and some points are just very hard to hold on to, especially that B point, considering it was on the low ground there. I mean, it was quite hard, but even then, what it really came down to was the weapon advantage. And oftentimes we saw whoever had the AKs, whoever had those rifles, was the one who ended up winning those duels, except for maybe towards the end there, where we did see a shotgun come into the play.
Okay.
We had the Glock as well. The Glock was fun to watch.
Glock burst fires.
Yeah, the Glock burst fires. I wish they buffed that. I literally don't see anyone ever using that in Counter-Strike. But like it is with these things, it's very hard to balance properly, man. You make one slight little tweak, and before you know it, everybody is going to be using that Glock and that burst fire mode. So you have to be very, very careful with how you buff these things. But again, I mean, fun map to watch. The next one is also going to start on lobby, followed by City Palace. And well, if we need to decide, are we going to be going to Sky Platform this time around? It is not going to be control room. And it should be interesting how it pans out between Rafu and Rexy against Michiko and Saints. You said it was Bad Love and forget the other
Harsh.
player's name. Harsh. There you go. Between them.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, I mean, for me, you did mention that you still favor raw fuel Rexy. I agree
Yes.
with you, although for me, the odds have changed a little bit. I mean, for me, it's more like 60% raw fuel Rexy and 40%, Bad Love and Mitchell. I mean, Bad Love and Stanex, Hush, that is. So, yeah, it's a little bit
Mhm.
it's. I want to say that there is an element of novelty to it, where if you are able to apply yourself a little bit, if you take some time to think about your approach, you can get the upper hand instead of just it being purely based on aim. I think it's a lot more based on aim when you are just playing symmetrical maps.
Well, looks like we might be heading onto a break here. So just make sure you have your popcorn, make sure you have your can of Red Bull, because we're going to be back in under a minute.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Never mind. Looks like it is doesn't matter anymore, as you're back with the Red Bull Flick 2v2 CSGO powered by Agon by AOC. My name is Floki. Joining me for this one is going to be Edge again. The first map, the first match, in case you missed it, went the way of Revenant and Anti-XX Cali. Now we're going to be having Raw Fuel Rexy go up against JHS. Should be a fun one. Again, Raw Fuel Rexy, of course, everybody knows them from Team Enigma in a different game. But yeah, at the end of the day, it doesn't really look like how good you are in the other game really matters, because last time around,
It's a different game.
it is a different game. Revenant, they did come out on top in the previous one. And I think this one might end up being a similar affair as well if Raw Fuel and Rexy don't take the time to think about what's going on.
Well, I'm just happy to see that Revenant can beat the players of Enigma at least in one game title. So that's all I'm going to say. I'm going to get some hate for it. But yeah, sure. It was a really short break as well.
Yeah.
It was a really short break. I hope you guys are, you have your snacks and everything. I mean, Floki already has his can of Red Bull. Well,
yeah.
I ran out of it. So Red Bull India, if you're watching this, you know my address. Please, maybe a couple of cans. It would be great. But anyway, moving on to the next matchup, right? It's going to be Team Raw Fuel X Rexy versus JHS. Not really sure what JHS stands for, but we do know that is the team of Harsh and Bad Love, who is playing from the account of Michiyoko. I mean, all these four players are well known in the community. Harsh and Bad Love are the teammates. They play for Reckoning Esports. And then we have players of Raw Fuel and Rex who play for Enigma Gaming. Right?
Oh, yeah.
So there's a lot of synergy once again going in between both these teams. So I want to see which players are. I mean, wouldn't you think it would have been better if Raw Fuel would have teamed up with one of the players on the side of Reckoning, and vice versa, and then maybe
It would be interesting.
things would have been interesting. Yeah, I mean, everyone's playing to win right now, but if it was just something for fun, that kind of a team chemistry would have been better, I believe, at least to watch.
Definitely. For sure, man. I mean, I would be very, very happy to see Raw Fuel playing, with Bad Love and, Rexy playing with Michiko. It would have been quite the thing, to say the least. I think, in my opinion, I believe it's always interesting when two players of opposite teams come together. There's an exchange of ideas, there's an exchange of play styles, and an exchange of knowledge as well, and approaches as to how you should play the game. And it's always fun to have that sort of contrast come in and have both players develop synergy on the fly. But in case you missed it, the brackets are in front of you. Revenant X anti-Excali did go the way of Revenant. And the next one is going to be between JHS as well as Rafael and Rexy. So that's what we have coming up in just a bit. But yeah, going back to my original point, I think that Rafael and Rexy, while they do have the upper hand in this one, if there's anything Game 1 has shown us, it is that it's more about getting to the points and controlling them and less about getting headshots and how well you aim. Because anti-Excali were fragging out of their mind, no doubt whatsoever. But
True.
Revenant,
But-
they were the ones holding down the points.
But here's my opinion. A little bit on the contrary. Yes, I mean, it's all about who gets to the capture point first. But after that, it's about who lands the headshots. Right? I mean, if you have the capture point, I mean, we did see Logi holding on to that position and landing some insane headshots with the AK, with the M4. I mean, not just when he was on the point, he was when who was his teammate again? I'm so sorry, I'm bad with the names. But his
you have-
teammate, it was Wimp, Saranj, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Saranj was the one holding on to the capture point, while Logi, he had a really good cover fire for him, and then he was just landing head. So if there's someone who's really, I mean, who's popping off, I mean, everyone, all these 4 players are really good with their aim, obviously. They're at their level right now because they've been practicing for a really long time. They wouldn't have been there otherwise. But there are days when you have a really good day. There are days when you might not be feeling yourself. You might be a little less impressive. So if it's one of those days, I mean, if both of them are feeling it, then might as well just go in for those double fights, and both of them can just stand in a really good crossfire. But if there's one player that's popping off, then he might be the one covering fire for the one who's standing inside the caption zone. I think that should be the ideal strat coming into this particular map. But once again, it's a map of lobby. So we did see the first time it was a bit of a really open map as well coming in, unlike control room or city plays also is really open. But I think lobby was a bit more a bit more wide. Yeah, it was just too easy to get killed from multiple angles. So you got to be careful. But I think the players are already in it. We're just waiting for the match to just begin.
Yeah, I mean, I think lobby is definitely a map that favors having one player going out there on some sort of fact-finding mission. Let him lurk, do his thing, bait you out a little bit even maybe. It's certainly a map where it's less about getting on the control point and more about controlling those open areas, making sure that the opponents can't just roam freely about, and they have to deal with the player who is not on the control point and sort of have that as leverage to make sure that your tickets stop taking down. Otherwise, if both players just end up going to the point, like you mentioned earlier, they're both just food. They're both just cannon fodder, right? You can fight them from so many different angles. And again, one of the main things about that map is that because it is long range, the op can play a very big factor. So if any player is able to get his hands on that op, I think he's going to be able to find a lot of kills. Although in a fast-paced scenario like this, you probably do want to have an AK over an op. Speaking of which, well, looks like we're going to be jumping straight into the game as we are live. And well, JHS, they have the lead.
Already coming in, but one more thing we forgot to mention, that this was the map where we looks like we're going back to the caster desk. But I mean, either way, we forgot to mention one thing. This was a map where we actually saw 5-7 come into play. The other 2 maps we haven't seen 5-7 a lot. Now I don't know how that works. Maybe it's just those randomizers there. It gives out a lot more 5-7s in the map on the map of lobby. But 5-7 versus. It's by default. Oh, okay, I think every map is like having one.
Default gun. Yeah, you get one default pistol. It's always something like you don't get the P250 if I remember correctly. It's always a USP, a 5.7, a Glock, or something
and
along
Deagle.
those lines. No,
Deagle as well.
Deagle?
We saw the Deagle.
We saw the
And
Deagle. Wasn't the Deagle picked up?
Okay, maybe. Yeah. So
could be.
But talking about 5-7s though, we had a topic between them and CZ. You obviously go for the 5-7. I personally like the CZ because I'm an op player, and when you have the op in hand, having a 5-7 is good. But if you have a really good precision, if you know the spray pattern of CZ, it's pretty easy to control as well. And here's the thing: 5-7. Okay, you can get a 1, 2, maybe 2 actually. With that in one magazine, even if you're panicking. With CZ, if you have a bit of luck coming into play, you might just get yourself 5 kills back to back in one spray. So that is what I like about CZ, but it all comes down to precision once again and personal preference, right? It's just about M4A1S and M4A4. Talking about M4s as well, which is your favorite, Flocky.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I like the M4A1S. You know what the sad part is? I remember, so when this buff came into the picture, I think it was 2 or 3 years ago. Right around that time, I had just purchased an Emperor skin for around 2K or 2.4K, and
Wait,
as soon as
Empress? Yeah, Empress is for the
the
AK, right?
Emperor,
Isn't
the
it?
Emperor.
Emperor. Okay.
Yeah, so the Empress is for the AK, and then they've got the counterpart, the blue one on the M4A4.
Yeah, that looks brilliant.
Yeah, so I bought that skin, and then just a couple of days later they buffed the M4A1S. But I also had an M4A1S skin, so I was quite happy. I had that leaded glass. It looks very, very cool, and I'm quite happy to use it. But yeah, between the two, I do like the M4A1S. I think the M4A1S is somewhat more versatile. Although I do wish there was a scenario where you could just take the silencer off, and that weapon would do something that it doesn't when the silencer is on.
I mean, yeah, I mean, you can take off the silencer, but then it just feels weird.
It just it doesn't do anything. I just feel like the weapon
It-
becomes worse.
I mean, okay, I don't know. I've never checked the stats, but I always thought that maybe when you took off the silencer, right, up close, I still think it
Deal more
deals
damage?
like 4 or 5 damage. Yeah, I think it does, or maybe it's much more penetrable. I think it's much more penetrable. It's one of these two. That's what I think. I've never actually checked the stats, but since the sound is a little different and it feels like the bullet just a little bigger or something like that, so I think it's much more penetrable. Or maybe when it penetrates, maybe it's like the wall damage, like the wall bang damage. I think it's a little higher.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll jump into a game and figure it out later on. But right now we're still waiting for the players. I think there's a minor technical glitch happening for one of the players or something like that. But anyway, we want all of these players to be, on their best game, have no issues with their internet, with the computers, because we want a 2v2. We want it to be a fair fight. We don't want any of these teams or players to play with a disadvantage. It was fun in the first one, so I can only expect this to be nothing less than that.
Certainly, I mean, it's certainly going to be interesting to see who comes out on top. We do not want these players to be playing at a disadvantage, like you mentioned. But going back a little bit, I want to tell you a little bit, a bit of a story. So I remember we were having this. I was playing this one game of Counter Strike, and I had a teammate of mine who bought the M41S, and every round at the start he would remove the silencer, and I, for the life of me, could not figure out why he's doing it. Long story short, he only got around eight kills. We lost that match pretty quickly. But I never understood what the hell he was trying to do. But if it is true that you do end up dealing more damage, it would make sense because he was always trying to play close angles with that. And I remember flaming the crap out of him for trying to do that. So if you're watching this, man, I'm really sorry. I just did not know what it is that he was trying to do. But yeah, on a different note, I do like the M4A4 a lot more when it's up close. And I think the M4A4 also, I mean, the fact that it has got 30 rounds in one magazine, it often goes a little bit unappreciated, because if you do end up hitting those headshots, you can potentially get 3, maybe 4 kills before you actually need to reload. With the M4A1S, if you whiff initially, well, there's no going back. At some point, you're going to have to reload. It's all going to come down to how well you can quickly, tap fire. And again, I mean, I think it's that between the two weapons, that's the real difference. Like, you can spray down with an M4A4, can't really spray down with an M4A1S. But I think the situations where you actually do need to spray down as a CT, or rather as anyone, in fact, are so few and far between that I don't think that difference is worth it. So the fact that we see M4A1S in the meta these days and everyone using it makes a lot more sense, right? So yeah, I just wish it had some use without the silencer on, and I still, for the life of me, can't figure out what is it that it does. If it does do extra damage close range, then I'm going to try that in my lobbies. I'm going to try that in my games. If you queue with me, I apologize well in advance for the things I'm going to be doing. Because, yeah, I mean, that's quite something. Because if you can hold close angles with it, you have to make the comparison to M4A4, right? Is it really something you want to be doing? Because if you're going to be holding those, you might as well have the M4A4, correct? Why do you want to have a weapon with a lower fire rate, a weapon that does less damage, that has less bullets in its magazine? I mean, it just doesn't make much sense. But hey, maybe if there is a merit to using that, then I just might try it. Although,
I mean, we'll try that. After the game, after this event. But right now, let's just jump into the game once again, because the players are back, and I cannot wait to see what they have in store for us right now. It is gonna be the map of lobby, and I think we haven't appreciated the map the first time. This is also not bad. I mean, it doesn't look as colorful as the other maps, as the control room. as
Yep.
City Palace, obviously. But it's still they're pretty sick.
Yeah, it looks like the head office of a billion-dollar corporation. It looks like this is what the
What
ground
now?
floor-
A head office of what?
a bill. This is probably
Oh.
what look like. You got these huge walkways, big open spaces, or maybe this is what a campus looks like.
Maybe this is what Valve headquarters looks like.
maybe this is what Bitch Pilani looks like. I'll never know what that looks like because I never made it there. Yeah, but jokes aside, looks like it is going to be the side of JHS with a small but significant lead early on. 20 seconds remaining on the C point though, and now it seems that Rofil and Rexy are struggling to get over there as Stanex does get his hands on Rofil. Well, let's see how much Counter-Strike he remembers. I'm sure he's going to be trying to press E to dash away after kills and then be confused.
I'm so sorry, but I can't resist myself. But I'll show.
Yeah.
Wait, I'll tell you something. Next time Rofil comes up, I want you to take a look at his profile picture or like just his display picture. Okay, I'm sorry, Rofil, but you
Yeah.
look cute, bro. That's all I'm saying. Just take a look at it. And also, I really like Michioko's one as well. I mean, Shiba Inu. But he gets a beautiful random jump, and Rofil's right in front of him. Look at it. Look at it. Look at it
Oh,
right
yeah.
now.
I
See
mean,
what I'm talking about?
I do. His expression, it reminds me of, a person who is. Yeah, I mean that's the look I would have on my face for the first 60 minutes of playing this map, because for the first 60 seconds of playing this map, because I wouldn't know what the hell is going on. But yeah, slowly but surely we can see the players start to get settled in. Rofil and Rexy. It's like Rexy will be controlling the B point for the time being as Stanex and his friend Michiko try to come around from the flank. Rofil will get picked up. Oh, Stanex with that AK. Getting all those headshots day in and day out. Michiko, Empress in hand. Can he make the kills happen? No, he cannot. Rex bests him with the 5.7, and that really is something. You see a 5.7 go toe-to-toe with an AK-47. That is, that really makes you wonder. I mean, which guns are truly the most broken in CSGO? Is it the AWP or is it the pistols?
I mean, here's the thing. AWP is not broken. I mean, it might feel like it since you can easily no scope.
Yeah.
You can easily the no scopes are a little easier when compared to other game titles. That's all I'm saying. But you still need like really good aim with it. So and you need to be precise as well. But if you're talking about broken weapons,
The Negev.
Negev is obviously on top of the list. But the other one is I think SG553. Just the scope and a one-shot potential, the one-tap potential on the head. That calls for something, right? I mean, AK is also a one-tap headshot, understandable, but it's not that easy, and you don't have a scope on it, for God's sake. But on the SG, there's a scope, and it's really good. And also, yeah, the fire rate is a little less when compared to the other weapons. But you still don't need it. You can just go for the burst fires, a couple of shots here and there. Once again, scope in with that beautiful dot in the center. You can just get yourself another kill. But just like that, everything's done and dusted. Because Rofil, they're down and out. JHS, they get themselves a victory. And looks like Flocky, your prediction once again on point, sir.
Well, I still gave Rofil Rexy 60-40 odds, so I mean I'm still in the wrong. But we'll see if they can make a bit of a difference over here. Rofil picks up the Galil, finds one, but Stanex is there to best him. And again, that 5-7 coming in clutch. A point up for grabs as JHS will be the ones to stand on it for the time being. It's Rofil and Rexy. Try and wrap around, try and make something happen. And there it is, Michiko providing support with the Galil there from a distance. Only 20 HP remaining, and Rex will clean him up with the 5-7. Looking to find some more. So close to getting a headshot. He will connect, and there it is. Stanex gets cleaned up as Michiko finds Rofil elsewhere on the map. Rex so deadly with that 5-7. As Michiko down to 6 HP, but he will still get both of those frags. And Rofil Rexy starting to lose out on those tickets. They better start to contest this point. Or well, start to go for a different one. Nice frag coming out. There's a little bit of damages. He was on the other side of that blast radius.
Gotta be careful though. The positioning and the positioning, as I was just talking about that, the Max 7. Okay, I think it's just a randomizer, right? So you just go towards that, you get a random weapon over there. You get one of the rifles, you just get one of the two that's just over there, the holograms. But what a shot coming in from Michioka. Gets himself a double, he gets himself the Galil again. And now the capture point is towards the sea for 45 seconds. And Raufio, he just picked up the AK. What a shot coming in by Michioka with an instant trade. But all the kills, once again, doesn't really matter. It's all about the capture points. It's all about the tickets. And JHS, once again, they have a really good lead. 14 ticket deficit. And Raufio Rexy, well, if they want to have any chance of making it, they gotta step up right now. But this is once again kind of like the first match as well. The first game it's completely dominant from one side, and then the second map we have the close one, and it's gonna go the third. And the first team that actually wins the first match might just come out on top. You never really know.
Yeah, they certainly could. But JHS going with the tag team approach, but in fact it is the duo of Raufio and Rexy that comes out on top as they're able to take down Michioka and Stanex. As now the B point up for grabs. JHS, they will make their way there, but for some reason Rexy and Raufio are camping it out near C. Don't think they quite caught the memo there. They still don't know if they're on the right point, and I think they realize it now. They're like, oh well, it's not C, it's actually on B, guys. Nah. Start to hide hidden over there. Rex, 13 HP. That nade gonna put him down to just 1. And Stanex will finish him off. In the end, Raufio, that frag doesn't really end up doing anything at all. In fact, all it does is alert the side of JHS to his position as they clean him up. Now it's time for round 2 for Raufio and Rexy. Again, you pick up all these weapons. It takes a lot of time for you to get towards the point and actually try to contest it. Raufio gonna be holding on for the time being, waiting for his teammate to come in, but just a little bit too early over there. And even though Rex Messiah was there to get that trade, the point has now switched over to C. And by the time they got to B, it was already too little too late as Raufio and Rexy confused as all heck, bewildered of what's happening. And you can see Michioka taking full advantage of it. And well, Rexy, when he does know where the enemy is coming from, he's pretty good at hitting those shots, but information sort of hard to find. Stanex, nice flash coming out from him, does delay the push, but not for long. Rex,
Pretty much over.
yeah, this is done for. JHS should be able to get that round finish over here. I mean, Michioka is going to get on point and prevent his tickets from going down, but I don't think it even matters at this point. Raufio and Rexy should be losing out the first map very quickly as I don't blame them. It's very hard to get acclimatized to this sort of situation. I mean, it's not same Counter-Strike. This is not team deathmatch. It is not dependent on how many frags you get. All it really comes down to is who ends up controlling the point, and if you're able to do that, you can easily take the series 2-0. But before we do get there, we will still be having one more map as the next map is probably gonna be the first map was lobby. Second map is gonna be City Palace. There you go. And after City Palace is done, we will be going on to a Sky platform. But interesting match so far. I think Raufio and Rexy, it's gonna take some time again, like I said, for them to hop into the server and get back into the groove of things. But the second map should be a lot closer.
For sure. I mean, once again, it's also really a good lead coming in for them. 41 tickets. They still had it. JHS, I think it's the highest as of today. But I want to ask you this, Flocky. What do you think? Is there going to be a round where maybe the other team can still have 50 points while the other team runs out of tickets? If that happens, I mean, I wanted to say something about 70, 80, but then that's a little too much to ask for. So 50, I think it's a fair number, and I think it's a really good ask as well. I mean, we already see 41 this time. What do you think? 50 tickets? Can that happen?
I don't think so. I think this time around, Raufio and Rexy are going to be on top of the game a lot more. They kind of got a feel for how this map works. I think once they spent those glorious 20 seconds on C figuring out why the hell no one is pushing them all of a sudden, and then they looked at the map and they realized they're standing on the wrong point. I think that sort of has hammered it home for them that they need to be paying a little bit more attention to the mini map and to the notifications that keep popping up while you're on the map, so they will make their way towards the right point. But to answer your point, I don't think we'll see 50. I do have a very interesting question though. Let's say neither of the players ever end up going on to the point since the very start of the game. They both drain tickets at an equal rate, correct? So who ends up on top? Now that's probably a more interesting question to answer.
Okay. Yeah, that is something that even I honestly don't know. But okay, wait a second. What is happening? Did we just go into
The
match
highlights.
yet again? I don't think this is the highlights because they're.
No, these
This
are
is-
the highlights. This is lobby being played again.
Are you sure? Because this looks like they're playing it right now. There you go. I can see the ticket count is dropping in. Are they going in for the same map once again? Can they do that?
They might be able to, in fact. Yeah, it does seem like that is the case. Okay, then. Well, looks like we're going to be jumping into lobby again, folks. Sorry, no no City Palace this time around. We are going to be playing another iteration of lobby, and you can see the disappointment in the voice of Mr. Edge right here, as Rafuel finally able to pick up some kills as he starts to get into the groove of things. StayNX comes in from the flank, and that 5-7 always so powerful. It's like a Glock, but it actually does damage.
Okay. Okay. That's that's a beautiful description of the weapon. But yeah, it actually does damage.
Yeah.
What?
Oh.
Wait, how? What? At that range with the mag?
I think he must have been quite low. Rafuel must have softened him up. That could have explained it.
Oh god. Okay, I hope so. Because if that's a new buff coming into the game, then yeah, good luck.
Yeah.
Swag 7 meta. Here we go. But
Oh,
stay
yeah.
next. Look at.
What is that range? Wow,
I
that is,
don't. Okay.
that is a little ridiculous, not gonna lie. You shouldn't be able to get headshots at that range with a shotgun. It's a shotgun, for crying out loud. Nowhere does it says it's a marksman rifle or a
He
scope
wasn't
assault
even-
rifle.
Oh my
Oh.
god! Like.
Yeah.
Okay, this game is okay. Okay, I'm so sorry. I'm just much more focused on the headshot. This looks like a team deathmatch rather than the capture point because no one's giving a damn about the point as of now. Everyone's focusing on getting those kills, landing those beautiful headshots, and look at that. StayNX once again takes down Rafuel, and they're dropping tickets yet again. JHS with a lead, a good 14 ticket lead. Oh, actually 13 as of now. But the weapons and the utility, gotta be careful. UMP.
Oh wow.
A little bit of a collide, but that's about it.
Yeah, it's a little bit of damage done over here, but Rafuel and Rexy a little bit late to the party. The smoke. Oh! Look at Rex catching him on the edge of that smoke. Picks up the shotgun, now will sit in the smoke himself. Needs another one if he wants to really put the shotgun to work. Pulls out the 5-7, realizes that at that range, unless he had the max 7, he would not be winning that duel. So, will pull out the 5-7 instead, and Rafuel also gets spotted. Nice flash coming in, but peeks out before it pops. StayNX was there to get that kill. And Rafuel Rexy yet to get on the point. 10 seconds remaining on the clock. The next point should reveal itself. It is going to be B. And if they try to fight this for no reason, it's not really going to result in much. Look at that, only 4 seconds remaining. And while Rafuel does get on point, it's it doesn't make that much of a difference as the B point is now up for grabs and there's going to be no one in the way. Oh no, wait, have they forgotten again? No way. No, Rafuel and Rex. Now they realize that the point is actually on B, and now they're going to start hightailing it towards that area. But look at that, Michiko's already picked up the AWP. They've been given time to set up, and Rafuel think he's made enough noise that Michiko knows, and he will be able to get that pick. Rex tests the AWP with the AK in his hands, and Michiko will clean him up from the side, but yeah, Rafuel Rexy, again, a little bit late to the party. The invitation did really go out in time, or rather, they didn't check their mailbox. The letter was sent. It stood there, it rotted, and now, well, there's no food remaining. The buffet, it's all over. Only 10 points remaining for Rafuel and Rexy. 9 seconds, or rather, well, 8 seconds now remaining on the clock before JHS confirms this win. There you go, a little bit of friendly fire as well from StayNX. The game is not hard enough for them.
They're like, we'll just damage ourselves a bit and we'll let Rafuel and Rexy. Now that's the highest level of, let's say, insult to injury. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm not gonna say anything else. I wanted to say something else, but Okay, last time the ticket count was 41. This time I thought we might get 50, but it was 42. So it's high. Once again, JHS with the lead, with one round already in the bag for themselves. And now let's see the final, could be the final round, could be maybe we might go into the third round if somehow Rafael and Rexy finally understand what the hell's going on. Because, yeah, as you said, they are quite confused. They don't really understand, but I don't blame them at all, right? Ooh, since we were just watching, and even it took us like one couple of minutes to actually understand what exactly is going on. But I think okay. Now here's one more thing. If they were in the boot camp, the Enigma's boot camp, I'm pretty sure Antidote and Excalibur have told them how it works. But now since I believe, whoa,
Bichio,
whoa,
a flying shotgun. Yeah, indeed. Rexy, he's had enough of this. Yeah, he's just going at it with the Galil, but Xanax will shut him down for the time being. Although you were making a point earlier, Edge. Can you go on, please?
Oh, okay, I actually forgot because that Max 7 shot blew my mind away. I actually forgot what I was even talking about. But yeah, as I was saying, if they were in the boot camp, they would have, they would have had that convo with their teammates, and they would have understood how this particular map and particular game mode works. But Rex, he just gets himself a triple with the 5-7 standing right in center of the capsule zone, and Michiyoko with the Swag 7. He's not letting it go. But Rex, how does he keep doing this? The 5-7, it feels like maybe all the guns are buffed, or maybe it's just buffed if it's in the hands of Rex. Look at him. And Rex Messiah, yeah, he is definitely a god right now. Ooh. A little bit of weird whiff. But look at that, he's tracing him perfectly through the smoke. Rex, now he's also going to be missing a couple of shots with the 5-7. He may be getting himself one. Is it going in for the knife? What's happening? Why are they just giving away kills like this?
Yeah, like I said earlier, the game wasn't hard enough for them, so now they're really trying to give Raw Fuel and Rexy a chance. But looks like it's not gonna matter. The AK, a bit of a whip there at long range. Rex is there to get that trade, and the UMP. Oh! Perfect jiggles from Stanex. Takes the head clean off of Rex's shoulders, and that's that. The point now belongs to JHS again, for what it's worth. 40 seconds remaining on the clock for C before it switches again, and Raw Fuel is going to be able to find Stanex. Michiyoko has to be a little bit careful because Rex was coming around the corner there. And finally, looks like Raw Fuel and Rexy, they've understood what they need to do. Standing on the correct points. Oh, no.
Yeah. It does. It does look like they actually understand what the motive is, what the objective is as of now. But they're still on the back foot, right? They still need to work a little harder. Raw Fuel, you can see. Here's the thing. It still feels like Raw Fuel is still going for those kills, right? You can see him, shift walking there the entirety of the duration. But Michiyoko and Stanex, like, look at this. Okay. You know what? GGWP go next. Maybe after this they can actually understand. Maybe, guys, Raw Fuel, maybe just call up your teammates and tell them. Because you don't camp in this game mode. At least in that particular corner.
Yeah, that
is something you do in, like, a competitive scenario or in a team deathmatch as well. I would understand that. But in a capture mode, you don't camp.
Oh,
Rex, I think, gets the hit of it.
Certainly. I mean, Rex, even back in the 2 easy days, this guy was known to be deadly on the AK. A little bit, sometimes he'd be a little less consistent, but man, seeing Rex having a field day was always such a treat. This man can hit the nastiest of flicks out there, and even with the 5-7, he can best people with guns of better and higher caliber. And with that, Raw Fuel and Rexy, they might just be getting their first round win on board over here. As we see, both their tickets not dropping for the time being. The point has switched over to C for now. Oh my god. Okay, well, there they are. The tickets finally starting to tick down a little bit. Raw Fuel and Rexy will make their way towards C, but JHS, they're already squatting on top of it. It's all going to come down to this fight. Molly thrown out to make sure that no one can come in from top platform, while Raw Fuel trying to take the fight on the ground floor. He's not going to succeed. Michiyoko is going to clean both of them up, and that should be it. The double G's should be dropped. It is all over. JHS should be taking this one 2-0.
2-0 yet again. Now the last. See, look at them. look at them again. They're just camping Rockville.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, I mean, okay. Not really sure why we played this particular map of lobby twice, but whatever may be the reason, I think we might have to play it again because Rafael is still a little stuck about how this game mode works. I just hope coming into the next map, because it's City Palace, first things first, it's my favorite one. So I just hope he understands and he gets the gist of it. But I mean, talking about Michiyoko though, I mean, damn, Bad Love's been practicing with the aim, I believe. I mean, he's landing shots, but Rex as well. He still has his muscle memory on point, even with all of the CS weapons, especially the 5.7, some insane stuff. But the Mag 7 at that range, I don't know if that a buff. Did it buff, or were there some changes happening here, Flocky?
yeah, that definitely does not seem proper to me. I mean, at that range, to be able to hit headshots with the max out and convert kills, it should never happen. But
True.
yeah, there might have been some changes while we were gone. Maybe they reduced the spread on the shot of the max 7. Nobody wants to go back to that meta though. I think I remember when max 7 first came out. It was still early days of Counter Strike. I think everybody was using that gun. It was a beast. I think even at mid range, if I recall correctly, and I think it had a more bullets as well back then than it does now. I think right now it only has
6, I think.
6. Yeah, I think it used to have 7 or 8 at one point.
Well, before we head on to the second map, we will be taking a look at the recap once again. And there you go, Rex. Look at that. That Mag 7 kills was just phenomenal to watch. But I mean, it's not just him. I mean, if you take a look at the kills coming in from Michiyoko, Rafael, as well as Staynex, it was just fabulous to watch. But I mean, everyone. Okay, first when we played the map for the first time, right? Rex also did not understand what exactly needs to be done. But the side of JHS, they knew what they had to do. But the second time we played this map, Rexy kind of got a hold of it, but Rafael was still looking to go for the kills, especially this positioning. Like, he was just camping, waiting for the kill. So not really sure, because the capture point still had around 30 seconds on the clock. So him camping doesn't make sense, but maybe it's just a game plan. Maybe Flocky, maybe it's just a game plan that they had in their mind, or maybe it was just him not able to understand. And I know we're just stressing on that fact for a while now. I don't want to make him feel bad, but I just want it to be a fair game, because I'm pretty sure. I mean, it was already a really close one, that was the last round, but I'm pretty sure they would have taken it home if they just understood what they needed to do.
Certainly. I mean, I think we should be jumping into the next match very, very shortly between Reunite and JHS. In case you want to know what the map rotation looks like, well, we're going to be starting off on Digital Archives, followed by Control Room, then City Palace. If we do end up going to a 4th and 5th map, it's going to be Sky Platform and Lobby all over again. So the map rotation a bit reversed this time around. And seeing Control Room as a second map really makes me glee with joy. Makes me quite happy, because I think Control Room is one of those maps which is a lot more different compared to Lobby or City Palace, or any map that is sort of has some sort of symmetry to it. Because you have all those different angles, you have all those different possibilities. It's to make a comparison. It's sort of like I wouldn't really call it Inferno, because Inferno is not the right map, but it is sort of like Mirage. You have sort of the whole kaleidoscope of colors. You have all those different types of engagements.
Like the Palace is pretty much like the apartments. It's like the similar kind of symmetry. And I mean, you're right. City Palace is a map like that. I mean, but here's the best thing about these maps. If you have the mid control, you pretty much have the entirety of the map, because you control everything from mid, right? Even in City Palace, you have that bridge area over there. You can look over to A from that particular space. You can look over to C from that particular space as well. So if you have the bridge control, one of the players, if there's someone every time on the bridge, you can pretty much control everything, but not the capture point on ANC, right? You need one player on the bridge and then the other one towards those capture points. And I think that's the best way to play the map of City Palace. That's exactly why I like it, because there's one always camping, which I do. I am a camper in game. If you ever go into a lobby and you find a camper hiding in Palace, especially on the map of Mirage, that's me. Palace is my second home. Yeah, my house is not that big, so I just imagine that to be, I just pretend that's my house, but There's this
Yeah.
really nice couches and stuff. So I just sit there for a while. And trust me, like last 15 seconds, until the timer hits 15 seconds, I just sit in Palace and then I jump out, try to get the bomb plan. If I don't, I just blame my team. Typical.
Absolutely. And this is the first person I report in every single game of mine whenever I see the
Shit, no wonder I got banned.
Yeah,
no,
no,
I
but,
didn't, guys, by the way.
yeah, no, but jokes aside, I mean, I do think that, Mirage is probably the more correct. I mean, I wouldn't say it's a close comparison. It's more like a best like 30% resemblance to it. But, Control Room is similar in the sense that you have fights for every single range. You got those mid-range fights, you got those long-range fights, you got those short-range fights. And, Mirage is a similar place. You can have lots of people holding lots of different angles. You always have those long engagements all the way from mid or ticket booth, towards A main. In Control Room, you've got the A point with those very, very long angles. You've got the B point, which has a mix. You got those mid-range angles, you got some close angles and some long angles as well. It really comes down to how the enemy team decides to push it. Lots of different options, permutations and combinations. But you go towards that C, and all of a sudden it's all very closed off, and it becomes very, very fun to see all those shotguns and SMGs and even Glocks sometimes come and blast out at each other. And to say time and time again, Control Room, obviously one of my favorite maps to watch. I'm excited to see how that one goes. But the first one is going to be Digital Archives, a map that we really haven't seen any of. And if I'm not wrong, that map also does have a lot of ways that you can teleport about. So just figuring that out is going to be a task in and of itself for all of these players.
Wait a second. Are we jumping? Are we
No,
jumping
we're
onto
not.
Digital Archives right now? Oh,
No,
we're
we're
going
not
into City
jumping
Palace,
straight
right?
into it. No, I think the first map is Digital Archives. I think that is the rotation, or am I incorrect here? You know what? Let me just double check here.
Because we are done with map number 1. That was lobby. So I think it's time for City Palace and then, Sky Platform or something like that. I think that was the rotation. But whatever it is, it's going to be fun for sure. But one more thing, guys. I mean, this is the OG Reunite. There are other matches happening simultaneously to see which team is going to be representing India in Copenhagen. So now, one thing, I mean, I'm not really sure how it works. Are they going to be flying all the way to Copenhagen? Are they going to be playing on a LAN? Or will they be playing online? But if it's online, it's good. But if they actually, fly to Copenhagen, sheesh, that's going to be a really good experience for the players as well. And I think, I'm pretty sure all these players are really excited for that as well. They're trying their best. And we'll be talking about them later on. But right now, we're focused on the OG Reunite, right? Because we want to see what the old dogs still have in store for us. And as of now, the one we had the interview with, right, the Antidote, and okay, we had interview with Antidote, but he was teamed up with Excali. Unfortunately, they couldn't make it to the finals. And the side of Revenant, the new ones, to be honest, like I mean, on paper, new ones at least, because they also were in the scene for a really long time. They make it. Wait a second.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, we are going to be having Revenant go up against HS. What is it though? What catches your fancy, Edge?
I'm sorry, what? I mean, so we're not going to be having map 2 and map 3? Some technical issue?
No, I think lobby was. I mean, we had a best of 2. I'm sorry, a best of 3 on lobby itself, right? So I think that does it for Raw Fuel Rexy versus JHS. Because JHS won both of those maps, they are going to be moving on to the finals here in the BO3 between them and Revenant. This should be fun. But yeah,
it's going to be fun. But I feel a little bad because both of my picks went horribly wrong. Oh,
hey man,
boy.
that's life. You gotta have 4 years of making the wrong predictions before you finally start to get the right one at least. It doesn't matter. It's always 50-50, man. It's always 50-50. If you go into it blindly. But yeah, I do think that one of the more, I guess one of the things that we haven't spoken about as much is less so about the maps and more so about where the weapons are spawning. I mean, at this point, there's really a debate to be had, and it is are the AKs as well as the AUGs and the SGs really worth going all the way, going out of your way for? Do they give you enough of an advantage on this map, considering all those angles? And I think that is a question that is very map specific, something that we haven't figured out. Although for the time being, I do believe we are jumping into a small commercial. We're going to be right back.
Redbull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, there you go. I've just finished drinking my water. Welcome back to the Red Bull Flick 2v2 CSGO, powered by AOC. My name is Fluky. Joining me for this one is going to be Edge. And again, we have the grand finals, at least for this bracket upon us. It's going to be a best of 5 between JHS as well as Revenant. Of course, we saw a very, not a very close match in the second one, but a close one in the first one. And TX Caddy really did do a lot of work to try and push it to a game 3. They made it there, but in the end, it was the side of Revenant who ended up besting them out. So, yeah, it's going to be them going up against JHS. And once again, we have the script a little bit flipped on its head this time around. We can be starting off with Digital Archives for the first map. It can be followed up by Control Room. Then we move on to City Palace. And then finally, if we still haven't decided, if still the victor has not been decided, we'll move on to Sky Platform and also Lobby. And this should be, it should be fairly interesting to see who comes out on top over here. Because both of these teams have been rather on point. I think, I think the side of JHS might have been even putting in some more practice. It did seem like they had a very good idea of what they were doing. Between the two, I do think that Revenant were a little bit more scrappy and scuffed.
That is true. I mean, if you okay, now we'll be talking about the original, the normal matches that were actually happening here coming in, and these are the teams that are playing in right now, and they're gonna. One of these teams will be representing India in Copenhagen. So we've had Lot versus Prabhabroskis. That's the name? Yeah, that's the name. And Prabhabroskis obviously bested Lot, and they are coming in. And Rat Syndicate actually got taken down by ST. Is that Skyesports? Yeah, I think that's the name. And Rat Syndicate, I still remember it's a really big name coming in Counter-Strike community. So it's kind of surprising for them to go down, just like how it was surprising in the OG's Reunite. But Wicked versus Only Friends came out on top. ACME versus Team Wolf. Well, Acme did come out on top, and right now this is going to be another semifinals, and I think this is where we're heading on to first. Right, we're done with the OG Reunite for a while. We're gonna let them take a break. Let them take a breather because they're the old dogs. They do need some space to breathe. But now, this is what I'm interested about, right? Because OG Reunite, they're going to be playing in. It's just for fans. It's just for the fun, for the community. But four of these teams, like one of these 4 teams will be representing India, right? Now, that is huge because they're not just playing for fun. They're not playing for the money. They're not playing for the bragging rights. They're playing for the entire goddamn country now. Now, everyone will be looking up to them. And if they somehow manage to, maybe come out on top in the entire thing, maybe that puts Indian esports somewhere on the map. I think that might happen.
Could be, most certainly. I mean, the 2v2 mode is certainly quite interesting and has its own little intricacies that need to be accounted for. But the open bracket should be a lot more fun. They should be a lot more competitive as well because I assume these players, obviously these players have played a lot more matches in comparison to the folks who were on the OG Reunite side. So, between the two, I do believe we should be seeing some more in-depth strats being called out over years and, probably some sort of meta that has already been developed and counters that are already in place, for those set strats as well. I'm very interested to see how they play the map of, City Palace, though, because that is one of those maps where, it is open enough so that there are a lot of possibilities that can happen. But then again, there is a certain order and structure to it that if you maintain, you will be rewarded. And of course, I'm talking about, maintaining control of that A point, for example. It always helps to have one player just going on stairs, keeping an eye on the platform down there while the other player tries to keep an eye on the lifts and the longer range deals on the main bridge itself, on the point itself. So, we certainly are starting to see, lots of different patterns here. Although, I imagine these players are already going to be ahead of that. I think at this point, all the knowledge that we've acquired so far watching the OG Reunite matches must be common knowledge, quote-unquote, for all of these players. And hopefully we get to see some more interesting in-depth strats. What is it that you want to see in particular, Edge?
I mean, from these players, I just want to see something new. I want to see some. I mean, right now we already seen the plays being made from the OGs coming in. They were just playing basic Counter Strike, the basic aim game, and the one playing passive, one playing aggressive kind of meta. But talking about these players now, they have been in a community. They've been in a community for a real long time now, and at the same time, might be new players as well. You never really know. That's the best thing about this. They might have that element of surprise. They will obviously catch the opponents off guard, but they might also catch us by surprise. So I want to see what kind of strats they're going to be coming up with. Or they're going to be going in for the basic gunplay, or are they going to be some new utility strat coming in? Are there going to be two players in the capture side, or maybe the same 1-1 strat coming in? This is what I feel like. But at the same time, I want to see how patient can they be and how close are these matches. I just want none of these to be one-sided. Maybe a couple of maybe 1-2-0 is okay, but if all of these go into like a 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, that's going to be a little disappointing. But yeah, let's see what happens, because right now, my mind is not in a good place, because here's the thing. The OGs, I lost both my predictions.
Yeah, don't worry.
So I don't really know these players as well. If I look at the names, Anish, there's Sibiranza on the side of Prabhabroskis on Super Duper Cora. We have Vulvi. I think I've seen him play a couple of times, R2B2 as well. These two players, phenomenal stuff. So if once again, if you talk about stats, I'm going to be sticking with Vulvi2 and R2B2.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, certainly. I mean, I think Prabhabroskis over here certainly have the upper hand, but sorry, you were talking about Super Duper Cora, never mind.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, those names might be a bit more recognized, but then again, it's I think it sort of comes down to who's practiced this map a bit more. Of course, raw mechanics matter at the end of the day, and based on what I can see on Faceit, I do see why you made that prediction, considering the Faceit levels. But
and no, not just that, actually. I've seen them play a lot of CSGO tournaments, so I'm familiar with these two names, but the other two names, I'm familiar with Anish because it's the same name, that it's my name, basically. So that's one name I'm familiar with, but Sibiranza, I haven't seen him a lot. But Vulvi2 and R2B2, I've seen them win a couple of tournaments as well, the other tournaments. So these two players, regardless of their Faceit ranks, Faceit ranks, maybe the other players, they have so strong, really good ranks, right? Or maybe they're global elites in the game. You never really know. Maybe not. Not everyone plays Faceit, but R2B2 and Vulvi2, they're in a really good team, well-known team, and I kind of don't remember the exact name, but yeah, they are from a really good team and they play really well. The synergy is going to be there. I just hope that Sibiranza and Anish are also teammates, maybe not just two friends that are playing together, because it is open qualifiers. If it is just open brackets, it's welcome to all. You don't need to be in a team. It can just be two players playing together. So with that, we are ready to jump in. It's going to be a Sky platform, something new for us to watch here, Floki. So,
this is a map I remember.
Oh, you remember this?
Yes, I remember this. There are lots of interesting things over here. There is also one very sick jump that you can make from the middle that gets you an off. But I wonder if anybody is actually going to be making that as it does look like Super Duper Cora. Yeah, there you go. There's one of those jumps. There's another jump like that from the middle area that does get you an off. But for the time being, it looks like Anish is going to be trying to spam through that glass. Doesn't go through that, I'm not too sure. Didn't look like it. Vulvi2 is going to be able to pick him up as well. And
timing.
Nice flank coming in here from Sibiranza, and he's going to be able to get control of the point as a result. But Vulvi2 just jumps up with the Max 7, no cares in the world, deletes people straight up. And R2B2 as well. It's like these guys clearly are the favorites over here. And look at those jumps.
Yeah, okay. Maybe Sky platform might just take that #1 spot for me, from City Palace now, because of those jumps especially. They are just wonderful. You can just strafe midair and it looks really good. But you can see now, the difference between these players and the OGs there, right? They're going in for those kills, but at the same time, they're getting those couple of capture points. For OGs, they were more like, it's either going to be kills, and then capture points all the time. But here, they have this really good balance. They go getting those kills, maybe like 2-3, and then staying on the capture point for not more than 5 seconds. I'm not really sure why exactly, but this strat, I like it. Brilliant stuff coming in, but the deficit now is increasing on the side of Super Duper. Actually, sorry, on the side of Prabha, they're losing a lot more tickets. And ooh, what happens if you fall down? You
die.
Die, right?
Yeah, you just die. There is nothing to blame except for your own inability to strafe midair, and this is why you should have been practicing serves. But yeah, it does look like they're going to be trying to fight over here, Probabroskis, as they continue to lead out points. Wolvie too, though. I mean, he's just having a field day. Looks like will in the end be able to get the kill on a niche, but okay, CB Ranza plucks him out of the sky with a P250 there. But Wolvie too, P250 in his hand is going to be able to get a niche. And with that, Probabroskis, they continue to bleed out points as B Point firmly in control of well, the members from Super Duper Kora here.
Well, let's see how this one goes. Ooh, Wolvie
wow.
too now taking a bit of landing a couple of shots, but not able to get that kill. And Super Duper Kora, well, looks like they are popping off. For once, my prediction is not going south. I really like this one now. I wanted to see, you know, one of those games, one of those rounds where we have 50 tickets on one team still there. I think we might just get, you know, 10 better than that. So 60 might just be the case. But Super Duper Kora, I mean, Probabroskis, they're having a really tough time here. But it's still the first round. So we're going to cut some slack. Maybe give them, ooh, a chance in the next one.
Wow.
2v2. That's it. It's over. It's all over. 61 tickets.
Oh yeah, there it is.
61.
That is kind of nuts, not gonna lie. But there's still one more round to be played between Probabroskis and Super Duper Kora. And looks like this time around Probabroskis will start out on top. They do have more tickets and their nemesis there. The A point is gonna be up for the taking. And there it is, Super Duper Kora. Now on them to try and get those frags. The nation standing firmly on top of A. The back 7 though comes flying in. Wolvie able to pick up that kill. My god, look at it just flying around the map. On the sky platform here. Zato B2 continues to be a bit of a pain. Anish though. Got the max 7. He's gonna be able to get one. Can he find 2? Yes, he can. Wolvie 2 gets cleaned up as well. And with that, Probabroski is showing signs of life over here. CB Ranza is also able to find R2B2. Wolvie 2 though, always annoying with that max 7.
Yeah, man, R2B2, they gotta be really careful. The positioning was good, and this is a little closer, you know, a little closer compared. He's going for the knife, he doesn't get it. Ouch. That would have been an insult to injury. Look at him. What is happening
here? Oh my god. That is just painful. They're trying to run and gun and trying to get them, but yeah, it really isn't working right now. Well, CB Ranza as well as Niche, they sort of need to get their heads back in the game. They need to calm down, take a bit of a breather, just let whatever's happening slide and come at it from a fresh perspective. They are trying to do that, but R2B2 with the scout just has all of their numbers as he cleans them up from a distance. Anish with the AK able to spray one down, will get Wolvie, but the question is, can he actually make it to the point? Well, now with R2B2 dead, he can certainly try, but Wolvie from the flank is going to be able to get him, and look at him with the A4 flying in the air, but CB Ranza will be able to clean him up. R2B2 though, quick to get the response, and with that, Super Duper Kora, they will have the advantage. Probabroskis, they now start to bleed out tickets. It's going to be a little bit hard for them to come back with no map control whatsoever.
Wolvie. I mean, Anish is he's trying for that mid-air shots coming in. I really like this. Now, this is what happens when you play a lot of surf, right? You know how to strafe mid-air and boom, R2B2 with a beautiful shot there. Getting himself a kill, getting himself a double now, but that doesn't really matter. It's all about the capture point, which his teammate Wolvie is capturing nevertheless. But what a shot coming in. He missed out the flashbang there, but doesn't really matter. He will be getting it. Boom, right in front of him. And he will be getting it. There you go. It's all about the precision. It's all about the gunplay coming in from R2B2, while Wolvie is much more focused about the capture point. He gets himself an adrenaline shot in R2B2. He's healing himself up, but at the same time, he's making sure his opponent pay the price. But beautiful shot coming from Anish. Finally, a trade comes in, but a 30 ticket deficit between
Yeah.
Prabha and Super Duper.
Yeah, both of these teams going at it, but Super Duper Kora with a clear upper hand here, not only mechanically but also in terms of tickets. Half the round, but Broskis, they want to come back. They need to start taking these fights. They need to start calming down. Sibirad is going to be the first one to work in that direction. In fact, he's going to find a second one as well. But look at Wolvie's positioning all the way on top of those archers with the B250 just being such a menace. He cleans up 3. And R2B2 recovers the Galil, is going to be able to get on point, and again, it is going from Broskis to start bleeding out tickets. At this point, Super Duper Kora, they're not even concerned with getting on the point as much, because they know all they need to do is keep Broskis away from that. Anish, good for 2, but R2B2 will be there to clean him up as CB Ranza continues to try and make something happen. Well, looks like this is going to be it over here. And Edge, I hate to be the one to say, but Broskis, they're gonna get 2-0. Super Duper Kora are the ones to take the map of Sky platform as well. It does go their way, and remember, these are the brackets that matter. These are the places, or rather the matches, where we're gonna determine who's gonna be flying to Copenhagen and who is gonna be left behind. But again, yeah, you know, if you don't put in the practice, it's likely that this is gonna happen to you. I mean, you know, credit where credit is due, of course. You got 2 very experienced players in Wolvie2 and R2B2, like you mentioned earlier. So they were, you know, able to edge out their opponents. But then again, they clearly show the difference over here. Let's jump into the replay though and have again a look at what went down in the game in case you missed out.
I mean, to be honest, they haven't missed out a lot because it was just one-sided affair. It was just Super Duper completely dominating the first one. A 61 point, was it? 61, 62 point. Sorry, 62 tickets there. But the second one, Prabha Broskis, they started off really well. But then R2B2, he found that momentum going in. There was just nothing that you could do to stop him. And he was just going left and right, you know, with the kills and everything. While his teammate Wolvie just stood on the capture goddamn point and got as many tickets as he could. And after that, I mean, it felt, for a second, it felt like maybe Prabha Broskis, they gave up. Because you could see the positioning as well coming in. But it all comes down to, once again, the synergy, the experience coming into play, right? And obviously, by the looks of it, Wolvie and R2, they have an edge in that term.
I see what you did there. Yeah, they certainly do have an edge there in the matchup. The first map did go their way. Sky Platform is going to be theirs. The next one is going to be City Palace, your favorite. And again, this is a map that, yeah, well, if you know, if you're not paying attention, you could get picked off from a distance because it has a lot of those long range angles that you need to be worried about. And again, it's probably one of the more open maps in the map rotation over here. So really favors having something like, well, the God Gun, as you put it earlier, you know, having something like an AUG or the SG. On the other hand, you could also have something like, well, an AWP into the picture, or even an SSG for that matter. Both of those guns could be very, very potent if you combine them with strong pistols. You know, if you're able to pick up a Deagle, or if, I don't know, but if the map has somewhere, you know, a spawn option for a P250, if you're able to pick that up, I think you have a chance of, you know, just being able to snipe people away from a distance. But looks like the second game is ready. We're going to be jumping straight into it between Prabha Broskis and Super Duper Kora. Stay glued to your seats as we go straight into this one. It is going to be Super Duper Kora who get control of the...
Starting off really strong yet again. 6 tickets already in their favor, and Super Duper. Well, City Palace, once again, it's a symmetric map, as Floki said. You got to be really careful. You need that mid control for sure, and by mid I mean that capture point control. And yeah, they're not losing a single ticket. They're not even losing the control onto the positioning. Beautiful Molotov coming into play instantly. Actually, it's not a Molotov, but yeah, Flash comes in. They know exactly what to do here. Look at that. I mean, they have the control on one side, and then Wolvie. Oh, as soon as I say that, a beautiful op shot and the FAMAS headshot as well. But Wolvie doesn't really matter. We will be getting it. Anish.
Oh, what? What is going on?
USPS for the win here.
Yeah. Looks like they were a bit too focused on picking up weapons, and the Wolvie2 is like, nah, I got me USPS. All reliable. That's all I need. And CB Ranza, as well as Anish, They're gonna try to pose some sort of threat, but it doesn't matter. R2B2 just bests them with the class, and looks like the C point is gonna be under their control. A couple of flashes come out, they buy them some time. Volvi has got the off, trying to isolate those dudes, pulls out the deagle, going for the headshot, going for the second shot, cannot land it. CB runs up, plucks him out of the sky, but R2B2, he was there for the cleanup. And with that, looks like Super Duper Cora, I don't think they're gonna be dropping any tickets at all. In fact, I think they're gonna stay hard stuck on 98. I'd be surprised if they drop to 80 even, but CB Ranza certainly looking to make that happen with the AWP in his hands. Let's see how much more work he can do for the time being, and Niche is going to be able to get a pick on top of A, but the next point is towards B, so that pick really doesn't do all that much. Will be to instead is going to be able to find him as a result. And Edge, at this rate, Broskies, they are going to be out of the match before it even starts.
Oh, that is, I mean, it is looking like that, and Prabha, now they're already in that 40 tickets counter, and it looks like they're afraid. You see that they're not as confident as they were in the first match. Yes, they did, go down there as well, but it felt like they were a bit more confident. Right now, they're, a bit more reluctant about taking these fights against the players, and R2B2 missing a shot, but it doesn't really matter because all with the USPS does manage to take him down. And yeah, it does look like it's all done and dusted here in the first round at least. Maybe the second round they can come up with a better positioning and everything. R2B2 misses out the first shot, he comes back, re-peaks, he's gonna get taken down with the UMP mid-range. Volvi gets a beautiful deagle headshot, easy one to be honest. But yeah, anyway, now that was beautiful.
Oh my god! Volvi with that deagle. Such a menace. Perfect flick to the head. Edge, those are the kind of deagle plays you have been waiting for. Man, that was lip-smacking delicious. That was beautiful. But doesn't look like the side of the side of Broskies are gonna have any sort of response. Well, they do manage to take down Super Duper Cola to 66 tickets at the least, but they haven't gotten on the point a single time. CB Ranza, he did get himself one pick, but it just looks like they're practicing deagle headshots at this point. Look at that, R2B2 able to find 2 with the deagle. And man, he is just completely destroying them. And that's it. That's at least the first round going the way of Super Duper Cora. It does look like this is a best of 5 though, considering it's semi-final. So Broskies will still have one more chance before this one is done and dusted, although I could be wrong about that. Well, it does look like it's a BO5. I only see 3 maps on Face, so we will confirm and let you guys know. But oh my god, Volvi 2 lines up the 2 of them with the Mac 10, cleans them up. And the A point now belongs to Super Duper Cora. CB Ranza though with the Mac 7, able to find 1, able to find 2 in fact, takes down R2B2. And Broski is showing some signs of life as Anish even able to take out Volvi 2. Look at that, some confidence coming back into the bloodstream of Broskies is.
They're in the lead for the first time?
Yeah, they're in the lead for the first time. Anish is even able to find 2 again with the Desert Eagle. Great plays coming out from Broskies over here, as it's certainly starting to make Super Duper Cora a little bit nervous. And shaking in the boots maybe even.
Yeah, a little small correction there though. I'm sorry, Fucky, but it is a BO3. It's still the semi-finals, it's just the semi-finals right now. We have the grand finals going in later on. So that's gonna be the BO5s, but this is still BO3. So if Broskies lose this one, well, they're done and dusted for, and Super Duper, well, they're on the back foot for the first time in a long time now. Like, I haven't seen them on the back foot forever in this match, at least in the first match as well. But right now, yeah, there you go. They're stealing the tickets again. They're getting that lead back in their favor. Papa Broski's no, fella, look at this. Okay, a little bit of Volvi was just having fun. They were like, you know what? Take a shot, take a swing. It's not gonna damage me at all.
Oh yeah. And finally, looks like Super Duper Cora are getting back into the groove of things. Oh, those platforms being raised. That is interesting. And the doors being put up. Certainly does provide a bit more cover at that range with the UMP. I mean, I have seen people win duels before, but yeah, it's usually when the person is looking in the other direction, not when they are more than capable of fighting back. Okay, CB Ranza just jumping into the fight, cleans up Volvi 2 and Volvi 2. ends up biting the dust as Anish continues to stare down the hallway, trying to find anyone. You can see that the side of Probabroskis, they're being a lot more cautious compared to Super Duper Cora. Super Duper Cora, they just have no cares in the world. They're just going out there on an adventure. It's like a walk in the park for them. And R2B2 is being the more sensible one. He's like, you know what, I'm gonna take my time. I'm just gonna stay on the point, make sure that we don't lose out on too much. Volvi, continue your fragging spree, whatever you're doing. It is working so far because I certainly don't have a lot on my plate. And it's working because Probabroskis, they're always afraid of the boys on the side of Super Duper Cora. Super Duper Cora have no idea whatsoever about where these people are coming from. And Probabroskis, they're just able to hold on to this point for... Super Duper Cora are able to hold on to this point for a long time as Probabroskis continue to struggle.
Unfortunate.
Yeah.
Really unfortunate. But oh, wait a second. Is that the skeleton knife? I think that's the skeleton knife, right?
Yeah.
Some really good knives as well. This is the Falchion. Yeah, that's the Falcon, and yeah, some really good skins on these players as well. Tells you a lot about the people. Let me tell you, the skins tell you a lot about the players, not just how they play, but also their, you know, the kind of
people they are.
A little, maybe personality. Yeah, but what is this? This looks like Dragon Lure, but
no, this is the Op. This is the Mortis.
Oh, that's a Mortis.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's the Dragon Lure rip-off kind of thing that I was. I've heard things about
the Dragon Lure rip-off. Yeah.
I've heard things
I
about
love that
it.
description.
But
apparently,
anyway,
G2
like
also took. Yeah, apparently G2 also took inspiration for their jersey from that skin.
Ooh.
I mean, think about it. Doesn't it look similar? It looks similar to me.
It does.
Yeah, you know, the red and the golden.
And the dragon, yeah.
Yeah, indeed. But, well, while we're talking about skins, looks like Super Duper Cora are busy winning the game. Anish is going to be able to find one pick. And, well, he's going to try and fight back, but to no avail. It is going to be Super Duper Cora taking this 2-0, the best of 3 going their way. The GGs get called. And that is it. Looks like Super Duper Cora are going to be moving on to the grand finals.
Oh, yes, for sure.
Yeah.
That is just absolutely phenomenal stuff coming from them. But the next one, Only Friends with Zachman. Now that's going to be interesting as well. But here we got to see a new map, right? I mean, at least for this particular stream. So we got to see Sky Platform. So what are your thoughts on that map?
Well, Sky Platform was quite interesting. I mean, I remember that map. You know, it's very open. You can jump around, lots of crazy things that you can do. We clearly saw Super Duper Cora doing just that. But I think Sky Platform is one of those maps where you really have to be on the move constantly. There's no real area that you can hold down just because there are so many different ways to fight one particular angle, right? Like take any of those points, for example. I mean, you could be holding, point. I think the A and C are the ones on the periphery and B is the one at the center. Could be wrong though. But if you look at those points towards the sides, there are multiple ways to fight those. So if you continue to stay in one spot, you are going to get shot in the head. So I think a lot of that map is moving about, and it's even less about holding the points as much as it's about getting the advantage and then just constantly trying to flag your opponents, make sure that they are not able to get onto the points. Because holding down the points on a map like Sky Platform is super hard. You know, I mean, there's just so, like I said earlier, there's too many angles you can be shot from. So unless you've got some smokes, yeah, well, you're going to be cannon fodder.
That is true. I mean, that's exactly what was happening. And R2B2 had a perfect positioning. You know, he had the high ground advantage as well, and the aim was obviously there. So he was just, popping some heads while his teammate with Volvi, he was comfortably just standing in that capture point and making sure the tickets on the other side just kept going down. And it was just pretty dominant coming in. The second map, obviously, City. What's it again? City Palace. Yeah, it was just wonderful to watch as well. The second round was a little close at the beginning, but after that, it just went south for them. But let's take a quick look at what just went down here on the map of City Palace.
Oh yeah, City Palace certainly was interesting. I mean, Probabroskis in the second round, they started off rather strong. I mean, they showed signs of life, but then Super Duper Cora, they quickly, got into serious mode, and then it was all over Probabroskis. I don't think they dropped below 60 points in that entire match. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but I do remember Probabroskis not really being able to get a lot, and there being a big difference. So, yeah, Probabroskis unfortunately will be I mean, we'll be saying goodbye to them over here as it is the end of the run. But for the next match, we have Only Friends going up against Acme. To give you a bit of a rundown, Acme is a lineup of Reznov as well as Jaihind, and going up against Only Friends, against names that you might recognize, it is going to be Korang as well as Visionary 5. And well, the first map,
if I'm not wrong.
sorry?
Hey, I mean, his other name is Quavo, so I'm pretty. I mean, Gowring, yeah, we all know who Gowring is. He's been playing for a while now. But I mean, I'm sorry to cut you off there, but yeah, we're going on to the brackets as well. But I had this weird question once again, Floki.
Yeah.
Do you know what Kora means? Is that a word like in Hindi? Is that I don't know what it means.
It's certainly. I don't think it's a word in Hindi for sure. I think it might be a word from Tamil or Telugu. Yeah, probably from one of the regional languages. I'm not quite familiar with it, but
it's not Telugu. Let me tell you that much.
All right, yeah, probably isn't Telugu then. I mean, but I don't think I recall hearing that word in Hindi ever. I don't think Kora is a word. Could be wrong about this. A quick.
Well, if you ever get a chance to interview the players, I think that's going to be my first question for that side. But yeah, Only Friends and Acme. It's going to be interesting as well. We're going to be starting off with City Palace once again, and after that, Sky Platform. So we have already seen these two maps, but if it goes to the third map, Digital Archives. Now, I haven't seen that. I mean, I did watch that map, but I haven't really seen that in play in a long time now. So it's going to be fun to see. But what are your thoughts? Okay, let me ask you this one. Let's compare this match to the matches of OG Reunite. What do you think are the changes, and which one would you prefer to watch?
Well, I like the OG Reunite matches because they were a lot closer, but speaking in terms of skill, I certainly think that the open ones have showed a lot more skill than the ones in OG Reunite. I mean, you could see the difference between SDK Esports as well as Prabha Broskis, right? Super Duper Kora, they were just outclassing the side of Prabha Broskis, and clearly, if you've played this map very often, it is going to show. If you've played this mode many a times, you are going to have the upper hand. So I imagine these players have been playing this mode for quite some time. But you speaking about the next match, it is going to be between Only Friends as well as Acme, and we're going to be starting out on City Palace again. And you did mention that we will be going to Digital Archives for a Game 3 if that does end up coming up. Now, what do I think about Digital Archives? Well, I haven't really played it as much, so I wouldn't know. I have played Sky Platform and City Palace a fair bit, but yeah, Digital Archives, I think I remember having a glimpse of it way back last year when I was casting Redbull Flick. I think I was doing the same event again. And there was the map of Digital Archives. I believe it was a map with... I believe it is one lengthy map, or it is a map with a lot of teleports. It is one of those two. I'm not quite sure which one it is. There was one crazy map with an insane number of teleports and with nothing but close angles, and then there was another map with which was just extremely long, elongated. So yeah, it's probably the latter one. It's also got some interesting jumps if I'm correct. But yeah, regardless, should be fun to see who ends up coming out on top.
Well, I don't have any idea about that map as of now, so I'm just gonna wait and let that element of surprise hit me. I'll be happy to let that happen. But let's see what happens, because right now, once again, these players. I mean, if you take a look at their previous stats and standings, both of them are. I mean, all four of them, as a matter of fact, phenomenal stuff. Right. So I expect this not to be a 2-0 both the maps. I expect it to be more like 2-0, maybe 1, and then 2-1 and 1. And I'm pretty sure we're going to be seeing Digital Archives, and to be for it to be the third map, and also 2-1 there going in either of these teams' favor. But one thing's for sure, this is going to be fun, but the final is going to be lit as well.
Yeah, I mean, Only Friends and Acme should be a lot more closer than the previous one. I believe these teams are a lot more similar in terms of skill. I do remember the names Korang as well as Quavo. Jaihind and Reznov don't really strike a bell in my mind. I mean, they don't really ring a bell in my mind, so I'm not too sure who they are. But hey, the face levels are pretty good. They're both level 10, so yeah, it should be a fairly interesting matchup. I mean, it should be fun to see who ends up coming out on top. With that out of the way, though, between these two teams, I mean, who do you think is likely to win City Palace? Will you put your bets on only friends?
Okay. See, here's the thing. I don't have a lot of friends, so I'm going to sticking with Acme. So just because of the names, but I mean, I still think it's going to be a tough match. But I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt, Acme, and say that they might be going home with 2-0 here on the map of City Palace.
A hard-fought 2-0, that is.
I mean, yeah, that's for sure. But I think, yeah, it's going to be close. It's going to be like, it's not going to be one of these 60 tickets deficit kind of match, but it is going to be something like, maybe 15, 20 at max. I don't think it's going to be anything more than 20 because, I mean, we can see the players' face-it ranks. The audience can't see it yet.
Yeah.
They're pretty much all level 10.
Yeah,
So,
the only person who has
be-
a low face-it skill rank is Gorong, and we all know Gorong, and we all know how good he is.
exactly.
So not
Maybe
like
he doesn't
that
play a
really
lot of
matters.
face-it.
Yeah, probably doesn't play a lot of face-it. Maybe he was a so strong guy. Who knows? But
So who are you going to be sticking with, though?
well, I was hoping I could get away with that.
By the way.
Yeah, I was hoping I didn't have to answer that question myself, but now that you put me in the spot, I do believe that only friends are going to have the upper hand. I mean, just going off of history alone, I recognize Quavo, I recognize Goring, I know what the players are capable of. The question is, have they played enough of this mode, though? And I think the answer to that is probably going to be no. So maybe Acme are able to edge them out, but just based on terms of raw mechanical skill, I think Gorang as well as Quavo are probably more skilled than the members on the side of Acme.
Okay. Now that is a bold statement as well. I'm hoping that the players on the side of Acme are listening to this, and I just hope that they prove me right. But let's see what happens, because it all comes down to how these players have been playing. Have they been warming up in this particular game? Have they been? Do they know? First things first. Do they? I mean, I'm pretty sure they know already by now because it's already the semifinals. They pretty much know how this works, right? It's not going to be one of those raw fuel Rexy kind of situations where they're still kind of confused about what to do. So it's going to be fun. It's going to be intense as well. It's going to be close, that's for sure. But moving on to the next map up, right? Now, I mean, we've already seen it, but what do you? I mean, we already talked about City Palace as well. Having that mid control is kind of the best way to, play the map. But on the map of Sky platform, what do you think is the perfect way to play, or at least an ideal way to play the map and secure a victory as well?
I think Sky platform, again, like I said earlier, is a very open map. So I like the idea of if you're able to hold 1 point, just hold 1 point. You're able to do that for a while, get that point advantage. But after that, you really have to be moving around and looking for frags. You can't really be holding on to points forever unless it is the point that is right in the center on top of that platform, because that does have some semblance of cover. The other two really don't. So there are lots of open angles that you end up having to fight, and because you're on the low ground and the enemy's on the high ground, naturally there's a disadvantage there, right? So it's a lot easier for people to just kill someone who's on the low ground when they're on the high ground. And I imagine that that's going to be a very, very big factor when it comes to this map, because Sky platform does have you are going to find yourself in that situation quite often given the nature of the map. But apart from that, I do think that there are lots of things in Sky platform that haven't been explored yet. Remember that jump I was telling you about? I haven't seen anybody pick up that op, and that's what I'm curious to see. I'm wondering if it's worth it in the eyes of these players to go for that op. I didn't really see the side of Super Duper Cora do it. I believe I thought that they would do it, but it didn't seem like it was necessary for them, so they didn't go for that op. And as a result, the game was pretty one-sided. I mean, they were winning already. They were just like, why do we need the op? But I imagine in closer matches that is going to be a bit of a factor. And hopefully this time around, we do get to see these players try and get an op in their hands.
That is going to be a factor as well, because last time it was just one-sided. So they, as you said, they didn't feel the need to get the big boy out. But maybe this time they'll have one player in the capture side and one. Maybe the player in the capture point might be the one with the op, right? Maybe he's the one, with the sniping skills. So he's going to be popping off as well. But then the other player is going to be the assaulter, maybe a shotgunner. You never really know. But I do want to see a knife kill. Any map. And, I mean, on Sky platform, we were about to get one, but then at the end, obviously, he got taken down. So if that happens, I'm gonna be happy. If not, it's all cool. But yeah, please guys, just give me one knife kill, because that is what keeps me going. Every single time I'm like, maybe we'll have it this time. Maybe we'll have it this time. If I have it, it's gonna be a cherry on top. But if not, it's all good. But once again, digital archives. Now, this map, I do want to talk about it, but the only thing is, I don't know a lot about the map. But so, do you want to walk us through maybe what are your favorite? What are the best things about the map? What is the one thing that stands out if you know the map?
For which map was it again?
Digital archives. 'Cause
Digital
I have
Archives?
no clue about the map.
So I think the Digital Archives is a very long map. It's a map which has 3 points, but it's a map that is linear, right? Like it's not a map where those 3 points are scattered in a triangle or in that sort of a way. They're instead sorted by B. It's like one long map. So those points, you can probably draw a straight line through all of them, or at least there's some sort of crooked straight. I mean, there's no such thing as a crooked straight line, but a relatively straight line through them. And the big thing about that map is that it also has some very, very big jumps. So that is always interesting to see. But for now, let's have a look at the brackets and see which matches are going to be coming up next. As it is in front of our screens, we have Only Friends going up against Acme for now, and Super Duper Cora have made it to the grand finals. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see who ends up coming out on top between them and whoever it is that makes it to the grand finals from this match. Although, before we do go to the grand finals for the brackets over here, I imagine we're going to be heading into the finals for the OG Reunite match. And that's going to be fun to watch. It's going to be between Revenant as... who was it again?
JHS.
JHS.
Yeah, Revenant versus JHS. It's going to be the players on the side of Revenant versus the players on the side of Reckoning. As and if you just put it that way, people maybe can understand a bit better as to who the players are. But yeah, we'll talk about that later on. Because are you sure we're going into that match? Because I think I think we're just waiting on one of the players' tech breaks here.
No, we're not going into that match. We're going to be going into that match after this one, I think. I think after
yes.
Only
I
Friends
think
versus Acme is over.
After that, we'll head on to the OG Reunite finals, and then the big finals. Like, this is the most important one, right? Because Super Duper Cora now have the chance to represent India in Copenhagen. Now, that is a big deal.
Yeah.
The experience is going to be phenomenal if they make it, but I want to see which team is going to be the one that's going to be having a chance as well. It's going to be a 50-50 for sure. It's not going to be one-sided. Acme oh my God, Only Friends. Well, you got to be careful there.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyway, before we head on to the match, after that, I do need a Red Bull, so I'm going to go grab one. Floki is going to go grab one as well. So we'll be back after a short break.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Red Bull Flick 2v2 CSGO powered by Agon by AOC. My name is Floki. Joining me for this one is going to be Edge. We have Acme going up against only friends for this match. And it's going to be, it's going to be quite the close one because we got two very similarly skilled teams going at it. Might even go all the way towards the third map. We were talking about digital archives and what it holds in store for us. But before we do go in there, we are going to be jumping into your favorite map, Edge. It is going to be Sky Platform, and we should also be jumping into the game very, very shortly, which should be going live about
City Palace
time now.
Yeah, that's my favorite map.
Yeah, City Palace. Yeah,
City Palace.
Apologies.
So, yeah, we're gonna be jumping into City Palace. I mean, I did say that Sky Platform is, might just take that #1 spot for me, but I'm still gonna keep City Palace because I just love the lights, the nightlife, and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, very aesthetically pleasing.
that is true. It feels good, to look at all the lights, this and that, the dizziness and stuff. But anyway, I think the players are ready now. I think the tech issue, whatever it was, it's been fixed. These players are ready to jump into the game because once again, one of these, three teams left, right? One of these three teams will get a full paid trip to Copenhagen. So I just got the confirmation. So it's going to be fun for them. It's going to be really interesting. And the top 16 teams in that tournament, they're going to be playing for a prize pool of 50,000 euros. But let's see who comes out on top. Right now, we're going to be jumping into the map of City Palace, where Acme will be trying to take down Only Friends and vice versa. And right now, Only Friends are the one that's going down.
Oh yeah, it looks like Acme, they've come here to play. I mean, even though they only had a couple of USPs and a gorilla in their hands, they're able to best the side of Only Friends, get control of that A point. On top of that place, Jehan able to find one, takes down Gorang, does a lot of damage over to the second player as well, and Visionary is also going to be taken down. Quavo bites dust, and with that, Jehan continues to maintain control of this A point. Smoke thrown down for good measure. Reznov from the flank is going to be able to take one down, but Visionary 5 is there to get the trade. As the tickets continue to tick down for both sides, and only now will they stop an AWP in the hands of this man. Visionary 5 continues to put down another smoke, but Reznov catches him and is going to be able to clean him up, even finds Gorang, and with that, Acme certainly doing a lot of work over here. This one, I mean, I did say it was, it should have been a bit closer, but Acme, they've come out swinging over here and they've come to play.
They did. And they are, showing us why exactly they deserve to be in that grand finals. Gotta be careful. And now the door, oh no, the gates has been shut, which means that you can only, make their way using that particular elevator or the bridge over towards that side. And Gorang takes the other way around with their beautiful shots there. Not just getting those kills, but landing headshots. And Only Friends finally getting some tickets from Acme, but I think it's gonna go the other way around right now. Jahan, I mean, look at Vishnu's position. It's really, really good. He has a deagle in his hand. He's gonna be missing a couple of shots, actually landing only one onto Jahan. Will not be missing or will not be taking any more shots anyway. He does get the heal, and he will get that health shot. Beautiful shot coming in with the op. Jahan using that smoke to cover his tracks and go in and forward as well. There's the elevator fake coming in, and Jahan with the AUG now going towards that C capture point, but Visionary with the USPS lands a kill, lands a beautiful headshot, gets a kill, and then instantly creates him out. But it's all about, I mean, right now, look at this. They're just going for the points, the kills here, but it's all about the capture points, Floki.
Oh yeah, and again, this is what it comes down to, right? Now that Acme have the advantage, all they're really doing is playing keep away. They don't want the side of Only Friends to be able to get on point, although Only Friends will still be able to succeed as Gorang makes his way towards C. And takes down Reznov. A frag thrown in by Jehan to get some control back, and with a UMP in his hand, he can't really contest Gorang, who's got that AK. Continues to hit those headshots, but maybe Reznov can make the difference, and he will. He will take down Gorang, and with that, it's going to be a 1v1, but Visionary continues to be a stalwart on this point as he holds it down. Make sure that no one's able to come through, and now it's going to be back towards point B, because that is where we're going to have to go now. Look at that, Reznov able to pick up Visionary 5 again. Smoke thrown down for good measure as well. Gorang does a little bit of damage, but Reznov is able to clean him up thanks to the help he received from his friend, and that smoke will provide them with some cover for the time being, but soon it will fade away as well. And with that, looks like finally the side of Only Friends are going to be able to wake up and get some, just stop the bleeding of tickets on their own. I mean, it's been quite a while since they've stopped losing tickets, so it's a welcome change for them. A little bit more respite, but Jai Hind and Reznov, they're going to be able to take out Gorang, and with that, Acme, they continue to pile on the pressure. Even though Only Friends were able to get on point, it wasn't for that long.
The XM at that range, I'm not really sure how that works, but SG553 without the scope is not that easy to control. It doesn't really matter. Visionary will get that trade, and Reznov was just looking in the wrong direction altogether. But Only Friends, well, looks like they're going to be going down. 5 tickets left, 4 tickets left, while Acme, they're going to be the ones coming out on top, if I'm not wrong. 1 ticket, and Only Friends, well, they need to come up with a better strat right now. They lose the first round, and Acme, I did tell you, it's not going to be more than 15-20 for ticket difference, right? And there you go, 13 tickets. It's going to be close, but let's see. Last time, Acme started off strong. That's exactly why Only Friends had a really tough time, coming back into the game. But maybe if Only Friends can, start off good. And as I say that, unfortunately, Acme, once again, for them, they're going to be happy about it.
They certainly are. I mean, Acme are able to get themselves the point. For sure, Gorang was able to get the pick as well, but Jayant is there for the trade, and Only Friends again, they seem to be fighting an uphill battle, metaphorically and literally, because every single time they try to get up, Visionary is always there on the other stairs, just getting the perfect headshot angle, also able to, have some cover with regards to how, he peaks those angles. Because if you're out there in the open, just standing on the point, your entire body is exposed. But if you're a little bit further back towards the stairs, you can sort of reduce your, the area where your hitbox is visible. And Jayant, he's going to try to take matters into his own hands, but Gorang is going to be there to punish quickly with the Max 7, and look at that. Only Friends showing signs of life as now they are in a small lead, but with only 1 second remaining on the clock, they need to hightail their way towards B. And the side of Acme are already running Jayant, able to even clean up Gorang on the back of that, and there will be a match shot available for him as a result.
Oh, for Mars. And the smoke's being deployed as well. Unfortunate, how did he not see him? Hello? But that's just unfortunate for them, but at the same time, ooh, a little bit of luck coming into play there. Now Visionary with a beautiful shot on the rest now, but Jayant instantly trades the kill on the other side of the map. Tail Esports covering. Okay, nice name. But anyway, Visionary now gets spotted. The FAMAS long range, actually mid range, with the headshot there. Gets himself an AK now, Jayant. Only Friends on the back foot once again. With 4 ticket deficit is not a lot. The headshot did not connect. And they're going to be losing points yet again here, Floki.
Oh yeah, I mean, looks like Only Friends again. Gonna be lagging behind a little bit as they start tailing Acme. Acme point switches and they start to make their way towards C. Gorang did have it off in his hands, but it does not matter. Reznov with the AUG, it's a lot stronger than they could ever be. He's gonna pick up the med shot, heal himself back up. And Only Friends, they try to fight this angle from top of the bridge, but you already got backup coming in the form of Jai Hind, and Jai Hind is going to be there as Reznov gets the reload down. Look towards Gorang, but Gorang also gets cleaned up. Jai Hind providing his teammate with a lot of cover. Great headshots coming out from that man, cleans them up, tries to go back towards the point, but there is Visionary, or rather Quavo with the USP. Putting an end to Jai Hind. The Reznov almost manages to take down his opponent, but that's about it. It's all the damage he'll be able to do, and now the difference in tickets quite big over here, Edge. This could get a little bit ugly for Only Friends.
It looks scary, indeed. He lands that shot. I think that was a no-scope, if I'm not wrong. Oh no, actually it's not a no-scope, because if it was a no-scope, it would have showed. But I think it was a quick scope for sure. Beautiful shots coming in. And Nakman with a 27-28 ticket lead. Now it's reducing, but it's a long way to go. Only Friends, well, how long can they, secure this capture point? They do have 30 seconds to work with the B capture point, and they're making their way in. Now Acme Only Friends 19, 18, while Acme only have 41.
Yeah. And Goring is going to be able to heal himself back up too. So he's going to be able to take another fight. Does manage to take out Jai Hind, but didn't have enough in the tank to take out Reznov too. Only Friends is staying alive by the skin of their teeth, but they need to make it to A if they want to have any chance whatsoever. Oh, okay. Nice spray down from Visionary, being able to take down Reznov. Buy them some time, but now the A point firmly in control of Gorung. But Gorung is going to get cleaned up. He had the nade out in his hands and did not have enough time to get that pick. Met shot going to be recovered by Jai Hind as he starts to get shot from the other direction. Eats a headshot from the M4A4, but survives with 26 points. That has to be frustrating if you're Quavo right now. Only 5 points remaining. Gorung is going to be able to get one pick, but can he actually make it to the control point? The points, well, they stopped ticking. He's managed to make his way over there. And Visionary, he's picked up some guns. He's got the shotgun as well as a deagle. Can he actually get to the point? No, he cannot. It is done for Jai Hind. Gonna get the clean up. And that is it. The first map is gonna go to the way of Acme.
Oh, beautiful play coming in. It was close once again. But even this one was like what, 18 tickets. So the first one was 13. This one was 18. It was pretty fun to watch. But I still think Only Friends are gonna be bouncing back in that second one, in that second map. I believe we have the map of Sky platform now. So it's all about the strafing coming in. And the experience is going to be coming into play, which means all these 4 players are going to be in the sky, are going to be in the air for a really long time. We're going to be seeing some Spider-Mans, Spider-Man, Superman, whatever. Maybe the Spider-Man, because Superman is going to be staying in. He
flies.
flying.
He stays in the air. Spider-Man,
he stays there.
He's flinging himself through the air. Spider-Man. There, he's
so I
just
think
having fun.
we have some Spider-Mans coming in. Who else does that? Like, I don't know. I'm just bad with the superhero things, but talking about the map, though, Sky platform. Now it's going to be interesting, but we'll talk about that in a second. Let's just take a look at what went down here in the map of City Palace. Obviously, it started off really well for Acme, and they did not let go of that momentum.
Yeah, I mean, they had their foot firmly on the gas pedal and they did not stop for, well, gas at any point in the way. But, yeah, the thing is, Only Friends, their attacks seemed a little bit uncoordinated. It seemed that Acme had a very clear understanding of what they wanted to do on this map. Everything they did looked very deliberate. It looked like they were doing it out of choice. It just wasn't them, randomly going around. I mean, and trying to make something happen. All of their players, every single time they were doing something, it made sense. Even if a player was taking a solo engagement, what it allowed them to do was have their teammate come up from the flank and get that trade always. Whereas you look over to the side of Only Friends, I mean, they were all taking these 1v1 duos, but no one was really backing the other one up. So you had this situation where, both of these players, they end up trying to take 1v1s. But if they don't end up winning, then, you just sort of boned, and that's what allowed the side of Acme to get that very big lead.
That is true. Getting that lead early into the round is going to keep helping them, and that's exactly what was happening. The Only Friends, they did have a really good shot at the end, but it was too little, too late. Maybe if they had a comeback happening a little earlier, maybe just finding themselves a little more groove moving into the match, they would have had a better performance. But that was the map of City Palace, and now we're going to be jumping into the Sky platform. Let's see if Only Friends can put up anything better than they did last time. If not, Acme might just, confirm their slot in the grand finals and have a shot at flying all the way to Copenhagen.
Yeah, but it doesn't look like Only Friends are willing to give up just yet, as, they certainly are trying to hold on to this. The Mac 10 coming in handy as he takes down Reznov. They even had the Incendiary covering the other platform from which you can come up to this point. And, so far, Only Friends maintaining good control. Acme bleeding out tickets. Not really able to do much. Both players coming in from the flank. Going to be a coordinated attack, though. No. They are going to be taking their time, trying to come in a little bit faster. And, well, looks like just as quickly as he came on the platform, he will also
And as you can see, we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry about that. A minor technical glitch, but ooh, okay, what was that? That was quite weird, but nevertheless, he does manage to get that kill. And we're back. Right now, we see only friends get one. Acme gets one as well. So this is gonna be. I mean, there's a really good chance that we might actually go down to map number 3 here. But anyway, oh, okay, that's a beautiful kill coming in. Res now takes down Visionary. Gaurang gets an instant trade. Only friends now with the 3-ticket deficit. Doesn't really matter. It's all about the capture points. Doesn't really matter how many kills you have. If you don't get the tickets, it's all done and dusted. And only friends with 3-ticket deficit to make it now. It's gonna be close as well. It all comes down to who gets the final tickets right now. Because here's the thing, Floki. This decide if Acme goes to the grand final or if only friends can take us into map number 3.
Oh yeah, this is so close over here.
Look at the tickets. 25, 24, Acme on the back foot. Only friends.
And yes,
this might be their final shot. This might be their final chance.
This might just be it. Only friends. I don't think they've done it. Oh, never mind. The platform, it's going to go towards A instead. And now they're all going to be fighting. Looks like only friends will be able to make their way over there. Acme, they still have a lot of work to do. In fact, they don't have their full force just yet. 2 incendiaries being thrown up. But is it going to matter? No, it is not. Visionary is going to be able to take one out. Acme, they continue to bleed out tickets. A final Hail Mary attempt from Jahan. He's going to be able to find one. On the back of this Smokey, he's going to be able to find both of them. And now Acme are going to be able to control that A point. All of a sudden, only friends, the script, it flips on its head. Gorog, he tries to come up from the platform but gets plucked out by Reznov. And Visionary, he fails a jump and falls off of those platforms. That is not what he was looking for. Only friends, they need their full force. They need it now. This is it. The last hurrah, the final call. And well,
what is happening?
Only friend, what the hell is going on? Looks like they're trying to make their way back towards the next point, which is going to be on C. Only friends, they will be able to control it. Look at that, 4 tickets remaining now for both sides. As Acme and Only friends, who's going to end up coming out on top? There is no one on C. It is going to be Acme who get
what?
As Only friends are going to be a
1 ticket. 1. Okay, I don't know what happened there, Floki, but wow, exactly. It is just insane. Absolutely phenomenal stuff coming in from both these teams. Kudos, but Acme did come out on top at the end. I feel bad for Only Friends now. I missing those jumps. They feel really bad. You know, he just fell off to his death twice. I mean, in the entirety of the match, I mean, yeah, the audience missed out a couple of minutes of the game there, actually more than a couple of minutes. But Floki, there were like at least 5-6 instances where the players just fell out of the map. That is just kind of sad, but at the same time, it's just luck favoring in the favor of Acme right now. 1 ticket, and that's their ticket. That is their ticket to the grand finals. Can they convert it into their tickets? Actually, 2 tickets to Copenhagen.
Yeah, well, that is the question we are going to be answering. But before we do that, we are going to be having one best of 5 that you have been waiting for between Reunite and JHS to take place. It is going to be the OG Reunite match. Before we see which one of these 2 teams is going to be the one that flies out to Copenhagen for a full paid trip to represent India at the Redbull Flick 2v2 International. Well, not too sure if I have an answer for that now, but before we do move on to that match, what are your thoughts for the Reunite versus JHS match that is going to be coming up? Between the 2 teams, who do you think is a little stronger?
See, I really like one thing from these matches, okay? See, the OG Reunites, both my predictions went wrong, but here at the normal brackets, both my predictions went right. So I would rather just not make any predictions in that particular matchup. But talking about just the players, right? Logista and Vim from Revenant. And on the side of JHS, we have Stainex, Harsh, and Badluck. I mean, looking at their plays, Harsh, Bad Love aim is popping off today. He's having a really good time. But on the side of Revenant as well, Logista is having a really good time with him. So I think these two are going to go against each other, while Vimp and Hirsch, they will be, kind of the passive players. But let's see what happens, because we will be heading on to a break and we'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Gentlemen, welcome back to the Red Bull Flick 2v2 CSGO, powered by Agon by AOC. So I just my seat height a little bit. My name is Floki. Joining me for this one is going to be Edge, and we are back with the OG Reunite matches. This is going to be a best of 5 or 2v2 between Team JHS as well as Team Revenant. Team JHS looked absolutely stellar against Rawfuel and Rexy. It seemed like they knew what they were doing. They completely decimated their opposition. And yeah, I mean, on the other hand, Revenant, it seemed like they started off very, very strong. But somewhere along the line, Antidote X Cali, they were able to make somewhat of a comeback. But yeah, they quickly shut that down too. So yeah, it's going to be fun to see how this best of 5 plays out. And of course, they're going to be having Control Room and Digital Archives in the mix here. So this should be fun. But give me your thoughts.
I mean, see, here's the thing. The teams that I expected, the players that I expected to be in the grand finals are not in the grand finals, first things first. And it's going to be a best of 5. So it's going to be really fun. We're starting off at City Palace and then moving on to Lobby, which was the first map usually played in the previous 2 matches. But then after that, Sky Platform, now I'm really getting the hang of it as well. I really like how, we and me were like a little, out of place. I was a position there. I mean, yeah, after that particular matchup, like, even I don't know how to put it. Like, we don't exactly know what was happening. Only Friends looked like they had the upper hand, but then Acme stepped in huge. And at the end, Only Friends, I don't know what they were doing. I don't know why they were going in for those, long rotations, those weird jumps coming in. Visionary, unfortunately, went down there, killing himself. And then Acme pulling off that win by the skin of their teeth. 1 ticket, that's all that was left. And then Control Room, it's going to be fun because that's your favorite. It was really fun to watch it. We only got to witness it 1 time, so I'm really looking forward to it again. But the one that I'm really looking forward to is Digital Archives. But once again, is it going to go the distance? I'm not really sure.
Yeah, that's the question, right? I mean, is it really going to go all the 5 maps? I feel positive, actually. I think there's a very good chance this goes all the way to 5 maps because both Stainex, Michiko, as well as Logi Saransh, that is Wimp, have played rather well in this game mode. It seems that they had somewhat of an idea of what they have been doing. So it's always fun to see 2 evenly matched teams go at it on in a best of 5. And especially, I'm very curious to find out what Digital Archives is like as well alongside that. So yeah, it's going to be fun to see if we do end up making it to the 5th map. And the chances of that happening are fairly high in my estimation. If anything, I imagine the Storms are going to be happening in the other best of 5 that we're going to have after this, the one where we decide, the bracket decides who is going to be going to Copenhagen to represent India for the Red Bull Flick 2v2. And
but before we head on to that, though, before we head on to all of that, we are going to be talking to the one and only Ankit Venom Pant.
Doing well. Welcome to the Red Bull Flick, Ankit Pant. आप देखिए कहीं ना कहीं जब रेड बुल के इवेंट्स आते हैं एंड स्पेशली दिस फ्लिक कमिंग इन एंड काउंटर स्ट्राइक, वो नॉस्टैल्जिया डेज, जो गुड ओल्ड काउंटर स्ट्राइक डेज याद आता है. एंड ये देखने के वजह से आपको कैसे लग रहा है, क्या महसूस हो रहा है कमिंग बैक टू अगेन सीएस?
मुझे तो बहुत मज़ा आ रहा है. जब भी काउंटर स्ट्राइक का नाम सुनता हूँ तो दैट्स वेयर द जर्नी स्टार्टेड. एंड मेरे लिए हमेशा एक अच्छा मोमेंट रहता है कि जब भी मैं सीएस देखता हूँ लोगों को कम्पीट करते हुए. बस पहले हम कम्पीट कर रहे थे, अब हम दूसरे गेम में कर रहे हैं. बट रेड बुल फ्लिक इज़ अ ग्रेट प्लेटफॉर्म जहाँ पर आप अपने इंडिविजुअल स्किल्स शोकेस कर सकते हो. बिकॉज नॉर्मली 5v5 टूर्नामेंट्स तो हर कोई करता है, बट 2v2 इज़ अ स्पेशल फॉर्मेट वेयर यू कैन शो योर इंडिविजुअल प्रोवेस. बिकॉज स्पाइक अपना बॉम्ब C4 प्लांट करना एंड देन साइट्स होल्ड करना, यहाँ पर कंपैरेटिवली आप जंप वम मार के यहाँ से वहाँ जा सकते हो. इट हैज़ अ फन एलिमेंट ऑल्सो एंड इट्स कॉम्पिटिटिव एज वेल. तो काउंटर स्ट्राइक इज ऑलवेज फन टू वॉच एंड विद द फॉर्मेट दैट रेड बुल फ्लिक हैज गॉट, इट्स ऑलवेज एंटरटेनिंग.
वेल इट इज़ एंटरटेनिंग. एंड एंटरटेनमेंट के साथ साथ हम अगर ई स्पोर्ट्स के ग्रोथ में बारे में बात करते हैं, स्पेशली अगर आप CS की ग्रोथ की बात कर रहे हैं, सी ओवर द लास्ट फ्यू ईयर्स, स्पेशली लास्ट 2-3 सालों में हमने देखा ई स्पोर्ट्स हैज एक्सप्लोडेड ड्यू टू पैंडेमिक. लोग घर बैठे हुए कुछ नहीं कर पा रहे, सो दे हैव लिटरली पुट इन मैनी थिंग्स. कमिटमेंट द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट फैक्टर देयर. तो आपको क्या कहना है इन सारे के सारे जो यंग एस्पिरेंट्स है कि दे कैन मेक अ करियर इन ई स्पोर्ट्स एज वेल?
हमारे टाइम पे डिफिकल्ट था कंपैरेटिवली, यहाँ पर अभी उनके लिए इजी हो गया है. बिकॉज ब्रांड्स लाइक रेड बुल आर डूइंग सो मेनी इवेंट्स, और भी बहुत सारे इवेंट्स होते रहते हैं. अब उनके पास आई थिंक जो अपकमिंग गेमर्स हैं काफ़ी लोग हैं जिनको वो फॉलो कर सकते हैं, अपने पेरेंट्स को दिखा सकते हैं कि मुझे इनके जैसा बनना है या मुझे रेडबुल फ्लिक में पार्टिसिपेट करना है, इंडिया को रिप्रेजेंट करना है। तो मुझे लगता है कि ई स्पोर्ट्स ऑन द राइट पाथ, ग्रोथ है, कंसिस्टेंसी कहीं ना कहीं थोड़ी डेवलप होनी बाकी है, हो रही है धीरे धीरे आई फील, बट ओवरऑल इट्स गिविंग मी अ गुड वाइब because brands are paying attention. And when I got signed by Red Bull, this was one of my main ideas that I pitched them. I wanted to do something where we grow esports together, we help the upcoming teams and upcoming gamers, and trust me, no one other than Red Bull can do that. And I'm very happy by the events that they are doing, Red Bull Flick and Red Bull MEO and all the other events that they keep doing. I see people are very excited, and when an event like this happens, हमारे टाइम पर हम कॉलेज इवेंट्स खेलते थे, बट अगर मैं उस आज के टाइम पे मैंने स्टार्ट किया होता तो मैं घर पे आके बहुत इजीली कन्विंसिंगली बोल सकता था कि यार रेड बुल एक इवेंट कर रहा है, मॉम डैड मेरे को रेड बुल का इवेंट खेलने आना है, तो उनको टाइम लगता सर्च करने के लिए। पहले जब हम कैफे टूर्नामेंट्स खेलते थे तो बहुत डिफिकल्ट होता था उनको समझाना कि अच्छा कैफे क्या होता है, उसमें इतना बड़ा चीज नहीं है कैफे उनके लिए। But when a brand like Red Bull is into the picture, then people start taking things seriously. So I'm very happy that they're helping the growth of esports in India.
वेल इसी के साथ साथ मैंने अभी भी देखा है, सी आई हैव पर्सनली सीन अ लॉट ऑफ पीपल ट्राई एंड फेल, बट आई थिंक द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट पार्ट इज कन्विंसिंग पेरेंट्स, एंड इसी के चलते हुए वी स्टिल लिव इन क्वाइट अ बिट ऑफ ऑर्थोडॉक्स सोसाइटी, जहाँ पर अभी भी कहा जाता है कि क्या कर लेगा, पढ़ाई कर ले, इससे बेटर है कितने साल खेलेगा, कितना कमाई होगा। सो एनीथिंग यू हैव टू से टू दोस पेरेंट्स टू लेट गो ऑफ देयर चाइल्ड, कि हाँ थोड़ा सा वो चांस दे अपने बच्चों को कि वो खेले एंड आगे बढ़े स्पोर्ट्स की दुनिया में।
वो दोनों साइड से होता है। मैं हमेशा अपने फैंस को भी मीटअप्स पे हो या ऑनलाइन सोशल प्लेटफॉर्म्स के थ्रू हो, वो दोनों साइड से है। आपको पेरेंट्स को भी बच्चों का माइंडसेट समझना ज़रूरी है, एंड बच्चों को भी पेरेंट्स का माइंडसेट समझना ज़रूरी है। तो मैं कभी ये नहीं कहता अपने फैंस को या लोगों को कि आप पढ़ाई वढ़ाई छोड़ दो, आप सीधा घुस जाओ इसमें, आपका करियर बनने ही बनने वाला है। इसमें एक स्पोर्ट है, ये आपको समझना पड़ेगा। इसमें आपको बहुत ज़्यादा मेहनत करनी पड़ेगी, बहुत आपका टैलेंट डेवलप करना पड़ेगा, कंसिस्टेंसी होना बहुत ज़रूरी है। फॉर एन एग्जांपल मैं एग्जाम दे रहा हूँ, मैंने किसी को देख लिया, मेरे को देख लिया कि अच्छा मुझे वेनम बनना है, उसका इतने ब्रांड्स इतने सारे पैसे हैं, ये लाइफ मेरे को चाहिए, फेम में मिल रहा है, मैं एग्जाम नहीं दूंगा, दिस इज रॉन्ग। मेरे को काफ़ी टाइम लग गया है, तो लोग ये भूल जाते हैं। मेरे को बनते बनते काफ़ी टाइम लग गया, और अभी भी जो प्रो प्लेयर्स देख रहे हो आप, उनको भी बहुत साल लग गए थे। तो मैं वो फैंस को वही समझाता हूँ कि आप कंसिस्टेंसी अपनी मेहनत में करते रहो, लेकिन पढ़ाई वढ़ाई मत छोड़ने की जरूरत नहीं है। मैंने भी पढ़ाई करते करते साथ साथ किया था। जब मेरे एग्जाम से तो मैंने थोड़ी गेमिंग कम कर दी थी, एग्जाम्स खत्म हो गए, जब छुट्टियां थी तो मैंने गेमिंग बढ़ा दी, और जब मैंने गेमिंग बढ़ाई तब मैंने टूर्नामेंट में पार्टिसिपेट किया, एक्सपीरियंस लिया। फिर जैसे जैसे मैं जीतने लगा, जैसे जैसे मेरा नाम बनने लगा, तब जाके मैं थोड़ा थोड़ा अपने पेरेंट्स के पास पहुंचा और उन्हें समझाया कि देखो अब मैं इंडिया को रिप्रेजेंट कर सकता हूँ, थोड़े पैसे मिल रहे हैं मुझे, ब्रांड स्पॉन्सर कर रहे हैं, अब ये करियर बन चुका है। और वो भी मैं तब स्टार्टिंग में डरता था कि 1-2 साल 3 साल के बाद अगर ब्रांड से नहीं किया, अब मेरे में वो कॉन्फिडेंस है कि मुझे पता है मैं 5-5 साल 6-6 साल रिन्यू कर रहा हूँ अपनी स्पॉन्सरशिप, तो मुझे वो आइडिया है, तो मैं कन्विंस कर सकता हूँ। और वैसे ही पेरेंट्स को समझना पड़ेगा कि ये एक प्रोफेशन है। अगर आपका बेटा या बेटी इसमें अच्छा कर रहा है एंड आपको दिख रहा है कि यार हाँ मेहनत कर रहा है और सच्ची में उसे पसंद है, एंड प्रोग्रेस भी दिख रही है, अचीवमेंट्स दिख रहे हैं, तो आपको उनको चांस देना जरूरी है। बिकॉज क्या पता कल को हमारे कंट्री में से एक निंजा आ जाए, यू नेवर नो, या हमारी कंट्री में से ही एक सिंपल आ जाए, या हमारे कंट्री में से ही स्क्रीम आ जाए, तो यू नेवर नो। तो वो अगर आप वो चांस ही नहीं दोगे उन्हें फ्लाई करने का, तो आपको कोई पता नहीं चलेगा वो कितना दूर तक उड़ सकते हैं। तो मेरी मेंटालिटी हमेशा यही रहती है कि मैं पेरेंट्स को भी समझाता हूँ एंड मैं फैंस को भी समझाता हूँ, एंड टचवुड दोनों समझते हैं, एटलीस्ट मेरे प्लेटफॉर्म पे या मेरे भी जितने अराउंड लोग हैं, तो क्योंकि मैं दोनों साइड की स्टोरी समझता हूँ। बिकॉज मेरे को भी बहुत डिफिकल्ट था पेरेंट्स को समझाना, बट आजकल मैं लोगों को देखता हूँ कि नहीं मुझे ये करना है, मैं ये नहीं करूंगा, मैं वो नहीं करूंगा, वो रॉन्ग एटीट्यूड है। तो वो बैलेंस रखना बहुत जरूरी है।
आई एग्री विद, आई मीन मैं आपको बहुत फॉलो भी करता हूँ, स्पेशली आपका जो जर्नी, एंड मैं दाद देना भी चाहूँगा, एंड ऑल्सो हार्टफुल थैंक यू रेडबुल एंड आपको भी, एंड स्पेशली आप जैसे इंडिया में एक फ्लैग बेरर बन के ई स्पोर्ट्स में पेरेंट्स को भी एंड जो भी खिलाड़ी है खेलते हैं, उस अपकमिंग टैलेंट जो बनते हुए नजर आ रहा है, उनको जो सपोर्ट दिखाते हो। एंड ऑल्सो मुझे सुनने में आया इसी के साथ कि आप कहीं ना कहीं कोपेनहेगन जा सकते हो, जो हमारे इंडियन टीम जो अभी रिप्रेजेंट करने के लिए चाहेगी। क्या वो आई थिंक वो जो सही है, आप क्या बताना चाहेंगे उसके बारे में?
हाँ, मेरे लिए तो बहुत बड़े अपॉर्चुनिटी है ये मेरे को तो सीएस के मैचेस लाइव देखने में का, अगर मतलब सपोजिंगली मैं यहाँ हूँ और वहाँ लाइव चल रहे हैं मैचेस, तो मुझे अपने कैफे के दिन याद आ जाते हैं जब मैं पीछे खड़े होके देखता था। एंड आज थैंक्स टू रेडबुल कि मुझे उस लायक समझा कि मैं वहाँ जाकर वो देख पाऊंगा वो मैचेस। सो इट्स अ वेरी बिग अपॉर्चुनिटी एंड आई एम वेरी हैप्पी एंड ग्लैड दैट मैं वहाँ पर जाके वो मैचेस देख सकता हूँ।
I mean that's just amazing. But yeah, इसी के साथ साथ मेरा अगला सवाल रहेगा, how long did it take you to actually be the Venom we all know from Ankit Pant?
Oh, it took me, I think, more than 15 years.
Oh,
Actually, my
Yes.
my
Yeah, true.
life changed since last 4-5 years. Until and unless these brands were not in the picture, it was very difficult to survive. And I be very honest about it. मैं वो झूठ वूठ घुमा फिरा के बात नहीं करता. Brands have built me, fans have built me, and I say this very openly. If it was not for Redbull or Intel or Alienware and all these Nike, HyperIce, all these brands supporting me, HyperX, तो नहीं हो पाता था, because you can't really rely on tournaments, to be honest. यहाँ पर इंडिया में अभी धीरे धीरे ग्रोथ हो रही है, प्राइस मनी बढ़ रहे हैं, बट हमारे टाइम पर we used to fight for like 50,000, 10,000, 20,000, वो भी जीते तो, and then you have to travel via train and वहाँ पर स्टे करो, तो उसमें से आता था आपके हाथ में 1,000 रुपये 500 रुपये, वो भी जीते तो उसमें आप क्या घर पे लेके जाओगे एंड क्या कन्विंस करोगे कि ये करियर है। कंपेरेटिवली आज मैं देख रहा हूँ करोड़ में प्राइस पूल्स है, यहाँ पर आप रिप्रेजेंट कर सकते हो, आप कोपेनहेगन जा रहे हो, अब बढ़ रहा है, बट मेरे टाइम पर नहीं था। तो मुझे तो काफी टाइम लग गया एंड आई एम वेरी हैप्पी एंड ब्लेस्ड कि आज मैं जब ये देखता हूँ कि ग्रोथ हो रही है एंड ब्रांड्स आर स्टार्ट पेइंग अटेंशन एंड न्यू गेमर्स आर कमिंग, न्यू टीम्स आर कमिंग, आई फील वेरी हैप्पी। मेरे लिए कंपटीशन नहीं है, मेरे को जब compete करके प्रूव करना था मैंने प्रूव कर दिया, अब मेरे को चाहिए कि मैं जितना और खेल सकता हूँ खेलूं एंड इन लोगों को आगे लेके जाऊं, बिकॉज आई वांट मोर ऑफ दीज गाइज टू बिकम रेडबुल एथलीट्स एंड मोर ऑफ दीज गाइज टू टेक कास्टिंग टिप्स फ्रॉम यू ऑल एंड सिट ऑन योर चेयर्स। तो यू आल्सो हैव द सेम मेंटालिटी, राइट? हमें ग्रो करना है, ऐसा नहीं है कि भाई मैं ही हूँ, मुझे ही देखो, मुझे ही सपोर्ट करो। आई वांट द एंटायर इकोसिस्टम टू ग्रो।
आई एग्री विद। देखिए ऐसे सपोर्ट यहाँ पे वेनम के साथ जब भी बात करने के लिए मौका मिलता है ऐसे करते नजर आते हैं। तो मेरा ये आखिरी सवाल नहीं बोलूंगा, बट लाइक फ्यू वर्ड्स, क्योंकि देखिए यहाँ पे अभी ग्रैंड फाइनल्स होने वाला है जहाँ पे बेस्ट ऑफ 5 खेलने वाले, बहुत शानदार टीम्स जुड़ी हुई है, तो वन ऑफ दीज टीम्स इज गोइंग टू बी रिप्रेजेंटिंग इंडिया इन कोपेनहेगन, तो आप उनके लिए क्या बोलना चाहोगे?
इट्स अ वेरी बिग अपॉर्चुनिटी, इसे मिस मत करना। मुझे याद है मैं अपने कैफे को रिप्रेजेंट करने में इतना खुश हो जाता था कि मैं अपने एरिया को रिप्रेजेंट करने आया हूँ, आप तो पूरे देश को रिप्रेजेंट कर रहे हो। मैं यहाँ पर अभी फिलहाल सिंगापुर में हूँ, एक इंटरनेशनल गेमिंग टीवी रियलिटी शो कर रहा हूँ, वहाँ भी मैं इंडिया को रिप्रेजेंट कर रहा हूँ, मैं इंडिया से अकेला गेमर हूँ। अब रेडबुल फ्लिक में आई होप आप लोग इंडिया को अच्छे से रिप्रेजेंट करो, मैं हूँ आपके साथ में, डोंट वरी, एंड टुगेदर वी विल शो देम व्हाट इंडिया इज एंड how good we are and how passionate we are about esports.
ऑफ कोर्स। साथ ही साथ मेरा भी आपसे एक आखिरी सवाल रहेगा कि अभी जो एस्पायरिंग ई स्पोर्ट्स एथलीट्स हैं, हमने बहुत लोगों को देखा है कि विद द हार्ड वर्क दे पुट इन कुछ ना कुछ रह जाता है। सो ओवरऑल एक ई स्पोर्ट एथलीट में कौन कौन से वो स्पेसिफिक कुछ की पॉइंट्स या फिर कुछ की जो है एफर्ट्स रहने चाहिए जिससे कि उसका करियर फ्लरिश होने में और भी ज़्यादा बेटर हो?
आई थिंक आप में पेशेंस होना बहुत ज़रूरी है। ई स्पोर्ट्स में बिना पेशेंस के आप ज़्यादा दूर तक नहीं जा पाओगे। पेशेंस होना बहुत ज़रूरी है, राइट काइंड ऑफ गाइडेंस। सिर्फ नंबर्स देख के सोशल मीडिया पे मिलियन आप उनको फॉलो करके उनको कॉपी करने की कोशिश करोगे तो वो नहीं होगा। आपको सही तरीके के लोगों को फॉलो करना होगा, आपको सही तरीके के लोगों से गाइडेंस लेनी होगी, अपने पेरेंट्स को हमेशा लूप में रखना होगा कि भाई मैं ये कर रहा हूँ, मैं ये नहीं कर रहा हूँ, और ऐसा मेरी ड्रीम है, मेरे को ऐसा करना है। आपको पूरा अपना स्ट्रक्चर समझाना होगा, लाइफ को बैलेंस रखना होगा स्टडीज़ काम के साथ, और दिन रात मेहनत करनी होगी। मुझे याद है मैं एक टाइम पर सिर्फ 4-4, 5-5 घंटे सोता था, बिकॉज मेरे को स्कूल था, ट्यूशन था, फिर कॉलेज था, एंड मेरे को 2-3 घंटा खेलने के लिए मिलता था। तो आपको सैक्रिफाइसेस भी बहुत करने होंगे। आई नो बहुत ज़्यादा लंबी लिस्ट है, बट अगर आप उतने पैशनेट हो और आपको एक्चुअली में इंडिया को रिप्रेजेंट करना है और गेमिंग में कुछ करना है और रेडबुल एथलीट बनना है, तो आपको ये सब चीज़ें करनी होंगी।
Of course, and साथ ही साथ, well, this will be the last one. I promise you on that. आप
अरे नो प्रॉब्लम, आपको मेरे बात करने में बहुत मजा आता है, करो आप।
of course. Well, आप हमने I don't think कभी आपसे पूछा होगा ऐसे कि everyone has an idol in their life. Like मेरे life में मेरा जो idol है casting का, that's John Allen. So आपकी life में भी ऐसा कोई idol था whom you actually maybe idolized and उनसे कुछ सीखा आपने and फिर you executed on this platform?
आइडल मेरे टाइम पर तो मेरे पास पीसी और इंटरनेट भी नहीं था, तो मैं आइडल कहाँ से ढूंढता? मुझे तो पता ही नहीं था कि मैं किसको पकड़ के दिखाऊं घर पे कि मेरे को जाने दो खेलने के लिए, प्रैक्टिस करने के लिए। तो तब मेरे को रियलाइज हुआ कि यार कोई कर नहीं रहा है, लगता है खुद ही करना पड़ेगा। तो मैंने खुद ही अपने पे ट्रायल एंड एरर स्टंट मारने शुरू कर दिए कि अच्छा मुझे ये करना, ये नहीं करना। फिर अपने पेरेंट्स से मैं सुनता था कि गेमर्स मोटे होते हैं, चश्मे हो जाएगा आपको, आप गालियां देने शुरू हो जाओगे। अब मेरे एक दो फ्रेंड कैफे के बाहर थोड़ा ड्रिंक और स्मोक कर रहे थे जो नहीं करना चाहिए, तो उनको लगा मैं भी करने लग जाऊंगा। तो ये सब चीजें मेरे को लगा अच्छा ये सब मिसकंसेप्शन डिलीट करने पड़ेंगे वरना मेरे को खेलने नहीं देंगे। तो आज तक मैं वो सब चीजें करता नहीं, वो मिसकंसेप्शन डिलीट किए। तो मैं खुद का एक जर्नी पे निकल गया। मैं लेफ्ट राइट देख नहीं रहा था, मेरे खुद ही सामने इतने प्रॉब्लम्स थे, मैं कहाँ आइडलाइज करने जाता। मैं खुद ही बन गया कि भाई अब मैं खुद ही प्रूव करके दिखाता हूँ। बट हाँ, मोटिवेशन, अगर आप मोटिवेशन पूछोगे तो हाँ, वो माई मॉम स्माइल, दैट इज माई मोटिवेशन। वो जब मॉम स्माइल करती है ना, मॉम स्माइल करती है ना,
यस,
तब सब कुछ सही हो जाता है। बिकॉज आई हैव सीन हर स्ट्रगल कि आपका बेटा खेल रहा है, आपका बेटा कंप्यूटर के सामने बैठा रहता है, लाइफ खराब कर रहा है, कुछ नहीं कर पाएगा, घर कैसे चलाएगा। तो ये सब जो क्वेश्चंस आपने सुने होंगे, मैंने भी सुने, हर एक गेमर सुनता है। तो वो चेंज करते 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 मैं अभी चल रहा हूँ। अभी भी बहुत सारे क्वेश्चंस के आंसर देने बाकी हैं। देखो, जब तक है जान करते रहेंगे मेहनत और बनाएंगे अपनी पहचान।
Of course. So self-made athlete अंकित पंत, thank you so much. आप यहाँ पर आए, आज हम लोगों से बातें की। I think बहुत लोगों को बहुत कुछ यहाँ पर टिप्स भी मिल चुके होंगे कि आप करना चाहिए, क्या नहीं करना चाहिए। Thank you so much, Venom, for joining, and we'll of course see you really soon.
Thank you so much for having me. Enjoy the show.
Of course. Well, Sam, we can say कि देखिए.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was some words from Venom right there. If you too are interested in being a professional player or being on the competitive front, if you have a desire to be a professional esports player, you just made it very clear. Don't give up on your studies right away because even like Antidote said earlier today, what if this esports thing doesn't work out for you? Let's say you have a great season. Let's say you play amazingly well, but due to some reasons or the other, there comes a time where you're not playing well, and all of a sudden you've got no means. You kicked out of a team. You got no means of income. What are you going to do? Sure. Right? That's the big question. So it's very important that most people keep their head in studies, or at least develop some sort of skill for which they can make money before they dive into the world of esports. Of course, these days it's a little bit easier, like you mentioned, with all these tournaments coming up, like the Redbull Flick itself, the 2v2, and all the other tournaments that also keep popping up. But you go back 8 years and tell your parents that you wanted to be an esports professional. And firstly, they would laugh at you, and then they would beat you with a chappal and tell you to go.
First thing's gonna be like, what is esports?
Yeah,
because I'm pretty sure 8 years ago they wouldn't even know what it's meant exactly.
Yeah, that question would come after the beatings, and after you got some decent marks in the exam, so you could get 2 hours of playtime every single day during your vacations and whatnot. But jokes aside, I mean, this is. It's some pristine advice. Whether he's gotten there, he's got a lot of brands sponsoring him today. So if you're gonna listen to anyone, listen to that guy. He certainly knows what he's talking about. When it comes to this tournament, though, I mean, we got the OG Reunite Best of 5 about to start very, very soon, Edge, and we're gonna be starting off on City Palace. If you had to give one team the edge over the other in this one, who would it be?
Oh, Logista and Wimp. That's
okay.
gonna be my pick. There you go. I'm not even gonna take a second to think about it because I've been thinking about it for a while now. So Logista and Wimp are gonna be my picks coming into this particular BO5. I mean, City Palace. I think they might, even take it home 3-0. As a matter of fact, maybe. But if Bad Love can just pop off like he did on the match, maybe 3-1. But I don't think it's gonna be a 3-2 whatsoever. Because here's the thing. I think that Bad Love and Harsh got a little bit of easy there because Rafael and Rex were struggling a bit, right, to understand to understand the mode of the game. But on the other hand, Saransh and Logi, they had a really tough fight against the Anti and Xkali. It did go the distance of 3 maps, but for the other side of the team, the team of JHS, it wasn't that hard. So right now they're gonna be having a tougher match, and I think they might come close, but not close enough.
Yeah, well, it's only one way to find out, and that is by jumping into the game, which you'll be doing very, very shortly. But I mean, we do have a lot of other maps that could be played potentially as well. Of course, the one map you and I both have wanted to see for a long time now is Digital Archives. But yeah, we can talk about the maps later. I mean, let's talk a little bit more about players. Stanex and Michiko, these guys, I mean, they just made their matches look like a complete breeze. There was not a single chance where there was not a single opportunity where I could say that they were smoked or outclassed. I mean, in case you missed out the brackets, here they are. But JHS won very, very convincingly against Raw Fuel Rexy. Revenant, on the other hand, they did struggle a little bit, but it was against Antidote and Excali, who did win that second map and put up quite a decent fight. So, no credit to be taken away from Revenant either. I think they're a tough competitor as well. You did mention that you prefer Revenant over JHS. I kind of agree. I think Revenant are probably going to have the upper hand in this one, but I don't think JHS are going to go down without a fight. I think JHS will certainly be able to at least take one map, if not outright win the series. But yeah, if Revenant are to win this, then it's certainly going to be a 3-1 in my opinion. I don't think it's going to be a clean sweep by any stretch of the imagination.
Ooh.
Yeah, this should be. Yeah, this is not going to be easy at all for the side of Revenant Esports. I mean, for Revenant, because it's it's hard. I mean, how do you play against two players who just have no cares in the world, right? I mean, these guys, it just seemed like they had some sort of system in the back of their mind that they've tried, that they've tested, and at this point, they don't even need to think about things. They can just play on autopilot and still come out on top.
Yeah, but keep in mind, fellas, I mean, these players are going to be playing, but it's not them actually going to Copenhagen. So this is just for for you guys, for you to have fun, for also the players, and for us casters as well. It's going to be really fun because these are the big names in the community. They have been playing Counter-Strike for a really long time, and one of those players that are well known in the community. I mean, just like Ankit Pant, we were talking about him. So it's just one of those matches. So let's see who comes out on top. But I mean, yeah, we were talking about the maps as well, right? City Palace lobby, Wings 5 lobby, that is, Sky Platform, Control Room, Digital Archives. Unfortunately, we couldn't see Digital Archives the other match during the other match. Unfortunately, I don't think this time around as well we might not be able to witness it. If we do, it's great. But your prediction and my prediction, I mean, you go for a 3-0, I went for a 3-1. Both of these predictions means that
I'm going for a 3-1 as well.
Oh, 3-1. So either way, no Digital Archives, unfortunately. So let's see. Maybe in that other bracket, or maybe even now, you never really know. Maybe it might.
Who says the predictions are going to come right? Yeah, I mean, who knows? Exactly. JHS might just take the whole series 3-0. I mean, you never know. Maybe they go all the way to 5 maps and then lose out by 1 ticket. I mean, it could be anything really, because
that 1 ticket hurts.
Yeah,
the 1 ticket thing, it hurts.
Hurt. I mean, we saw in Only Friends versus Acme as well, right? In the previous series, we saw how close the match was. I mean, in the end, I think it really came down to both teams being in single digits, and Acme almost, Only Friends almost managed to claw their way back, but it was that one play by, I think it was Jai Hind, who just flung himself onto that point, with the SG, sorry, and just cleaned up the both of them. I mean, used the smoke to his advantage.
That was the moment.
Yeah, that was the moment where Only Friends were done for, and I almost said it myself. Yeah, almost.
I mean, I'm gonna be happy because I'm like, maybe I'm the only one that said it. Now I'm like, what? I have Fergie to back me up as well in that case. So, that was really unfortunate. But now they're out on Only Friends, and Acme, they have a really good chance to get themselves 2 tickets to Copenhagen, a full-page trip as well. So, I mean, first things first, beautiful city, right? I mean, it's Copenhagen, beautiful city. I love their food as well. Like, I mean, I don't exactly know what kind of sausage that is. Sounds weird. They do have this specific type of sausage that I love. So that is something that these players can, get to taste and eat. Obviously, since it's a full-page trip, you don't need to worry about anything. The stays is going to be wonderful. And I can only imagine what the stage is going to be like, right? It's a LAN event. It's a Counter-Strike Global Offensive LAN event. It's
Yeah.
going to be impressive. It's going to be fun as well. I just I want to see how many audience are going to be there. It's going to be quite a lot. I'm pretty sure.
I mean, it's a £50,000 tournament. It's no joke. I mean, this is going to be one heck of an event. I imagine that all of these people who end up showing up are going to have a fun time. I wouldn't be too surprised to see even a professional team make it there. There is maybe we see some players from big, considering that they are also in Germany, make their way there and showcase what some of that European Counter-Strike looks like. But yeah, to find that out, we're going to have to wait for that best of 5 to play out. I believe it's going to be between Acme and Super Duper Cora, if I'm not wrong. I think that's what I remember the name to be, Super Duper Cora Esports. Yeah, but before we move on to that, we do have Reunite going up against JHS, like I said earlier. And, I mean, the map that, really interests me is obviously Control Room. But I think the one thing that we've not seen so far and we haven't really seen come into play is the op on Sky Platform. I mean, Sky Platform, it has a boost where you can make your way to on top of, I believe it is the A control point. And on top of there is an op that you can pick up. It is a bit of a hard boost. It is a bit of a hard, place to reach. I do believe you have to drop down from somewhere to make your way up there and then pick up the op. But if you are able to get there, it shows you just so much of the map that from that angle with the op, you can just pretty much get kills at anywhere. I mean, it could be towards B, it could be towards C, it could be on A. It doesn't really matter. I mean, you can cover the entire area with that op. But to get there, you really do need to see players feel like that sort of a risk is needed, that you do need to go up there and get that up. And, it is a tedious process. It is a time-consuming process. And when you're doing that, you're not defending your teammate. You're not setting up for, trying to control the next point. And that's just time that you're spending to get a weapon. So, again, I mean, there's a reward ratio. And, I imagine that it is a little bit more risk than reward. So it's unlikely that we see a lot of players go for it. But certainly, I mean, if the situation does arise, if a match goes down to the wire, maybe we are on the verge of a 3-0 and a team is on their last leg, you could see someone just go for the op and go berserk with it.
Maybe one of the OGs.
Yeah, maybe one of the OGs.
Maybe one of the OGs can actually do that, because in the other bracket as well, I mean, they're much more focus on getting that victory or anything else, right? They might feel like, what if I go for that long op take, but by that time the capture, I mean, once you're going for the op, which means you're losing the capture point for at least a good 10 seconds. So that's 10 tickets going in the other team's favor. So unfortunately, that's not what these teams want. But if in case of OGs, I mean, yeah, they want to win as well. But at the same time, they want to be putting up a really good show for us, right? That's exactly why, I mean, someone like Antidote would have done that for sure. In this case, I think maybe Harsh might go for that. I don't think Logi or Badla will be going for it, because they've been really popping off with the AKs, with the Khalils, and with the M4s and FAMASs. So I think they might stick to the rifles, the assault rifles, while Harsh or Vimp, maybe. I'm not really sure, but there's a really good chance that one of these two players might go for that if they want to. Otherwise, it's just going to be basic Counter-Strike yet again.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's going to be the kind of Counter-Strike that we're used to seeing so far, with, of course, the rifles taking priority. I mean, we've seen a lot of people just go a little bit out of their way to get their hands on an AK or an M4, and that clearly has had a lot of effect. The closer you get towards the points, the less impactful the weapon spawns become. I mean, the further away you are, the stronger the weapon. That seems to be the logic. So, if you want an AWP, if you want an AK, you're going to have to take some time to retrieve that. But again, I mean, everything has its pros and cons. I imagine that there's going to be a lot of Galils and FAMASs being picked up, because those are the weapons that hit the sweet spot. They're in the way onto the control point. You don't really have to go out of your way to pick them up. And again, if you have practice with those weapons, they can be quite potent. Although you have to remember that even though they might be very, very strong weapons, an AK is still a one-hit headshot to the head. And an M4A4 is still better at longer range to fight with than a FAMAS or a Galil. So, all those things do need to be considered before these players do decide to commit for any particular weapon. With that out of the way, though, I mean, one thing that we really haven't talked about is the utility usage of these players. Considering how utility is very random, I think, we haven't seen peak utility usage come out in the OG Reunite matches. I think we saw a lot more of that in the actual Red Bull Flick 2v2 event.
That is true. I mean, in the other bracket, they use these smokes to cover up those capture points, and they were using the Molotovs to kind of force the players out of the capture point. On the other hand, in the bracket of OG Reunite, all they were focused on was their gunfight. Right? They're using those weapons to actually push out players from the capture zone. They're just using grenades here and there once in a while to just cover off angles, but not really in terms of having an advantage over the other team. So I think, once again, it does make sense because for these players, it's all about the fun. It's all about just reliving their old memories, nostalgia, this and that. But for the other bracket, now that is there's a lot on the line for them. There's just too much. Just too much at stake, and they cannot afford to make any mistakes. They might feel like they want to have some fun, but guess what? One wrong step, and you might go home. But with that, we will not, because we will be going into the map of City Palace, my favorite. Let's see, it's going to be Revenant taking on JHS.
Oh yeah, Revenant versus JHS, folks, and looks like right off the bat, JHS, they have the upper hand over here, as they are standing on that A control point. Both members from Revenant trying to make their way from the stairs, and looks like the bait and switch works. Loki and Saransh are going to be able to clean up Saransh, acting as livestock, or a lamb to the slaughter for Loki, who manages to get a kill. Oh, a frag being dropped. Oh my god, Loki actually shoots through Stain to get that kill, and he's even going to be able to clean up Michiko. He's able to find those picks and see what else he's capable of, and looks like JHS gonna have a hard time getting back on this point as Revenant. They've established a foothold and they're not letting go. 10 seconds on the clock though before the point switches, before we make it to C. So it's likely that we see them give up this point altogether and make their way to the next one. In fact, they will be able to wipe out the side of JHS before the next point comes into play. But that just might serve them well, because they're going to go out of their way to get some good weapons and then maybe take the fight. But as I say, that Michiko was able to clean up. Stain X doesn't really have a good weapon in his hand, just a Mac 10 to work with, and a Deagle pulls it out. Cannot find the frag. Saransh is there to get that kill as well.
Beautiful stuff coming in. And now you can see a little more utility uses coming in as well, like 2 Molotovs being deployed, a smoke being used as well, but Logi's position is just wonderful, but Senix up with the UMP. Mid-range will be enough to take one down, just spraying through the smoke. I think he did see a couple of pixels of him there, but Stanix is going to get taken down. Michiko in a really bad position, but doesn't really matter because Logis had nothing and a good shot coming in. That was clean with the USPS this, and Saransh with an even better shot. Oh, okay, never mind. I thought it was Saransh actually, but it was Logi getting that kill. JHS on the back for Revenant, feeling really confident right now. They have 18 a lead, but let's see for how long. Gonna keep the lead going on for a B. B capture point for what? 50 seconds, around 45 now. Logi with a beautiful shot with the Deagle, gets himself another headshot, and now JHS, they gotta start worrying it. They gotta keep that focus in right now, because if the ticket deficit goes anywhere around 15 to 20, that's when you need to start panicking. That's when you need to start making a better plays, and Stenex dodges the flash really well, but at the end, doesn't really matter because he does get that kill there, and now he's holding on to that position. Cheeky, but Logi kind of actually deals a lot of damage. Can he get it as well? Can he get it? He does. Okay. He sees him now. And 5 tickets.
They are managing to sort of stem the bleeding here. JHS, they're trying to close the gap a little bit, but yet to get on point as the point switches over to C. So Raj is already on it, but he only has a USP in his hands, and Michiko punishes him with that Deagle. But look at Loki with the Max 7. Is he going to take fall damage? No, he is not. He's got his hands on the AK, but Michiko comes in from the flank, takes him out. That's going to be the AK out of the picture, but still, it is going to be Revenant with the upper hand, as they're just preventing the side of JHS from getting onto point. It's not even about getting on point themselves, it's just about stopping JHS from getting there. They've managed to whittle away 30 seconds. But I'm not too sure if that's going to be enough. An op picked up now by Saransh to try and get this back. Great shot by him straight into Michiko's chest. And Stanex has got that shotgun along with the smoke to play around with. Gets spotted out though. Not too sure why he would do that. Lodi is going to be able to clean up the both of them. But before he's able to get on point, Stanex cleans him up with the USP AK in his hand. He will be able to get another one on Saraj and JHS. Finally, they will stop that bleeding to an extent. But just as I say that, the point switches over to A, and Logi had that shotgun in his hands as Michiko was switching, catches him with his pants down. And with that, Revenant looks like finally they're going to be the ones in the backseat as JHS position themselves on top. Right as I say that, though, look at the trades come in. Michiko is going to try to salvage this operation, but to no avail. JHS, they continue to try and pester against Revenant. It works. They're able to get a pick, but again, look at Saraj coming in from the flank, not making any noise, trying to catch them by surprise. He will succeed. Great volley being thrown in as well. Force the Stanex off the angle, and with that, they managed to force them off the control point. Revenant stem the bleeding. This has to be the final fight. Michiko is going to be able to get one. In fact, he's manages to get both. And with that, JHS will be able to control this point, but only for 8 seconds. The point is going to switch over to B. And you can see the side of Revenant already making their way there. JHS might not be able to do this. And there it is. The match timer being played out. JHS, they are starting to lose points. If they do not make it to the C point, they will lose. And Revenant will be the team to get that first pick as Logi. Doesn't matter who's in front of him. He will kill them all.
Oh, that final spray down, taking on Zarans on the way as well, but doesn't really matter, as you said. Revenant get that first point already, first round that is. Now can they get another one? Is the question that we all have in our heads right now. And already, Revenant with the lead. Logi holding on to that position. He gets his head. His head was visible, and that's all Michiko needed. He'll be landing a beautiful headshot, but then Saraj is gonna get Stains, who was not ready at all. Michiko. Oh wait, he wasn't the one at the close range. He was the one at the far off angle. And this is what I was talking about. See the middle, the A capture point. It's out in the open, and the Swag 7 is gonna do a lot more damage. And Michiko gets one again. Yeah, just on the back foot, but doesn't really matter because Revenant, they're losing a couple of tickets here as well. This is going to be a close fight once again. This is the one that we were waiting for, right? But Revenant had a really good game, the first one. JHS, I gotta say, got off a little easy on their first matchup. So this is going to be a test for them.
Oh yeah, certainly is. And we'll see if JHS are going to be able to get those picks. Well, Stanex finds one with the AWP. Can he find the second one as well? Let's see if he is successful. Never mind, Michiko is just going to take that away, but Loki picks up an AWP of his own, takes the enemy AWP away. Stanex is going to get cleaned up, but look at that. Michiko quick to find the trade and to stop Logi from going off on a rampage with that big green gun. As now, JHS, they're in the driver's seat. Revenant starting to bleed out tickets.
Revenant gotta be careful, and now they're pulling it back as well. That's not penetrable, Logi. That's not penetrable at all. It doesn't really matter how much you try, what weapon it is. It doesn't really matter. That's impenetrable, as hard as a rock. Let's just say that. Michiko, though, on the other hand, gets a beautiful shot with the USPS. Lands a headshot onto Saraj. Will be able to close it out as well. And now JHS with the lead. 8 tickets, 7 actually. But Revenant, they gotta get that control onto the capture point, which is not gonna be easy because Stanex is gonna be holding onto that angle. And actually, they're on towards a B already. I think the next one is gonna be C or A. Obviously, there's only 2 more left. But it looks like it's gonna be C. There you go. The red thing over there, the red light. So they gotta keep an eye on the mini map, and so do we. Obviously, I'm missing out on it. Thank you, Floki, for catching that. But C is the capture point right now. And JHS, they don't have the control of it because Revenant are holding onto that angle. Beautiful positioning coming from Saraj. Takes one down. Can he get another one? That's a beautiful flashbang coming in. But he flashes himself. It doesn't really matter because Michiko somehow managed to get that kill.
Yeah, and Logi tried to fight Stanex but was unsuccessful. The spam comes through though from Saraj as he's there to get that clean up. In fact, he even best Michiko with the USP. Who the hell needs a deagle? Who the hell needs a P250? He's got his trusty old USP in his hands. The silence pistol doing all the work. Stanex able to clean up Saraj in turn, but Logi's there to get that trade. And now, it seems like JHS, they are going to be in the backseat for a while. All picked up by Michiko. He's not able to figure out where the shots are coming from. The flash goes through. You can see he's trying to do his best to keep that AWP in play. It's not going to be so easy as the point has switched over towards B. And Saraj might just be able to catch a couple of players off guard. And look at that. Stanex going to be cleaned up the AWP. didn't really sing after all. And JHS, slowly but surely starting to bleed out over here. If this continues, don't think we're going to be making it to a third round. I think this might just be it. And looks like your prediction might come true, Edge.
Maybe. Let's see. We still have a lot of time left. I mean, you never really know, especially after the last match on the other bracket. I don't want to say it's over until it's over because that one ticket did catch me by surprise. But look at those both players. They were peeking the same angle. They were right next to each other. That was quite funny for a second, but doesn't really matter. That UMP up close and personal takes down Duology. And I think that's going to be the end of JHS. Well, let's see, because there's still 12 tickets in store for them. Michiyoko, they got to make their way towards C. That's going to be the final thing. Why is the A not coming into play? Unfortunately, looks like the randomizer just hates A. The chance this man to take down Michiyoko now 9 tickets is all, 8 tickets is all JHS have. Revenant, on the other hand, they're losing tickets quite fast as well, but gotta be careful. But if Logic gets this one, I think it's over, but he doesn't get it, so maybe there's still a little bit of chance for JHS to maybe somehow make it work. That grenade is perfect. Deals a lot of damage, does it? It doesn't deal any damage, actually. Never mind. Sans gets one. Can he get another one? 2 tickets is all JHS have. But why are they losing tickets when they are in the capture point? And just like that, it's over.
Yep, JHS. I mean, they tried holding on to the point, but unfortunately were not very successful. With that, the first map, it is going to go into the way of Revenant. Edge. Looks like finally your ship might have got some wind there as it is starting to sail. The side of Revenant, one up against the side of JHS. So we will be making our way towards lobby next, which again is going to be a fun affair. But JHS never really got off the ground, it seems. I mean, they had an okay start, but it wasn't anything to write home about.
I mean, I did tell you that off, Loki. I mean, their first match, JHS, they got a little easy. You know, they got off a little easy there because, I mean, once again, unfortunately, I feel weird saying this, but Rawfuel and Rex, they couldn't really figure it out. But let's take a quick look at what just went down here. Revenant and JHS. They started off really well. It was close, but then Revenant having that momentum from their first match, even though there was a really long break after that, I don't think it affected them in any way.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it seemed like Revenant, they just had their foot firmly on the gas pedal. And the fact that they played City Palace before also helps, right? Because they were able to leverage some of that experience that they got against Antidote and Excali. And I believe it was this map where Antidote and Excali actually won. So this was the map where Revenant really had to fight. So no wonder that they're able to come out and get themselves a good 2-0. But the next map is the one where you're going to see a lot more interesting things happen. You know, it is going to be lobby. It is going to be the first map that both of these teams played today in their best of threes. And I think both of these teams should have some sorts of strats ready for this one. Revenant, they did win it out 2-0. Not going to be feeling confident, but then again, so did JHS. So you have to keep that in the back of your mind before you jump into this one. I do imagine that it's going to be a little bit easy for JHS to get some points, but then again, you have to keep in mind that Revenant, they are really playing well. I mean, you saw that performance on City Palace. You know, the fact that they had to struggle against Antidote and Excali actually ends up helping them over here in this best of 5 against JHS.
And now we're moving on to the map of Lobby. So it was fun. We did see, and the JHS did have a really good time on that one as well. And at the same time, Revenant also dominated against Anti-Excali. So it's going to be a tough one, I suppose. This one, it's got to be much more closer, maybe to 1 point going in either team's favor. But which team are you supporting? I mean, not supporting, but which team do you think might come out on top? I mean, might as well. Which team are you rooting for, Floki?
Well, sort of rooting for JHS. I do want to see them play well. And with that said, I think the game is live, so let's just jump straight in and see what they are up to. As Revenant, they try and on their way into this game. This time around, seems like it is going to be JHS with the head start. Although Michiyoko is keeping everyone at bay with the Galil, but look at those spawns, those 5-7s. A big pain to deal with on this map. Logi able to pick up Stainax again.
Oh, what a shot coming in. Logi. Wonderful plays with the 5-7, but gotta be careful. And there you go, the capture point is towards A, and they have the control of it right now. And JHS once again on the back foot because Revenant, once they get the control of the capture point, they never give it up. And just to say that, unfortunately, once again, they just go down instantly. And Michioko's position is really good, but at the same time, he's playing it smart as well. You know, his aim is on point, but at the same time, the coordination is there. So playing this map against, Raw Fuel Rex 2 times back to back, I think they're feeling a bit better when compared to Revenant, who only played this once today.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure they might have played it like multiple times previously, but right now it's all about the momentum going in, and JHS with 6-ticket lead, but it's going down as Logi lands a beautiful headshot back to back.
Oh yeah, that one was kind of nuts, not gonna lie. Can he get more though? That's the question. He's lurking around the smoke, but yeah, he is gonna be shot through it, unfortunately. Yeah, with that, looks like Michiko is gonna be next on the menu, as he does get cleaned up by Saranj. Stay next though. Has to be a little bit careful. In fact, he's gonna get shot in the head by Logi. And with that, it seems like finally Revenant gonna show some signs of life. But GHS still in the driver's seat for the time being. They do get cleaned up though, and the C. Okay then, Logi. Well, I was gonna say that C was up for the taking, but not for long, because Logi was able to get that pick with the Deagle. Great stuff coming out by him. But then again, the AK is a lot more potent at that range. Look at Michiko. Man, everybody just on point with those headshots today. Just crispy aim. These guys, they went to headshot DM7 in between these games. I'm sure of that.
Oh, that is for sure. I mean, they have been practicing something or the other thing. I mean, headshot DM is the best thing to do, and Staynex. What a shot coming on the Sharas there. I mean, it was a really cheeky angle, had a really narrow gap there, but it does manage to get it. But JHS with 3 tickets behind Revenant right now. They can still make it work now. That's down to 2. It's not a lot. Now 1 only. And okay, it's going to stop, I believe. But yeah, just still on the back foot, Saranj. We got to make sure that they get this. They only need 1 more point, by the way, to take this map in their favor. But at the same time, it's going to go to B right now. And let's see who's towards B. Guess what? No one except Logi right now. He's actually making... Saranj, I'm sorry. He's making his way there. And he does get a smoke grenade, but behind him, there's Staynex. He messed the smoke? He messed the smoke.
I don't know, but man, Michiko is just on a killing spree with that Deagle. Just landing those headshots like... Got a giant bullseye right there. Oh, Michiko with the... Oh my god, this guy is so freaking deadly. Messes up the molly. That's actually going to hurt them a little bit, because look at the spawns. They've actually come in all the way from the back. They took the teleporters over there. And Saranj will be able to surprise them. Michiko still has the op, and Saranj will be there to clean him up. 11 seconds remaining for B. JHS continue to establish a foothold. And well, it does look like JHS are going to be able to pick up the first round based on the tickets so far. Unless Revenant are able to make a comeback. They are early on C, so they do have the early movers advantage. But Michiko's got the up, and he has been stellar with it so far. Let's see if he's going to be able to find some more picks.
Revenant gotta work it out right now. They have a 10-point lead on the side of JHS, but it's going down. And Michiko, oh, there you go. Just bad luck is just popping off today. Not just... in one map. I mean, we have only seen him in one map, so we'll just he was also playing really well on City Palace as well, but never mind, 5-7 is coming into play. That 10 is going to go down to 9 and 8 maybe as well. That Molotov is not going to be helping him whatsoever. On the smoke, beautiful plays coming in. Michiko does manage to take 1 more down. Logi doesn't matter, because that 5-7 is just too good. 7 ticket difference. Make it 8. It's increasing right now, and Saras, if he doesn't get that kill onto Bad Love, it's not going to be an easy one, but they're actually letting it go. Now they're making their way towards it because they do understand, but JHS, that's enough for them, right? Because now they're going to be making their way in, and Staynex is already on the capture point, and with that, JHS will be getting that first point on the board for them against Revenant.
Oh yeah, great performance here from the side of JHS as they're able to get themselves, that first round to work with. Can they go the distance here? That's the question. Oh, Logi, crisp headshot there with the Khalil at that range. Even finds the second one on Michiko. Looks like Saranj is also going to be able to join the party as Logi. Just a killing machine. 3 kills for him back to back. No death yet. Staynex trying to fight back with that 5-7, but Saranj has his number. A lot more patient with that gun. does reward him for those shots. Michiko able to clean him up, but Logi continues to be a menace. My oh my. One Galil and Logi. That seems to be the name of the game here. It's not Counter-Strike, it is Logi Galil offensive. And just as I say that, the caster skills. It strikes through. StateX is going to be able to find him. And with that, the point as well. 19 seconds on the clock though. Just as I say that, Logi picks up the op, does not find anything, gives it away, but at least he put that op on cooldown, so no one's going to be able to take it for a while.
Careful though. Judge is now on the back foot. They are losing tickets really quick. But Logi with the 5-7 does manage to take down Stains. On the other hand, it's going to be Michiko with the 5-7 as well, getting himself one. Beautifully, did he just pick himself a weapon there? That was really sneaky. But they got to make their way towards B right now because that's where the capture point is. And Saranj takes a bit of damage there, but Stanex with the AK gets himself one, gets himself another one onto Saranj as well. Now they have the control of B. Capture point. Logi, long range 5-7, not going to be dealing any points, not going to be connecting. Actually, so will not be dealing any damage. He does get himself a Galay right now, but doesn't really matter because Bad Love lands a beautiful shot on Logi with 10. So it's all down to Saranj, gets himself a double. And now, once again, the tickets are ticking for JHS and Revenant. They're going to be feeling really confident right now.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Revenant, they've got that big lead in terms of tickets. I mean, even though it seemed like JHS had that first round, Revenant are able to strike back, and that is purely on the back of Logi's Galil play. I mean, he's got the AWP in his hands right now. Those smokes aren't very conducive for that weapon, but look at that no-scope through the smoke. He's only a little bit of Stains, and that is enough for him to find that pick. And with that, the point is going to switch over towards C, so he's going to try to make his way there. In fact, he catches StateX trying to make his way on the point. That is going to get him another kill. Saranj was on the flank. Michiko misses the first shot. Can he find the second one? Yes, he can. Logi is going to get cleaned up, but Saranj is there to get the revenge for his boy. And with that, Revenant, they continue to be in the driver's seat. A 20-point lead for them now. That's Logi. Oh my god. Just that shutting everyone down with that deal. Is he going to find the third pick? Come on, man. That's a little ridiculous. So many headshots in just one clip of the magazine, and now StateX, he's like, it's my time to shine. Pulls out the Deagle, is going to be able to clean up Logi as well. 3 for him too. As JHS, they strike back and how? And now Revenant, well, they're going to make their way towards B instead, because that is where they're going to have the next point to go to. Saran's going to be the first person to make his way there to stop the bleeding, and JHS, they better start to put in the legwork now, because otherwise they are going to be down. I mean, they are going to tie up the score 1-1, but even then, I don't think they want to be in that spot. They would very much like to close this out ASAP.
Then they shouldn't let Revenant have any chance of making it a 3-0. If that happens, then if they give up this particular point up, Revenant might have a chance to take it home and make it a 2-0 as of now, which means that they only need one more map to be victorious. And JHS right now 20 points almost. Never mind. JHS are losing tickets, are losing. Bad Love whiffing up a couple of shots, finally gets him. JHS only have 11 tickets, while Revenant 32. They have enough to spare, 20 to spare right now. But let's see what happens, because it now switches to A, and guess what? Revenant are already here, but Stanek now is making his way in. Doesn't really matter because Saranj, I'm sorry. He does manage to take one down, but he doesn't get the second one. They only have 6 more tickets right now. Michiko is in a really good spot. He's gonna get taken down. Logi with a beautiful spray takes down Stanex, and just like that, Revenant get themselves a point. JHS are gonna be heartbroken.
Yeah, it's going to be a 1-1 for them now as they jump into the final round. Spawns being reset here, as we can see. Logi, again, with the Galil, ends up finding Michiko, but can he do more? Saranj trying to take his spot as the Galil Master does do a lot of damage over towards Stanex, but Stanex has the Mac 10. Does he see the flank coming? Yes, he does, and with the 5-7 actually cleans him up. That's going to be big. The Mac 10 at that distance, not very strong. You're better off using the 5-7, but Michiko, he will be able to clean up Logi, and with that, JHS, they have got themselves the lead here. Although just as I say that, the 35 seconds remaining on the clock, And only now are Revenant going to be able to get onto the A point. A max 7 picked up by Michiyoko though. And again, yeah, you are right. It does seem like there is something wrong with that gun, because at that range, it does end up dealing an incredible amount of damage. Michiyoko able to find Saransh as well. Logi, he just got a
With
double
one
kill
shot.
in a single shot.
I mean,
Yeah.
I'm telling you, Floki, maybe
Yeah,
it's a
this
top
was
that we
busted.
haven't learned about yet. He got himself another beautiful kill with the max on, but right now JSS, they still have the lead, couple of tickets in their favor, but Revenant, they're pulling it back right now. Logi gets himself another beautiful shot. Kill with the 5-7, and Saransh with the op now gets himself one, uses the smoke to cover his tracks, and Logi, they're getting these tickets. This is important. This is really crucial. If they can get anything around 8 or 9 ticket lead, that's enough. They might just get more. Wait a second, how did he die? I think that's the Molotov that he actually used himself, or the
Yeah.
grenade, I think, bounced off of the wall. But anyway, it doesn't really matter because Saransh, she's gonna get taken down anyway, and Logi gets taken out as well. So finally, some tickets in the favor.
Oh yeah, JHS. I mean, they're gonna be able to hold on to their tickets for a little bit while Revenant try and snatch those away. And Saransh is gonna find the first pick. Heck, he's gonna find Stanex as well. And just as you thought JHS are finally gonna be able to get some relief, Revenant strike back, take away the last few seconds of that B point. As now we see the side of JHS making their way towards C. Well, looks like Saransh is gonna get cleaned up by Michiyoko. He gets himself that AK, but again, that C point under Revenant's control. So JHS, they are bleeding tickets. Backup has arrived from Logi. Got the 5-7, and Saransh is going to be cleaned up. How much work can Logi do? Not much. Stanex is going to be there to clean him up. And with that, JHS showing some signs of life over here. There's now both Logi as well as Saransh try to get towards the side, but unsuccessfully. So Saransh is holding the wider angle, but that smoke causing a lot of problems for them. Nice volley, but it's not going to do much. Saransh instead was able to get close, wrap around the smoke, and get that kill. JHS down by a deficit of 5 points. Max 7 pulled out. How the hell does it do so much damage from that distance? I'm not too sure, but it's set up for Michiyoko to be able to get that double kill, and with that, the point as well. Only 3 seconds remaining on the clock though, and the next point is going to be on B. But with those kills, JHS might be able to make it there a little bit faster than the enemy team was hoping for. But for the time being, Stanex, he is going to be holding on to that site. Saransh got the shotgun, tries to jump and peek with it, acts a little cheeky, but gets cleaned up.
Senex gets himself a double, and finally JHS might just get in the lead once again in the driver's seat. 30 seconds still there on the B capture side. We gotta be careful, but Stanex, he's gonna get that kill on the Logi. It doesn't really matter. Either way, yet again, JHS on the front foot. But Revenant, if they lose this, well, they wouldn't be really disappointed because they already have one map in the back. But this does mean that JHS can breathe a little more freely right now. And oh, nice shots coming in from Logi. Does manage to take one, but Stanex turns around, gets himself another one, and now JHS, they have a really good chance of closing this out. And Revenant, they gotta start worrying, but here we go. The capture point now shifts towards A. Finally, Revenant get themselves one, but they have half the tickets that JHS have. And now Michiyoko is going to get taken down. Logi with a shot coming in. He gets himself another one, and the tickets are going to keep flowing away from JHS for now. But Revenant, they have to be careful because they need to keep this lead for as long as possible. Michiyoko, as soon as I say that, will come into picture. XM101, up close and personal, will be enough to take one down. Can he get another one? Yes, sir. Never mind, sir. He will not be getting it. For a second, I actually thought that might be enough. But I think JHS might take this one home, Floki.
Yeah, JHS certainly are going to be able to take this one, which means that we will certainly be seeing a map number 4. Should be seeing some control room action, of course, a map that I thoroughly enjoy. And with that, JHS, they're able to get that round 2-1. Good job to them, as they're able to make sure that they keep themselves in this best of 5 against the side of Revenant. And even though this is OG Reunite, even though this is a match that is primarily being played for bragging rights, it seems that JHS, they certainly want to have those bragging rights. They're not going to go down without a fight. You know, it's still if they go down, they're going to go down swinging. So 1-1 for now for Revenant, as well as JHS. City Palace was claimed by Revenant, but JHS were able to claim lobby for themselves as we now jump into Sky Platform. Sky Platform is going to be interesting. Again, it's going to be a close match like we saw. It is quite open, and hopefully this time around we actually get to see that op being picked up.
Maybe. I mean, even I want to see the op being picked up as well, because here in the map of lobby, we did see the op come into play a couple of times, and it was really fabulous to watch, especially Logi with the insane no scope to the smoke. I mean, he saw. I think he did spot him. Maybe a couple of pixels here and there, but that's about it. He did land a beautiful shot. So I want to see much more op action, sniper action. But before we head on to Sky Platform, you know what? Let's take a quick look at what just went down, because it did look like JHS are gonna start off. Pop off in a really good way, and they did get that first point in their favor. But then Revenant, they did have that comeback going in, and for a second I even thought maybe they might take it all the way.
Yeah, I mean, Revenant, they almost managed to make a comeback on this one, but unfortunately Logi's Galil was not enough, as JHS, they were able to edge out the side of Revenant. And Revenant, I mean, they tried, all credit where credit is due. Logi really did put in a lot of work, and so did Saranj. But at the end of the day, JHS, they were just a tad bit better. Statex and Michiyoko, I have to say, their synergy is looking great. Look at that. I mean, the way they fight as well. One player on the low ground, one player on the high ground, both attacking the same position. And while one is just trying to, stand his ground and take the fight, the other goes in for a slightly better angle to trade him off. And with that, they were able to control points. And yeah, it's probably the most insane spot of the match. I mean, anybody who stood there with an eagle was just hitting headshots like it was nobody's business. Yeah.
Two triple kills there. It was beautiful to watch. I think first one was Saranj, and then it was Stanks. Next, it was just beautiful to watch the Deagle plays coming in. But it was all about the timings as well. I'm not really sure why the players keep picking up switching to the knife there, the melee. Yeah. Unfortunately, that was one of the reasons why they actually lost so many lives that they did. But otherwise, it was just a really good match coming in from JHS and Revenant. But I'm really happy to see that JHS is still in the picture here. It did feel like Revenant might just close things off 3-0. But let's see what happens here on the map of Sky Platform this time. Will they be picking up op? Let's take a look.
Yeah, well, let's just jump straight into the match between Revenant and JHS. As far as I remember correctly, I think it was the side of... well, I don't think any of these teams have actually played this map before. Oops, I think I might have committed a bit of an oopsie there. So yeah, this is going to be fairly new, but we did see this map being played out before. The last time we saw this being played out, it was in the actual Redbull Flick 2v2, where we saw them get themselves... there we saw one team just completely decimate the other. And let's see if anybody is going to be able to get the op. Saranj tries to be a little bit cheeky, tries to see if he can get a kill in air with the Galil, but does not succeed. P250 pulled out for Saranj, and he will be able to clean up Stainax. Well, JHS leading a few tickets right now. But as soon as that... control point changes, I believe JHS are going to be able to get there and control it. Well, I say that, but Saranj, he might have had separate plans, because he almost managed to clean up too, and there it is. Someone is going for the op, boys. There it is. There you go. You're able to get right towards the center of that little area, and yeah, the op comes into the play. Not exactly where I remembered it to be, but yeah, there you go. There's the op action that we've been waiting for. It was fun when it lost it. Yeah.
Oh no.
Did get cleaned up, but that's just life. Oh no, Logi! Oh boy, that was painful to watch.
That was. But wait a second, Floki. Didn't you tell me that it was one of the op is one of those really far away places?
Yeah, I thought it was on top of the arches over here, as we can see, but clearly not. I don't think I remembered correctly.
Or maybe that's a auto sniper.
No, I doubt.
TSC, no? Okay.
No way. No way on earth. I mean, if there's an auto sniper.
If there's an auto sniper, that's gonna be insane. Imagine someone gets it, or maybe a Negev as well. It's gonna be really interesting.
A Negev would be
missing that jump. Is there a Negev?
I don't think so. I mean, even if there was, who would pick it up?
I mean, yeah, in this map, I don't think anyone would pick it up. But if it's an auto sniper, I think it's much more reliable. In this particular map, because it's really far range, and at the same time, I mean, long range fights can be taken here, but at the same time, it's just boom, 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 and does deal a lot of damage. But Michiyoko does manage to take down one. JHS do have the lead right now. Revenant, gotta be careful, and they're slowly catching up and stay next. That's gonna hurt. He got a beautiful P250, by the way. I think P250 is the default one in this.
Yeah, P250 is the default weapon in on Sky platform, and P250 certainly is doing a fair amount of work. Saransh at that range, almost managed to take down Staynex, but Staynex was better with the gun and was able to find that pick as JHS in the lead here in terms of points. I mean, Logi is going to be able to find one on Staynex. In fact, he's going to find Michiyoko as well, and with that, they've actually opened up the B point for themselves. Saransh, he's still on top of A though, as no one from the side of Revenant made their way towards that point. And as a result, they continue to bleed tickets. But JHS, slowly but surely, are making their way there, and they will be able to stop the enemy team from claiming any points over here for the time being. Nice smoke as well. That's going to allow him to put more distance between Revenant and JHS. As Revenant down to 13 points now in this first round. It's all going to come down to Saransh. Can he find the pick from the smoke? Doesn't seem like he is able to. Staynex defending that area beautifully. As with only 8 seconds remaining on the clock, it doesn't seem like it's going to be enough for JHS to take this win. Revenant instead gonna start camping out on A. Saransh can be able to pick up Michiyoko, while Loki holds on to that point, and Staynex, well, he's gonna be able to get that kill on Saransh. Bit of a weird jump there. But nonetheless, it is now going to be the side of JHS who start bleeding. Revenant, Logi doing a good job of holding on to this point. He's got the smoke, and look at that, he's even going to be picking up Michiyoko. But now with the AK, can Staynex find another? No, he cannot. Sarge is actually going to clean him up. JHS, this might start to be a little bit hairy if they're not quick to close this one out, as Logi is able to find Michiyoko too. And now he might just be able to find another one. Staynex is also going to get cleaned up. Look at you miss it, JHS.
Matches again.
Yeah, it is going to be very, very close. Look at that teamwork, Saransh and Loki both managing to get one. Staynex now comes in towards the end, cleans them both up, and JHS will take the win. The slow, subtle flank ends up winning them the day.
Too close to comfort. That was just too close. That shouldn't have happened. But anyway, okay, allows you the beautiful shot there onto Michiyoko right in his face. But let's see if Revenant can make a comeback here. Yes, just already they do have a map and a point in one round actually already in the bag. Let's see if they can close things off and get themselves another map. It is a best of 5, ladies and gentlemen. This is the grand finals between Revenant and JHS. Revenant won the first one. What was that movement? Whoa, Logi, what was that movement?
I don't know, but I'm very curious to see how Saransh is moving at the moment. It seemed like he was stuck a little bit. As soon as no, he fell to his death there. Saransh, unfortunate. Michiyoko as well, able to pick up Logi, and yeah, it did look like a trampoline.
That was weird. But Michiyoko on point. He predicted that moment coming in. Logi! Double no scope, clears things up, and there you go. The AWP comes in, and just like that, he gets himself a double. But Staynex with the P250 up close, he does manage to take that capture point back. But guess what? It's all about C, and guess who's at C? It's all about Saransh.
Oh yeah, Saransh holding on to that area with the Khalil. Not for long though. Logi now with his attempt. Oh, he spots one out, but he's not able to get the cleanup. In fact, Michiyoko with the counter strafing is going to be able to take out Loki. Look at that. Beautiful flash coming in. Saransh, he is blind as a bat, and Michiyoko, even at that distance with the MAC-10, with the flashbang, it's enough to get the kill. Staynex able to get the kill on Loki, and Michiyoko finds Loki in turn. Well, it's like JHS. They've got the lead now in this match. A couple of seconds remaining for C. Yeah, to go away. Logi makes it there. Tries to stop the bleeding. Tries to get some points, but Staynex gets that pick with the M4A4.
He made his way towards C, but guess what? That's just sad timing because the timer just ran out. and it just moved towards B. Capture point right now. Logi gets himself one beautiful tap onto the second one as well, gets himself a double. Michiyoko already has control of B, but guess what? Logi instantly takes him down as well with the 3-15. There's nothing that he can do. Logi with a quad. Can he get the fifth one as well? It doesn't really matter what he gets, how many he gets. It's all about the capture points. He already has the control of it. Logi 5 kills back to back. Can he make it 6? Yes, sir. You betcha. He makes it 6, and he has the control as well. And now, Logi still standing strong all by himself. Can he land it? Can he land it? He doesn't. Finally, JHS makes it stop, and it doesn't really matter though. Once again, Revenant, they still are bleeding. Logi.
Oh no! Yeah,
that was the bunny hop instinctive, you know.
Yeah, I mean, for a second he forgot that he was actually on domination server, not a surf server. Tried to go.
That was smooth though. That was smooth.
It was smooth. Yeah, I agree. That was some very good strafing coming out from him, but yeah, clearly not enough to keep him alive there or win the duel. Either or. And Revenant starting to bleed out points as JHS keep them at bay. Oh my god, a flying Logi comes through with the M4A4. Is able to clean up too, gets Statex, gets Michiyoko, and also gets the ladies. With all those style points that he accumulated. Man, beautiful stuff coming out from him.
It is. It's orange. He's missing out a couple of shots, but he does manage to take him down nevertheless. JHS, they do have a really good lead right now. Revenant, they gotta work a little harder because if they lose this point, they might just go ahead for the fourth map. And that means JHS, they only need one more map to walk away victorious in this grand final. Logi is gonna get taken down as well. Revenant, the bleeding tickets right now. 8.
Getting those frags here. Logi with the P250, able to find one, but one is all he can get. Saranch wasn't there in time to support his teammate, and the lift, it's not working for some reason. Saranch, that's gonna be the death of him, or is it? With just 1 point remaining, he's able to find one, but one is all he will find, as JHS will get mapped to as well. Sky platform going towards them. That is, well, looks like Revenant having a little bit of trouble to make their way into this game. As yeah, JHS starting to school people.
It was really fun, but JHS, okay, Revenant started off strong. City Palace, you know, it felt like maybe they're gonna be the ones coming out on top and taking it the entire way. Actually, I mean, we even predicted 3-0 for a second there. And we felt like that, right? I mean, JHS stood no chance against Revenant in the first one, but after that lobby, after lobby, it feels like maybe JHS are in it to win it. You know, it looks like they kind of found that groove coming in. They have that perfect synergy right now about who to play, what to play, and they're playing the man. They're not playing the game right now. They're playing the man. They're getting into the heads of Revenant. They are going down. Yes, they're. I mean, I think if you count the kills, I think Revenant beat the side of JHS by a large margin for sure.
Yeah, certainly.
I think, because Logi and the Saranch, they were just going left and right in terms of kills. So here's a quick look at what just went down on the map of Sky Platform.
Yeah, it seemed like JHS were able to just outclass Revenant completely on this map. Revenant didn't really have any answer. I mean, that looked cool. You know, just picking someone out of the sky with a Mach 7, unstoppable force, meeting an immovable object. I mean, that's what the Mach 7 is. Insane stopping power on that count, but yeah, I mean, JHS, they did win by quite the margin. In the end, Revenant, they did make it look interesting, but Saranch had some trouble getting up the elevator, and as a result, wasn't really able to get any sorts of frags whatsoever.
Well, I mean, here we have the casters on the Hindi desk. Okay, they look really good. I literally like what Sam's wearing. I'm gonna steal one of his jackets, I swear, when I meet him. He has some really good classic collection. So, Sam, if you're watching, well, you just better hide yourself and all your jackets as well. But we will be jumping on to Control Room. Now, I know it's your favorite map, but there's only one thing that I'm expecting, like I'm hoping for, I'm wishing for. I just want someone to utilize that, you know, what is that thing again that was moving around? The moving platform. The platform. I just want someone to get on top of it and just hold to that. I mean, at least get like 1-2 kills, or just play there for like at least 1 minute, so I can just see and kind of come up with some stupid idea as to how they can play or something. Because as of now, I don't know where exactly the platform moves to. Does it go the entirety of the map or something like that?
I think it rotates around the center of the map, right? So it gives you basically a tour of all the 3 points, and yeah, it basically takes you around in, I think, a square at the center of the map. So that's always fun to sit into. You're playing the game of Counter-Strike. You're playing a tournament of Redbull like 2v2. You also get a free trip to Vessel World. In the meantime, just enjoy a nice little ride there, and yeah, it's gonna be fun to see if anyone does end up using that platform. But again, Control Room, a map that I really like because there's just so many possibilities on that one, right? There's all the close angles, there's all the long angles, there's the medium range angles as well. It is really, it really comes down to what you kind of want to do and where the point is. Of course, we didn't get to see a lot of C points on the map the one time we did get to see that map. But hopefully this time around that can change, because I think that's probably the most interesting part of the map, where you have all of these different close angles where the shotguns as well as the SMGs can reign supreme. I mean, it's sure as hell is fun to watch.
It is. I mean, it's also a really good. I really like the map as well. The A, B, and C. Then what? Like a triangle, kind of the positioning there coming in. So that is really fun to watch. But at the same time, if I'm not wrong, I remember A being one of those capture points where it's a bit more long range fights, while B and C were a bit more close range. So it's a mixture of both. While we talk about other maps like City Palace or Lobby or even Sky Platform, as a matter of fact, all of these are like a similar kind of things. Like if it's City Palace, it's all long range. We talk about Lobby, it's all much more mid combat. Talking about Sky Platform, once again long range. But Control Room, it has a mixture of all three actually. I think C is the one with close range, B is like mid range combat. So yeah, this is just beautiful to watch. And like strats are going to be important, but at the same time, I think if the way that JHS is playing right now, that's perfect. Like they have this really good synergy between these two players. It might work out in their favor, but at the same time, on the side of Revenant, Logi is popping off. Saransh is also having a really good time now with the kills as well. I think he should maybe just focus a little more on the capture point rather than on the killing, and let Logi go for those kills.
Oh yeah, certainly. I mean, it seems like there is some lack of synergy between Saransh and Logi. I think Logi has been doing quite a good job at getting all of those frags, but the buddy system that JHS have going on between him, between Michuko and Stanex, it's just really, really potent. Every single time you see these players, go out there and get some sort of get into an individual duel, there's always another player trying to capitalize on what the previous player accomplished, or didn't accomplish, in fact, or what left behind. There's always a way to try and make their way back, and then convert it into a 1v1, then play for your teammate who is starting to respawn and is starting to make his way there. So I think that sort of a system, it seems like JHS, they've been using that quite effectively. I think Revenant, if they take a page out of that book, they can certainly be competitive again in this match. Maybe we finally get to see what Digital Archives looks like. But before we do get to that, we do have Control Room coming up soon enough. And Control Room, again, that platform just never being used, it sort of breaks my heart too. Yeah, I kind of want to see somebody hop onto that platform, have a nice little ride of the entire Control Room area, and we can see all the different sites it has to hold. It holds for us. So yeah, it's going to be fun to see who ends up getting in there. But at the same time, I do have to ask you, I mean, you did mention that Revenant is going to be your pick for this map. Do you think they still got what it takes to take it to map 5?
Okay, first things first, do I want it to go to map 5? Yes, because I want to see Digital Archives. But the way that JHS has picked up after that map 2 and map 3, I don't think they're letting them, take anything in their favor. But you know what? Well, we have to wait for it a couple of minutes, because we're going to be heading on to a break, and we will be back with map number 4, that is Control Room. So don't lose control. Get back.
Bull gives you wings. Red 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 Bull gives you wings.
Welcome to Red Bull Flick 2v2 CSGO powered by Agon by AOC. My name is Floki. Joining me for this one is going to be Edge. We've got the best of 5 of the day upon us. It is going to be from the Red Bull Flick India 2v2, not from the OG Reunite. And the reason for that is that the match between JHS and Revenant has come to an end. Unfortunately, Revenant Esports, their internet did not support them. Their internet sort of just crashed out, I guess. So as a result, they've conceded. So maybe the JHS, they get the win by default. It is going to be them who are the winners of the Reunite series. And now we're going to jump into the actual 2v2 that we've been waiting for, the one that decides who is going to be making it to Copenhagen. And that's going to be the one match between Team Acme and Team Super Duper Cora. Well, Edge, this is it. This is final best of 5. And whoever wins this gets to represent India at Copenhagen.
True.
What are you thinking?
It's time for the one final match. For a great opportunity as well. I mean, it's not just them, going to Copenhagen and representing India. Yeah, that's a huge deal. But they're also going to be, doing it alongside Venom, who's going to be going in there. I mean, who's going to be flying there as well, if I'm not wrong, if I interpreted that correctly. So it's going to be a really good opportunity for 2 of these 4 players, right? Now, who's it going to be? That we need to wait and watch. But one thing that I'm a little concerned about right now is that BO5, it is going to be a best of 5. We're going to be starting off with Control Room, City Palace, Sky Platform, Lobby, and then 5th match is going to be Digital Archive. So first question, do you think we're going to be seeing Digital Archive at least once today? Because we had that opportunity twice, and both the times, unfortunately, we couldn't see it. But maybe this time, this is going to be a tough fight, obviously, for Acme and Super Duper Cora. Super Duper Cora had a really one-sided affair in the first matchup. Acme had a tough one. It was close, but they did finish it off dominantly as well. But Control Room, again, your favorite map. So at least in this particular 5 maps. So they're starting off on that yet again. So who do you think is going to be coming out on top?
Well, not too sure, but let's jump into the interview with JHS, the champions for OG Reunite, and then we'll have an answer for that question.
मिलेंगे आप लोग भी सेलिब्रेट जरूर कीजिए. So CS, बहुत टाइम बाद आप लोगों ने भी शायद CS खेला होगा. How does it feel getting back to this nostalgic game?
आफ्टर 3 साल के बाद हम लोग ने गेम खेला है, तो वो मैं और हर्ष ने एक्चुअली हम लोग खेले ही नहीं थे, 3 साल के बाद ही खेले, तो अच्छा लगा खेलने के लिए. पूरा नॉस्टैल्जिया आया. अब भी जस्ट डाउनलोड किया कल रात को गेम ही हम लोग ने.
मतलब कोई रखता भी नहीं है पीसी में. ओके कूल, बिकॉज़ यस वी ऑल नो कि आप लोग अभी बहुत ही बढ़िया खेल रहे हैं किन्हीं की तरफ से. लाइक यू गाइस हैव बीन आउट देयर इन दिस सेकंड एफपीएस गेम जिसके आप अभी रोस्टर में भी है. सो आई विल आस्क यू ऑनेस्टली, लाइक कितना डिफरेंस लगा आपको ओवरऑल एक ड्रामेटिक शिफ्ट होने में अचानक से फ्रॉम वन टैक्टिकल एफपीएस टू अनदर?
बहुत लगा क्योंकि मैकेनिक्स दोनों के चेंज है. वैंडल सीएसगो के एके सीएसगो के एके डीगल सब अलग अलग है, पर बहुत अच्छा लगा खेलने को. पुराने दिन याद आए.
आई एग्री. देखिए इनको जब देखते हुए हम भी अभी देख रहे थे जो किल्स लेते हुए नजर आते, कहीं ना कहीं वो देखिए शुरुआत में थोड़ा सिनर्जी आपके तरफ से मिसिंग लगा, बट वो पहली मैच होने के इमीडिएट बाद आपको कहीं ना कहीं वो पूरा कंट्रोल आ गया था ना, क्योंकि वहां पे पूरा जो जेएचएस जब आप दोनों खेल रहे थे, अलग ही टीम, जो कंट्रोल आपने विंग पे दिखाया ना वो मैप पे, इट वाज जस्ट ब्रिलियंट ऑन टॉप. आई मीन क्या हुआ वहां पे, वो क्या क्लिक किया जब आपको पता चला दिस इज आवर्स?
हम लोगों ने बस एक ही बोला था, मैं हर्ष ने मेरे को बोला एक तो तू साइड में होल्ड करेगा, मैं तेरे को बैकअप दूंगा,
I told you.
नहीं तो मैं बैकअप दूंगा, वो साइड में होल्ड करेगा, इतना ही कॉर्डी थी, और बस मारो, जो बैकअप देगा
मारो
वो मारो।
नहीं, मतलब मारो ऐसे मारो किसी ने नहीं कहा होगा ना कि मतलब मारो तो मारते ही रहो। आप लोगों ने लिटरली वैसा ही गेम दिखाया है।
ओह यस, आई मीन जो होल्ड्स आपके हमें नजर आ रहे थे बहुत बेहतर था। आई मीन स्पेशली जैसे आप ओपोनेंट्स को भी इंतजार कर रहे थे, आप एक जैसे आपने भी बताया खिलाड़ी एक होल्ड कर रहे थे साइड में, दूसरे खिलाड़ी ओपोनेंट जो आते हैं उनका इंतजार कर रहे थे आप लोग, तो वो बहुत मजा आया देखने के लिए। एंड ऑल्सो देखिए जब आपको जैसे वापस आया अभी सीएस में खेलने के लिए, जैसे आपने बताया वो कहीं ना कहीं वो जो हमारे रूट्स थे उसमें आप वापस आ गए थे, तो कौन सा वेपन चलाने में ज़्यादा मज़ा आया आपको जब उठाने के लिए मौका मिला?
स्पेशली एके, फमास एंड गलील।
ऑफ कोर्स आई वाज एक्सपेक्टिंग। वेल मैं ज़रूर अभी हर्ष से भी बात करना चाहूँगा, तो अभी हर्ष से भी बात करते हैं ज़रूर। वेल हर्ष,
हेलो
हम तो
हेलो
यही करेंगे। हाय, हाउ आर यू? फर्स्टली आप कैसे हैं?
आई एम फाइन व्हाट अबाउट यू?
ओह वी आर डूइंग ग्रेट। आप लोगों ने इतना मजेदार मैच दिखाया। मैं आपसे पूछना चाहूंगा कि 2 राउंड्स ऐसे गए आपके, जो आखिरी मैप आप लोगों ने खेला, जो तीसरा मैप था स्काई प्लेटफॉर्म,
हाँ।
वहां पर लाइक यू नो आखिरी कुछ सेकंड्स तक रेवेनेंट बिल्कुल भी टूटना नहीं चाहते थे। सो डिड यू गाइस हैव एनी मेंटालिटी कि हाँ शायद से ये राउंड हाथ से निकल सकता है, एनीथिंग लाइक दैट?
मतलब जब भी वो जो लास्ट का राउंड था कि 3 सेकंड उन लोग के इसमें बचे थे,
हाँ।
3 वो जो टिक था उसमें हम लोग ने मतलब हम लोग खुद भी फ्रस्ट्रेट हो रहे थे क्योंकि उन लोग ने ऑलरेडी होल्ड रखा था और हम लोग ऐसे इधर से उधर से उड़ के वगैरह ऐसे मैप से कि बहुत टाइम के बाद ये सब मैप देखा है, कभी खेला नहीं ये सब, बट बहुत मजा आया खेलने के लिए।
वेल ट्रेडिशनल एंड ऑथेंटिक सीएस के साथ साथ अगर आप एक शिफ्ट की बात करते हैं, कस्टम मैप्स पे से, जैसे आप बात कर रहे थे कि उड़ के उछल के खेलना, आपको
वो सब
कौन सा ज्यादा मजा आया ऑनेस्टली स्पीकिंग?
मैप कौन सा कैसा मतलब
Yeah.
मैप बोल रहे हो कि या
नहीं,
विंग फायर मेरे को बहुत मजा आया।
ओके ओके।
विंग फायर मैप जो है वो बहुत मजा आया।
आई मीन अंडरस्टैंडेबल ऑफ कोर्स, बट इसके साथ साथ मेरा जो अगला सवाल आपसे ये रहेगा कि आप इतने टाइम बाद सीएस खेलने आए, एंड डज इट फील नॉस्टैल्जिक, या फिर आप लोग थोड़ा सा वो जब कल रात को आप लोगों ने गेम डाउनलोड किया जैसे कि आप बता रहे थे, तब लगा कि नहीं अभी आए हैं तो जीत के ही जाएंगे?
नहीं वैसा मतलब हम लोग कुछ ऐसा बात नहीं हुआ था, हम लोग बोले थे कि जो भी होगा देखा जाएगा, रिजल्ट रहेगा, बस फन के लिए खेलेंगे। कॉम्स तो वैसे भी हम लोग से वही बोल रहे कॉम्स क्योंकि जगह को कुछ पता नहीं, बस बोल रहे कि होल्ड कर तू साइड में तेरे को बैकअप दूंगा, बस ये कॉम्स था हमारे बीच में, हम दोनों के बीच में।
ओके आपके जो 2 ओपोनेंट्स से हमने पहले मैच पे देखा था सेमीफाइनल्स के दौरान, रेक्सी एंड रॉफ्यूल, एंड उसके बाद जो अभी हमें ओपोनेंट्स दिखे लोजियन, उनके साथ साथ विम, कौन सा ओपोनेंट आपको ज्यादा टक्कर का लगा?
मतलब मेरे को ऐसा लग रहा था कि फर्स्ट गेम में एडजस्ट होने के लिए टाइम लगता है क्योंकि किसी को भी कुछ पता नहीं है, बट विम्प और लोगी कैसे उन लोग ने फर्स्ट गेम खेला था और उन लोग को एडजस्ट हो गए थे, उन लोगों को पता चल गया था क्या क्या कर सकते क्या क्या नहीं कर सकते, तो लास्ट जो फाइनल्स था हम लोग का उसमें मेरे को थोड़ा टफ लगा।
ओके
आई मीन देखिए जैसे आप शुरुआत किए, जैसे आप भी बता रहे थे, वो लगा कहीं ना कहीं शुरुआत में दोनों जब भी ओपोनेंट्स भी खेल रहे थे आपके साथ, उनको भी थोड़ा जांचने में परखने में वो टाइम लगा, बट आपने जैसे खेला, जो स्ट्रैटेजी आपने दिखाया वो बहुत बेहतरीन था। बट जैसे मैंने यहाँ पे बैड लव से भी पूछा था, आपको कौन से वेपन से खेलना मजा आया? आई मीन ऑप भी उठा रहे थे तो वहीं से भी फाइट ले रहे थे, तो कौन सा वेपन आपको ज्यादा पसंद आया?
मेरे को एक और डीगल बस।
आई मीन डीगल, ऑफ कोर्स डीगल में
यस देखा आपने डीगल
लगातार यार, अभी भी वो फटके मारे थे, मतलब शेरिफ की याद है यहाँ पे डीगल पे उतारते हुए।
बट एक चीज है मैं पूछना चाहता हूँ आप दोनों से कि आप मैक्स 7 बहुत उठा रहे थे एंड सीधा ओपोनेंट के चेहरे के सामने जा रहे थे, तो उससे कैसे लगा खेलना?
बिकॉज मैक्स मतलब जहाँ पे भी वो साइड था मैक्स उसके क्लोज था और सीधा मतलब उनके खुद के सीधा मार सकते इजी था, इसलिए शॉट वही हम लोग बात कर रहे थे, मैक्स क्लोज है, सीधा जाके खुद ही मार और मार उनको इजीली।
राइट, आई मीन देखिए कांग्रेचुलेशंस यू गाइस, आप लोग अभी चैंपियंस बने, एंड ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट। आप लोग अभी जो गेम खेल रहे हैं आपकी टीम के लिए भी ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट रहेगा हमारी तरफ से, एंड थैंक यू सो मच आज आप लोग हमारे साथ जुड़ पाए।
थैंक यू थैंक यू
थैंक यू
थैंक यू सो मच, एंड विल जस्ट से कि देखिए इतने बड़े एक प्लेटफॉर्म पे आके
boys from JHS, as they were saying, they didn't even have the game on their PC until yesterday night. I mean, that is when they downloaded it so that they could play it today. But I mean, they hit home. I mean, the most iconic guns in Counter Strike is the AK-47, and using that felt good. So, yeah, what else could you ask for? But
having downloaded that, having downloaded the game yesterday night,
Yeah.
and performing the way that they did,
Well, I mean, a lot of players they should be thankful that they are not entering the pro scene again. Otherwise, they're gonna be,
Oh yeah.
once again crawling their way to the top. I mean, it does look like that. I mean, Badler was popping off huge. I mean, Harsh was also there, but Badlov's aim was just on another level. I mean, yes, he was playing a different tactical FPS, but the mechanics a little different. But the aim is still there. It's still the same aim. It's still the same. I mean, sensitivity you can always convert. But yeah, the movement wasn't the best. But who needs movement when you have the aim, right? Especially him. I mean, Logi had the best moment, as a matter of fact. He was having some incredible moves, not only on the map of Sky Platform, but overall in Control Room. I think even on the City Palace, he was just popping off with the movement and the aim. But yeah, Bad Love overall just, was the MVP for me.
Oh yeah, certainly. I mean, I think Bad Love really, really played well in that whole series. But yeah, I mean, it came down to as simple as that. Hey, you go to the point, I will be the flanker. I mean, it was as simple as that, and that's all it took for them to beat out Reunite Esports. Although we would have liked to see it go the distance. We would have liked to see at least the fourth map being played out. I mean, I was quite eager for Control Room, but so the story goes, unfortunately. But hey, on the brighter side, Control Room is going to be the first map between Akme and Super Duper Kora. So I'm not complaining a bit too much. I'm happy about this. We get to see Control Room being played between these two teams. It's going to be fun. And again, I mean, both of these teams approach this map because at the end of the day, there's only so much that you can do on City Palace and Sky Platform. But Control Room, there's just so many options on that map. I mean, there's just so many different areas, right? I mean, you can just go on a huge flank. You can try and take some long range fights with an AWP. If you want, you can even pick up something like a shotgun and hold some very cheeky corners on that map. So yeah, I mean, again, lots of different things you can do, but you have to remember there's only so many guns available, and if you do want to get your hands on the AK or the M4, you do need to go out of your way a little bit away from all of those points.
That is true, in fact, and players are already ready in the server. We're going to be starting off, I think, in 1 minute. But anyway, one of these teams will be heading on to Copenhagen, as we've been talking about that. But which one will you be rooting for? I mean, both these teams have insane players, insane skills, and will V2 and R2B2 have my vote? Because I've said this before. I'll say it again. I know these players are not on a personal level, but I've seen them play for a really long time now. So I mean, even if it's a Jai Hind or Resno, I'll be happy. But I'll be glad if it's V2 and R2.
I mean, I don't really have a personal favorite because it's my first time seeing both of these players play, and I do imagine that side of. I mean, if you're saying it, I do imagine Will B2 and R2B2 are quite experienced, but are they experienced enough to take down Jai Hind and Reznov? You have to remember these guys did eliminate. I believe it was Korang as was another one. I believe it was Quavo. Yeah. Quavo. I'm sorry if I butchered that pronunciation, but. Yeah, I mean, it was those guys they did manage to eliminate. And again, Korang is a recognized name, but it's like the game is going to be starting in. Let's just jump straight into it and see what it has in store for us.
I mean,
it's going to be insane. Let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, this is the grand final here in Redbull Flex CSGO 2 versus 2. The winner of this best of 5 will be flying all the way to Copenhagen to represent India, obviously, and fight against 15 other teams from 15 different nations, if I'm not wrong. But anyway, that prize pool is huge, £50,000. And I mean, if you win, you get a huge chunk of that money, but at the same time, it's India, mate. I mean, India.
Yeah.
You gotta be feeling really proud.
Thirdly, I mean, looks like so far Super Duper Kora, they have entered this match swinging. They are not pulling any punches. They're going to continue to hit hard, and Acme, you're really going to have to put in a lot of effort if you're going to try and take this one back already. You can see a big lead established for Super Duper Kora. The players have just firmly planted their feet on the point as they now try and make their way towards B, and they will need to get there successfully. However, full long range Jai Hind is going to be able to get that pick onto R2. Picks up the M4A
Wolvie
forward,
and
but
R2B2
Wolvie
को
is there with
information
the
है,
Mac 10.
eliminate जरूर करेंगे,
Get that
वो
punish
ऑफ के लिए
Reznov
तैयार नहीं थे,
with
Reznov
the
डैमेज
AG,
करेंगे,
finding
दोनों
those
को एलिमिनेट
mid-range
करते हुए
angles
नजर
and
आएंगे,
able
एंड
to
फाइनली
eliminate both
एक्मे को पहली बार
R2B2 as well as
सेकंड
Wolvie,
मिलने ही
but
वाला
Wolvie is
था,
there to
बट
get
Wolvie
that
comes
quick
out of
trade.
nowhere.
Only Glocks
मिलने
available
वाला
on this
था,
map
मिला
as a
नहीं है,
pistol,
ये दोनों
not the
चीज़ में
best
जो
of weapons out
काफी
there, but
ज्यादा
still,
similarities रहती
it's
है।
enough
पर
for
let's
him
not
to
forget
get
कि
that
Wolvie
pick.
7 HP पे
And
थे,
Super
he
Duper
heals
Cora,
up,
they're
उन्हें
starting
पता
to
है
make
कि
quick work
ये
of Acme.
adrenaline से
Acme,
shot है, आपको
they're
पता
down by a
है,
margin
ज्यादा
of
HP gain करने में
approximately
मदद करता
30
है,
points.
but
And if this
R2B2 with
continues,
that
it won't be
Mac
long
10
for Super
comes
Duper
in
Cora
and
actually
immediately
get the
वहाँ पे
win.
डाउन किया
So
जाएगा
Acme,
खिलाड़ी को। जय हिंद
and
भी
their
आ
work
गया,
cut out for
खिलाड़ी
them.
को डाउन
Jahid tries to make his way towards the side, but
Stop with
Wolvie
this
too
Mac
at that
10.
distance with
चाहते
the
थे,
Mac 7.
बिल्कुल भी
Come
नहीं
on,
देना
man.
चाहते
How many
थे।
tries are we going to
जैसे
see it?
हम
How
बात
does
करते
that
हैं कि
happen?
of course यहाँ पर भी चैंपियन के साथ हम
Oh,
बातचीत
looks
करेंगे
like
तब
the
हम
moving
पूछेंगे
platform,
जरूर
by the way. Yeah,
R2B2 से
I think
कि
it does go around
क्या
the
क्या
entirety
चल
of the
रहा था आप
map.
लोगों के दिमाग में क्या चल
Or,
रहा था कि हाँ
like,
dominate
okay,
करके ही
what
जीतना
is
है, so
okay? We'll
chance
talk
ही
about
दिया
that in a
opponents
second.
को,
Like,
exactly
what is that
I'm
green
waiting
thing?
now,
Does it?
there's gonna be
Can you enter that?
शायद
Or,
एक
No, I
30,
don't think so.
32
so if
यहाँ
you're
पर
on a
आप देख
platform
सकते
and
हैं,
if it goes through
you know,
that,
tickets
you
का
just fall
difference already
down?
बन चुका है, 40 tickets के
Yeah,
लिए
I
fall
think,
off, बन सकता है,
yeah, I
जय
think you
हिंद
fall
मिला,
down
exactly,
or
but
you
immediate
die.
trade
Some
आएगा
one of
Wolvie की
those
तरफ
things.
से, and Wolvie
I
एक
don't
और pick
imagine
निकालेगा।
much
I
else
want
can
one of
happen.
these
अच्छा
teams just to
control
do that. I just want someone to do that. But right now, Super Duper
फायदा
Cora, they're
देख
actually
सकता है
popping
जरूर
off.
Reznov managed to
Acme,
get R2B2 off
they gotta find
आ रहे
their
हैं,
groove.
लेकिन
First things first, and then
punishment किया जाएगा
also
अपने Glock
find
के
a
साथ
way
साथ
to
दिया जाएगा ये
take
R2B2
down
के
Super
द्वारा।
Duper because they're
फाइनली
not
वापस
gonna
यहाँ
stop
पे
anytime
एसडीके को
soon.
कंट्रोल मिलता हुआ
Look
नजर
at
आ रहा है,
that
बट
lead
उससे पहले
already.
जय
30
हिंद
to
थोड़ा
the
तकलीफ
lead.
पहुंचाना
And
चाहते
Jay
हैं,
Hind
मौली
gonna get
आएगा,
taken down.
बट
Wolvie is
Wolvie
finally
will
gonna
be
get
able
taken
to
out
take
by
him down,
UMP
but
through
तुरंत
the
ट्रेड
smoke
होते हुए
cover
थ्रू
now.
द स्मोक,
Will
बट
be
एक
getting
और
himself
खिलाड़ी
a
आगे आ
double,
रहे थे
and he
R2B2
finally
डाउन
will
होते
make
हुए
sure
नजर
that
आएंगे,
Super
Reznov
Duper
trying to control
also
things right
lose
as
some
of now,
tickets.
वो सिर्फ और सिर्फ 15 सेकंड
Oh,
रहने
yeah,
वाले हैं यहाँ
and,
पे ए पे, can
looks like,
that
Super
15
Duper
seconds make them have an
trying to get
advantage in
some
this
sort of
first map,
contest. But
क्योंकि
as
देखिए
soon as I
कंट्रोल
say
रूम
that,
का
Wolvie
जो
was able to
पूरा
make his
यहाँ
way
पे
onto that point, take out
डोमिनेशन
Reznov, and
होल्ड है, वो
elsewhere,
सारा यहाँ
R2B2
पे
also
सिर्फ
ends
और
up finding
सिर्फ यहाँ पे
Jay Hind, and
सुपर
with that,
डुपर
Super Duper Cora,
कोरा
they
की तरफ से
continue to
देखने के लिए
extend
मौका
their
मिल रहा है,
lead.
जय
Acme
हिंद trying to get
not
things under
even
control,
coming
R2B2 वहाँ पे
close
Reznov को
to
डाउन कर
battling
चुके
the
हैं,
side of
R2B2
Super
कंट्रोल
Duper
भी लेते
Cora.
हुए नजर आएंगे, Reznov he is looking
As
forward to an
R2B2,
opportunity and an opening,
well,
बी की तरफ यहाँ पे बढ़ते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं,
here
बट
for A4 in his hands, but looks like Wolvie too is going to be caught off guard as he went for the AK.
एक ही खिलाड़ी साइड में रहने
able
वाला
to
है,
clean
but
him
I
up
think
with the
that
Glock,
one
but
player
gets
is enough.
cleaned up by
R2B2
R2B2.
eliminates
Entered
both
R2B2.
way before
Good
Wolvie
for the
उसके साथ
second
देने के लिए
as
आगे आ
well.
रहे थे, बट यहाँ पे फुटस्टेप सुन चुके
My, oh my, these boys,
तो
they
दोनों के
certainly are
सेम
here to play.
ऑपोनेंट
They're not
खिलाड़ी की
afraid
तरफ से थे,
whatsoever.
बट Wolvie
Wolvie too,
takes down
my
Reznov.
God, at
दूसरे
every
खिलाड़ी की
turn.
ढूंढ में है, बट कहाँ है दूसरे खिलाड़ी?
Manages
Well,
to
लेकिन अब immediately upgrade करेंगे वो,
spot out
अपने
where the
step पे
players
सीधा आगे
are,
जाके
and
Reznov को
Wolvie
down
too
करेंगे, but
to be able
एक
to
और
get
खिलाड़ी
himself
already flank पे आ
Reznov
चुके हैं, so इनकी
again.
presence भी काफी matter करेगा।
I mean,
R2B2
I
इनके
did
साथ
say that I want to
में
see
लेकिन
a
close
you know
range में
round
SMG
with
को भी deny किया जाएगा
a team winning and having 50
okay, 60
tickets.
नहीं तो 50 सही।
well,
दूसरी टीम है,
so
I
it
didn't
is.
expect it to be in the
चलता है,
grand
but-
finals,
that's the first round.
but it's
Yeah,
49.
I mean हमने
That's huge. And it's not just super duper winning the round, it also mentally affects Acme for sure. Like for sure, that number, I mean losing wouldn't affect them as much, but seeing that 49 tickets still with super duper, it's gotta count for something. And let's just hope that they don't take
R2B2
it too
देखिए
personally
रुकने का नाम नहीं
and step up huge, but R2B2 takes down 2 just like that. He finally gets himself a health shot, trying to survive for as long as he can. Mac 10 up close, but now Wolvie also has a Mac 10 and his Mac 10 just runs a little better.
Oh yeah, certainly. He tried and tested that Macton before he came into the game. Reznov lurking around, shift walking, not trying to give away these sound cues, and look at that. R2B2. Well, he was able to find Jehan, but Reznov does get Wolvie in turn. Can he get the cleanup? No, he cannot. Reznov, in fact, sprays him down, but Wolvie is there to get the trade, and look at that. R2B2 manages to take out Jehan with the Glock. This is the match shot as well. Let's see if they're going to be able to find a couple of more frags as Reznov Gonna spot them out, but can he actually get the kill? Yes, he can. Look at that, patience coming in. Flashbang as well. Thrown out by Reznov. Wait, actually, it was Puppy Shot himself who ended up blinding Wolvie. And as a result, Reznov was able to get that cleanup. That is unfortunate, but Wolvie comes in from the back line, redeems himself as he gets Shehin. And with that, the A point as well. Reznov trying to fight his way back towards the side, but has to worry about the flank coming in. Will be shot in the back of his head by R2B2.
Beautiful plays coming in from R2B2, getting himself a double right now with the Mac 10 as well. He does have a lot of health. He already has 23 kills, and he has died only 13 times. He killed himself 2 now. Let's see, Wolvie, he does have a Mac 10. Sorry, he does have a Fukula in his hand. He has given away his information with the sound cues there, but it doesn't really matter. It's going to be Jahan with the UMP. Taking one, Reznov gets his R2 kill with the M4, and finally they can secure some tickets for themselves. This is looking much more closer than the first one. Jahan, he does know that there's one on the side because there's the color changes to red as soon as the 2 players on
of either team are on the capture point. That's exactly how you know, and you just spray to the smoke and R2B2. He couldn't spot Jahin, and Rez now takes down Wolvie as well. Finally, some action coming in. But, just to say that, R2B2.
Oh,
If this,
okay. Never
I
mind.
swear to God, if Wolvie could have gotten that max 7 kill, I would have been,
Mad.
I don't know.
Flipped a PC.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, I would have been mad too, getting killed by a Max 7 at that range. That is the silliest thing anyone would have ever done in a game of Counter-Strike. But Reznov, well, no Max 7 for him, just the XM. He's able to find R2B2. Acme claw their way back into this game. Reznov spraying down his opponent, but Wolvie 2 in the end, he will forfeit his life as R2B2 gets the clean up on Reznov, but Jahin instead get the revenge, trying to spray down R2B2, and R2B2 with the Glock just strafes around, moves and keeps shooting, and with that was able to find the kill. AK now picked up for him, trying to spray him down, will succeed. Wolvie will also find Reznov. And now Acme again on the back foot here. I mean, this is starting to look a little bit rough if you are rooting for Acme, because Super Duper Cora just not giving them any opportunity whatsoever to come back into this game. R2B2 takes down 2 again. Reznov and Jahin both bite the dust, and there's still a lot of time remaining on this A point. So Acme, if they don't get a move going right now, then they are going to be in hot water for the next one. Look at that, 14 seconds remaining on the clock. Acme, they have lost fair amount of points.
Boy, looks like it's all done and dusted for Acme here in map number 1 in this best of 5. Super Duper Cora now are on the verge of... Oh, come on, Ratu. I would have loved it. I think that's not how you get on top of it. But please get on. Okay, never mind,
No.
Jahin. But there's only 70 kills left for Acme 6, and he's getting some kills here. Jahin, he got himself 18 kills overall, making 19 right now. But that's about it. They're losing tickets anyway. So Super Duper Cora, I think they're going to be taking away. Map number 1 is going to go in the favor of Super Duper Cora. And they don't even care anymore. Artu is just shooting his teammate. They're going to have some fun. But it all comes down to who comes on top in map number 2. They already have 1 in the bag. And Super Duper Cora, 1 step closer. I mean, they're already on their, their portal page. They're logging in. They're trying to see which flights are available. Let's see if they might as well go for checking the prices and stuff. Well, maybe. But Acme, they got to step up. If they did, I mean, if they could right now, if they put up a better performance in this, I do want to see Digital Archives, man. I just want to see the map. That is what it is. I want to see how the map plays out, because personally, I haven't seen it. I mean, I did see it, but haven't witnessed the entirety of the match.
Certainly, fingers crossed. I mean, everybody wants us to go to a BO5. I want to see what the map of Digital Archives looks like as well. But Control Room was not as fun as I hoped. Let's actually jump into the replay and see what happened in case you missed out on any of the action. Acme, I mean, it didn't seem like they were able to match up to Super Duper Cora for the first round at all. Super Duper Cora won by the margin of 49 points. Second match, Acme certainly fought back hard, but wasn't enough to take down the boys on Super Duper Cora, and Super Duper Cora certainly, gave it their all over here against Acme. I mean, Acme just did not have enough in the tank to compete against them. But as always, a second map, it is a best of 5 at the end of the day. You do need to get 3 maps to win. So if they're able to make a comeback on City Palace, well, they are going to be in for the win. And from that point on, it's just going to be a best of 3. So it's up to them if they're able to make this comeback. They need to sort of get in there, find that last bit of inner strength and just pull it out to try and take the series to a 4th game or a 5th game. And hopefully, maybe even take the win. But Wolvie 2 and R2B2, impeccable teamwork so far. There's nothing that I can point out, even having the bird's eye perspective, that I could fault them for. Both of these players just on point in terms of their synergy.
That is so true indeed, and they're having a really good time as well. If they somehow manage to close out things on City Palace, I think they might as well go ahead and take this home 3-0 and confirm the tickets to Copenhagen. And I mean, after that, I mean, if you think it's all over after winning this, guys, you are far from wrong, because this is just the beginning. If winning in India doesn't mean anything if you can't at least win 1
in that, when you go to Copenhagen. But here we have the map of City Palace, my favorite. So let's just jump into it. Acme, can they defend? Can they defend the best of
Yeah.
5 here? Because if they lose this, they pretty much have only one more match to spare, and they might just go down. Super Duper, on the other hand, once again with the lead. There you go. The tickets are dropping on the side of Acme here.
Yeah, Jen able to find that frag, but Wolvie comes in from the flank, cleans him up, and so does R2B2. Takes down Reznov, and with that, they should have control of A for a bit. As you can now see, Wolvie trying to get some information on the flank. Oh, he actually shoots and puts that door up. I didn't know that was possible, so he is going to be able to prevent people from coming in from that part of the map at least. While R2B2 continues to be a menace in that area. Wolvie looking to upgrade to an AK, but unfortunately is not really able to get that weapon in hand. And now, looks like R2B2 will also be spotted out, frag thrown, but doesn't really connect on anyone. And Jehend with the op is going to be able to find Wolvie too. As well, the B point is up for taking, but both Jehend and Reznov are low. Met shot gonna keep Jehend alive, but Wolvie with the USP will be able to clean him up. No one's really getting points though on the side of Acme, so Super Duper Cora is still okay with this. I mean, there's still a big difference. I heard a knife being, stabbed into someone's back over there, but wasn't quite sure who it was. As R2B2 can be able to find, actually it was Wolvie who managed to find Reznov. He's also going to be able to find Jehend. Get flicked towards Reznov. And with that, he's managed to find himself 2 kills and hold on to this point as Acme leading out once again, a 20-point margin now. Oh man.
Boy, oh boy. This op is crucial. But at the same time, Super Duper Cora, once again, they're just running away with the lead here. Right? Acme, they gotta step up their game if they want to have any chance whatsoever. Because they're dropping tickets. Oh, wait a second. There's a moon? I just saw the moon. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I always focus on things that are like quite unnecessary, and like the thing that are the players are least bothered about. That's what I focus on. But there is a moon. I mean, the map just looks beautiful. That's all I'm saying, fellas. But anyway, let's focus back on the gameplay here. 30 ticket deficit coming in, and Super Duper Cora now finally losing some tickets as well. But it was actually just 1 ticket, and Acme. Well. Reznov missing shots. And here's the thing. It's not just the gameplay coming in. It's the aim. Super Duper Cora, they're just out-aiming Acme. Wolvie 2 and B2. Remember the names, ladies and gentlemen. You might be cheering for them in a few weeks.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you should be if they make it to Copenhagen.
And, there it is. Out of B2. Picks up the AK as well. Wolvie 2. And gonna be trying to get killed on the weapon as he's got the stat track on it too. That weapon must have been costly. I mean, no doubt about that. Well, in the meantime, R2B2 is gonna be holding on to B, and it doesn't seem like Acme are gonna have any chance whatsoever of coming back into this game. First round, going the way of Super Duper Cora.
Oh, there you go. It's over. It's over. And why do I have this weird feeling right now, Floki, that maybe...
Oh, wow, the boost.
Oof. Oh, he closed the door as well. He's on the other side of the thing. But the elevator... I'm still quite confused about how the elevators work. So if the doors are closed, that's when the elevators come up?
No, the elevators always come up. The elevators always come up, but the doors can be put up by shooting at that button, and it actually prevents access to the middle area where you can come from the stairs, so you have to come from the side. That's actually quite intelligent map design. I really like it. That way you're able to retain some control of stairs if you're the team on top, but not enough so that you can ignore stairs completely, because there's still entryways as we can see, but Wolvie 2 very, very good at shutting them down. Reznov was able to find a pick with the MAC-10, but R2B2 from the distance with the USP was able to shut him down, and Wolvie as well continues to be a menace. Super Duper Cora controlling that A point with 18 seconds to go. If they can find this frag, they would have pretty much sealed this point down for a long time, and all the points in the world will be theirs. And as again, Super Duper Cora, it looks like they're gonna have a 20-point lead over here. Edge, I'm not too sure if Acme are going to be able to make a comeback. It seems like they're just being rolled over by a bulldozer. And Super Duper Cora, they're not showing any signs of slowing down.
Boy, oh boy, Super Duper Cora. Remember the name, ladies and gentlemen, because as I said, you might be cheering their name, but at the same time, Acme, they can still do it. I mean, I'm not counting them out just yet, because it might be a reverse sweep here, Flocky. I mean, even if Acme lose this, they might go ahead and win the next three. You never really know. Will we be seeing a couple of shots here? It's going to be him going down.
Wow.
There you go. Resno finally with a beautiful shot with the Deagle there. Can they get back in the game? They need a lot of tickets. They need a lot more confidence now. But there you go. Once again, the aim. It's just unfortunate. Now you see that Jehind had a clean shot onto R2B2, who wasn't even looking in his direction. But then R2 turns around, 180, boom, headshot. But finally, Volby goes down. Beautiful headshot coming in from Jehind as well. Volby gets himself one before going down in the hands of Jehind, who goes down to Volby 2 with the goddamn USPS. R2 with the modest. What can he do? He doesn't need to do anything because Volby got himself one, and they're dropping Acme's tickets yet again. Making sure Acme doesn't have any tickets, but at the same time, making sure that they book themselves a couple.
Man, Acme, they just have a hard time closing in against Super Duper Cora as well. They're just doing a stellar job of keeping them at bay until the flag comes in from Jehind, but he whips pretty short of that UMP, holds the mouse on button down, but did not memorize the spray pattern. And with that Super Duper Cora, it will be shutting down any possibility of them getting onto the B point and claiming it for themselves, as looks like that's the strat for Super Duper Cora. Just keep them away from the point. You don't even need to get on the point yourself. Getting on the point is pretty much just an added bonus. Now to B2. Push around, get Reznov as well. I think that might have been the AWP in the hands of Reznov, so that finds no impact whatsoever. Jehind, though, will be able to shut down R2B2 for a bit, and finally, Acme will be able to get themselves some points as Reznov is able to find Volby. Gets the cleanup. Super Duper Cora. Man, they just make this look so easy. Not even on the point at this point. Just looking for frags all the way around. And Acme having a very, very tough time getting on the point. Oh no, caught between the reload. He's gonna get cleaned up by Volby with the UMP at that distance. And that is it. Super Duper Cora, they will take map number 2. City Palace going their way. Wow.
Oh boy. My prediction going right yet again. I'm happy. I'm just a little happy now. But on the other hand, I mean, Acme, after all the work that they've put in, I mean, here's another thing. Here's another logic that I have in my head. I mean, it's gonna be stupid, maybe a little, but I'm still gonna say it, Floki, because I'm just gonna say it. So R2B2 and Volby, their teammates, right? They've been playing CS together for a few years now. So the synergy is there. They have the aim, obviously. And the chemistry is really good as well. The communication is going to be the key as well. But on the other hand, right, I'm not really sure if Jehind and Reznov are teammates. I'm not really sure how. I mean, they're both level 10 faced, so I'm thinking they're playing CS for a few years now as well. They're really good in the game as well. But if they're not teammates, or if they haven't been playing together for a while, the communication won't be great. The synergy wouldn't be as much, when compared to the other side. So that might be the reason why, because you could see the aim. Totally. In some cases they landed some beautiful headshots, but in some cases it just feels like maybe they don't know what to do. So I think the communication is a little off on their side, but it is just beautiful to see R2B2 and Volby 2 closing things off yet again. And now here's the thing. They were already checking the prices. Now they're selecting. And I also have this stupid question. Why? I mean, since it's a full pay trip, do you think they'll be going in, business class, first class, or economy? Because I don't know.
Who knows? Yeah, even I don't know what the terms and conditions are for a full paid trip, but let's jump into the replay and see exactly how Super Duper Cora managed to take this map against Acme. Not that we need to be reminded, because, I remember this. This was insane. I mean, Super Duper Cora just did not let up at all.
It was just pure aim, if you ask me. You can see the other matches when compared to this one, players were fighting to go for the capture point, but here it felt like they wanted kills, because they were getting the capture anyway. Like you can see even the highlights are shot.
because there was nothing to show there. It was just Super Duper Cora just completely dominating. But just like that, let's see if they can actually close things off in a 3-0, or can Acme make it a reverse sweep. We are going to be jumping into the map of Sky platform here. Well, another beautiful map. But let's see if the AWP is going to be coming into play this time.
Oh yeah, the AWP does require somewhat of a different pathing, as Reznov gets bounced around off of the platforms. Didn't really know what he was up to there, while Wolvie is going to be holding on to the A platform for a while. No one to really stop him. Has the FAMAS in his hand, so got that potential. But R2B2, oof, that headshot with the SSG, my god. Kinda nuts if you ask me. Reznov, oh no, again, just caught on those bouncing platforms, does not navigate those properly, and as a result, just ends up getting completely destroyed. Wolvie, in the meantime, just getting those med shots and zooming around. Jai Hind going for the AWP, but it has not spawned yet, but still that boost is enough for him to get to the flank and to take them out. And look at that, they're going to be trying to clean up R2B2. He tries to fly away, but Rezdov catches him midair, plucks him out of the sky. Looks like Super Duper Cora again. They've established that big point lead. Oh man.
They do. 23? Yeah, 24. It's still counting. And the Super Duper Cora, well, they're having a good time. But Acme, on the other hand, they are getting relatively good number of kills. But at the same time, they got to work on the tickets as well and the capture points as well. Unfortunately, there you go. Jai Hind, unfortunate. I'm not really sure what was the weapon in his hand, but Wolvie is closing up onto Reznov, and he will take him down as well. Beautiful movement coming in from R2B2. This is what I was talking about. The experience coming into play, and they've been playing CS for a really long time. You can see it.
Oh man, that painful. R2B2. Yeah, he tried something.
I thought it worked out as well, like, to be honest. But then the P250, one shot is all it took. I mean, obviously, up close and personal. Yeah, there you go. P250 is an insane weapon, let me tell you.
Oh yeah, I mean, it is $300 to make the enemy team rage quit. It's the cheapest deal you'll find anywhere on the planet.
Why is it 300 and why isn't it 250?
That is a great question, actually. I think it would go better with the 250 cost for thematic reasons. I think that'd be hilarious, but yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, P250 has probably got to be, I mean, unironically, one of the most overpowered weapons in Counter-Strike.
True.
There's not a single person I've heard who can say that he likes playing, he likes the fact that the P250 is able to get as many kills as it does. Okay, R2B2, does not matter how he's scraping, still manages to get that frag, and he's still jumping around like a frog. Gets behind Jai Hind, gets the clean up. Reznov was there to get a trade, but Wolvie trades his teammate out. And look at these jumps. My, oh my.
It's just random jumps coming in from these players. But somehow they're so coordinated that he's making something out of it. R2B2 is the person is the player I'm talking about right here. He's just going in with, like, any of the boosts.
Yeah,
he's like, all I care about is right now putting up a really good show for the fans here and the audience. And they're gonna be flying soon, so he's just practicing, I guess.
Yeah, he's doing his best impression of Foon and trying to book his flight tickets at the same time. He's like, Foon, buddy, back in your day, if you were on this map, you would have probably made it. This is my tribute to you.
There you go, another dominant victory, another dominant round. Super duper Cora. One round away, ladies and gentlemen, to confirm their journey to Copenhagen to play against a few of the best teams, 15 of the best teams in the world as of now. But let's see, actually, Acme has the lead. Acme, finally, let's go. Finally, a little bit of action coming in from them. But for how long is the question? I mean, it's not like Super Duper are going to let it happen, but they still have it. And I'm liking this. I got to say, I want to see Super Duper maybe lose a couple rounds. Maybe take us into the next map, at least, if not Digital Archives. But I do really want to see the map of Digital Archives.
Oh no, Jahin! He tried to go for the op. Unfortunately, got caught midway in the hopping. And as a result, ends up falling. Super duper Kora though, holding on to A until the very end, and Reznov tries his best to clean them up, does get the clean up, but the A point is no longer in contest. It's now going to be the C point, where both members of Super Duper Kora try to get there, and yeah, oh no, Reznov falls off the sky platform. That is a little painful. Khalil picked up by Wolvie as well. He's going to be able to get one frag onto Jehid, but Reznov is there to get the cleanup. Wolvie cleans up Reznov in turn, and again, Super Duper Kora, they've got the lead. They're not really on the platform themselves, but they're not letting Acme get on it either.
Oh boy, Acme. Well, this is much more closer than what we previously witnessed, so I think we might be going in for another, maybe another round at least. But let's see. I mean, they just need to maybe stay on the capture point for like 5 to 10 seconds. Better than Super Duper. And right now, okay, as soon as I say that, once again, Super Duper is just walking away with the lead here. Acme 44. Super Duper 60 actually right now. So that's once again a 15 ticket deficit. And if it keeps sticking both ways here, Floki, Super Duper will be the ones coming out on top. Beautiful moment once again coming in from R2. Did we see a knife today, by the way? I don't think so. We did, right?
We did.
I mean, there was one knife attempt, but it didn't, go in his favor. But let's see, maybe R2B2 with the moment that he has, maybe he can give us one knife kill.
Yeah, maybe. We'll have to wait and watch though, as R2B2 has managed to clean up Jayhind and Acme. Again, not able to get on point as R2B2 just hopping around those platforms manages to make his way towards P point, and unfortunately Jayhind, he had different plans. He just went on a completely different point. As the next point is going to be B. And you can see Super Duper Kora, both the members. Oh no, looks like R2B2 tried to go a bit too further. And with that, Acme will be able to get some respite. But even then, Super Duper Kora try and close this one out. Oh no, Jayhind, he is not aware. He does not even see the players flying about as they come and get him from behind. And looks like that's going to be it. Acme, only 14 points remaining for them, will be cleaning them up. And with that...
Oh no. I feel bad for Acme at the same time. I'm happy that my prediction's going right, but at the same time, I feel a little sad. A little disappointed in Acme, I gotta say, because I didn't expect a clean sweep coming in. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Your champions, your winners of the Red Bull Flick CSGO 2 versus 2. It is gonna be Super Duper Kora. I still don't know what the meaning of the word is, but whatever it is absolutely Super Duper.
Oh yeah, Super Duper Kora. I mean, justifying the Super Duper in their name. 3-0 in the side of Acme. No digital archives today. No lobby either in the end. And it seems like, well, what that map is going to be a mystery for now. But what isn't a mystery is the winner, who is going to be going to Copenhagen. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be Super Duper Kora. Huge congratulations to them. Best of luck to them for their journey in Copenhagen as well, because... yeah, I mean, they're going to be playing against 15 other teams from different parts of the world. And I'm sure that everyone is going to have practiced their best on these maps to try and get that win. But let's see what Super Duper Kora is made of once they do make their way there. But man, what a match. Just did not give in at all. It was a completely clean sweep. Let's jump into the replay and see what is it that we've missed out on, if anything at all. And,
I mean, it was clear. It was clean. Super Duper Kora 3, Acme 0. I mean, yeah, 0, ladies and gentlemen. They were also the finalists. They made their way in a dominant fashion as well. They did beat Only Friends by the skin of their teeth. Was the the last one. This with one ticket, the best match so far, if you ask me. But everything else was just super duper. I mean, the movement, especially coming in, I gotta say, I think there was a little bit of a period of time where I actually thought Acme might come out on top because of the way that they were getting those kills. But Super Duper Kora, the aim was just phenomenal. I mean, the movement was there coming from R2B2. He was just all over the place. While his teammate Wolvie, he was the one capturing points. He was the one getting those standard, static kills. While R2B2 was completely, much more dynamic. And I really like that dynamic and linear duo coming in. That was just a perfect combo between these two players. And there you go. Once again, my prediction was right. That's all I'm saying.
Oh yeah, finally. I mean, when it mattered, you
About
got it
time,
right.
please.
So yeah, super duper Cora. They are going to be making their way to Copenhagen once again. But yeah, will V2 and R2B2, it does seem like the fact that they've played with each other for so long, like you mentioned earlier, and that they had, been in the same team together for such a long time, really played in over here. We saw the synergy, we saw the teamwork, we saw them just going on a rampage every now and then and, flying about in Sky platform, just playing like, they didn't have a single care in the world. And in the end, they managed to beat Acme, and I don't think Acme even managed to take a single round against the side of
Yeah, it
Team
was
Super Duper
6-0.
Cora. 6-0, yeah. I mean, that's a little rough, but, I mean,
It is what it is.
It is what it is, and at the end of the day, if you want to get better, you have to have the ability to take these losses with a pinch of salt, just accept that there were a lot of things that you could have worked on, that you could have improved, because you've got no one to blame in a 2v2 but yourself. I mean, yeah, you can say that your team sucked, but your team was like one other player, so maybe you didn't know exactly what you were doing either, right? I mean, if it's a 2v2, then the likelihood of you being able to clutch it out is also that much higher. But yeah, unfortunately, this is going to be it for us, as I believe that is going to be it for the Red Bull Flick 2v2 CSGO tournament. I do believe we could have a couple of things lined up, so before we say goodbyes, we will be having a look at those. But yeah, any other thoughts, Edge? I mean, throughout the day, what do you think of this tournament so far?
Tournament, it was fantastic. I mean, and I've seen some really good plays coming in as well. We wanted to see some utility usage. We couldn't see that from the OG side, the OG Reunite players. But in the last one, we did see that, right? But we did see the utility coming in from the normal Flick players. I'm talking about the non-OGs, but they're also kind of like OGs because they're also playing CS:GO for a really long time, but they just haven't shifted to any other game title just yet. But anyway, I hope they don't as well. But here's the thing. We still have an interview lined up for you guys. I think with the winning team, I believe. So it's going to be fun. But I really hope, please, Hindi Desk, if you're listening, please ask them what's the meaning of Cora. Now, that's one thing I want to know before you ask anything else. Please get me the answer for that one. Because if it was me, if it was us asking the questions, Floki, I'm pretty sure you would be, like the one that asking the real questions. I'm just gonna be like, guys, what is Cora? Guys, do you like oysters? As a matter of fact, like, please try those sausages when you go to Copenhagen. Now, these are the things that I would be suggesting and asking. But yeah, if I really want to know the meaning of that. But here's the thing: they did win this, but this is like the warm up. This is nothing compared to the main thing. Now, yeah, they do win. They do have the title, champions of the Indian region. But moving on to the majors, the major league now, none of this matters. Like, it doesn't matter. All of the 16 teams that are going to be visiting, that are going to be attending the LAN event, are all champions. So basically, it's like the night of champions. It's going to be everyone fighting to make sure that their country. Is it country? The region of the country are going to be sitting on top, right? And I'm just hoping, maybe if not take the entire thing home, maybe semifinals, maybe quarters. That would be a good thing, is this the first time that we made it? Is it the first time, or is it like the? I'm not really
too sure. I don't think this is. I think this is the first time Red Bull Flake actually has an international tournament. I could be wrong about that, but I do remember this tournament being played out in multiple regions across the world, but they've always been locked to their regions. I don't think we've had an international tournament where all of these teams compete against each other. I mean, this is going to be fun to watch because this 2v2 mode sure as hell is entertaining. So I'm eager to find out who ends up clinching that trophy, as well as takes home that lion's share of the £50,000 prize pool. So if you want to have a look at that, make sure you follow the tournament. Make sure you follow Skyesports on their social media as well. And while we're at it, you can find me on Instagram at @HeroTakur. You can find Edge on Instagram as well at @EdgeMonroe420. Before we go, though, we do have an interview lined up. We're just trying to figure out the technical stuff. And as soon as that is done, we will be jumping straight into it. But Yeah, a very close. I mean, not close match, but a very interesting match between the side of Super Duper Kora as well as Team Acme. Acme seemed like it was going to be a bit more competitive, but man, Super Duper Kora, they just came here to play.
They did.
No hesitation whatsoever from them.
They did, and this is it was clean, it was dominant, and it felt like they came into the server knowing what exactly that they need to do, right?
Oh, yeah.
They knew what was the motive, they knew what was the objective, they knew what had to be done. They had this specific role set. R2 is the one, R2B2 is the one going for those kills. Agon is going to be the one that's causing the distraction, while Wolvie is just being that sneaky player, being that anchor on the capture point. He's not letting go of that. Yes, he's also getting numerous number of kills, but his main motive, his main objective is to get those capture points, make sure that tickets keep running out on Acme's side. While on the other side, they were a little confused. Acme, it felt like they were really good up until the grand finals, right? They were dominant on against Only Friends. I forgot the map. I think it was City Palace as well. They were dominant, but when it came to Sky Platform, they just had one ticket at the end. So it was a third map against what is this team again?
Super
2v2.
Duper Kora
Oh my god,
as well.
Super Duper Kora.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. So
Oh.
unfortunately, it being the third map, I think that mental game, it was affected and they just couldn't recover from it. The first game itself, they had like what 48, 50 points, something around that. It was just insane. So we were talking about it, and we knew about the OGs. Even if they go down 0 to 100, they wouldn't let that mental state affect that in-game performance.
yeah.
Now that I think maybe I'm not really sure. I might be wrong. Definitely, I hope I'm wrong, but at the same time, I hope I'm not. So I think that may have affected the other side. But when it came to Super Duper Kora, they just at the same time not taking credits away. They did not let them breathe at all. Like they were all
yeah.
over the place. B2 was everywhere. Like I saw him flying left to right, east, west, north, south, everywhere. He was there. I couldn't see Wolvie though. Like I never knew where Wolvie was. I'm trying to find him on the minimap. I mean, I see one guy flying here and there, like a small dot just everywhere across the minimap, and then Wolvie, the constant, just sits in one capture point, gets that point for his team. Beautiful coordination. That's exactly what I hope they perform. I hope they put up a really dominant performance, up there in Copenhagen as well.
Certainly, I hope so too, and I hope that these guys are able to really represent India at that level, and hopefully, maybe even bring back the trophy home. But of course, before we actually move on to that, let's see what the players are going to be having in store for us as the interview is just getting readied up, and as soon as like we will jumping straight into finding out who these two players are, Volby2 as well as R2B2. So I have to say, these players they certainly have turned a lot of heads today. I mean, I think a lot of people are going to be looking at them as we go in the international tournament of Redbull Flick 2v2, and I hope that they're able to put up a good performance for the international tournament. It's going to take a lot of practice. I mean, there's a lot of maps that they need to play. I mean, I hope that they practice the Digital Archives as well, because I imagine that map is going to be played a fair bit over there, and it wasn't really played over here at all. So maybe that could be a bit of a problem for them while they're here. But even then, as long as they're just able to keep the same level of confidence, I think that's going to be the most important thing when they go online, is to have faith in your own abilities to win and to know what winning feels like. But with that out of the way, I believe we are ready for the interview. So let's just jump straight into it and see what these two players are
What
about.
are you doing? Like it was तरीके से आप लोगों ने खेला है.
First and foremost,
Yeah.
we want to congratulate you for becoming the Red Bull Flick India champions. And जिस हिसाब से आपने खेला, it was just brilliant. But क्या चल रहा था जब शुरू हुआ आपका आज के दिन का matches?
Honestly, हम लोगों ने सीधा practice करना start करा सुबह से, and I think we started around 12 or something, क्योंकि 2 बजे हमारा start होना था, and delay करके it ended right now. But we started off practicing against a couple of European teams, and that helped us a lot, I think, honestly, overall पूरी journey में.
That didn't just help you, it helped you dominate. I'll just add on to that. But tell me honestly guys कि आप लोगों ने जो अभी टीम्स को फेस ऑफ किया है, who do you think were your strongest contenders जो आपको सबसे ज्यादा दिक्कत दी है?
We thought
honestly,
the toughest contenders at the start when the brackets were released कि पहले तो Rat Syndicate था who we played off stream in the first round, and we thought we would meet Wicked in the finals, but they lost to Only Friends, I think.
Yeah, they did
But
lose
those
to
two
Only
were the ones we were keeping an eye out for.
And like your semi-final and final journey was then pretty क्या कह सकते हैं, easy I'd say.
Yeah, pretty easy.
I mean, the journey seemed very seamless, जैसे हमें देखने के लिए मौका मिला. I mean, we did not see that kind of domination from many of the other teams. But मैं आपसे ज़रूर ये पूछना चाहूँगा, to get so good on Sky platform, कितना मेहनत लगा? How many hours have you put into that map?
Honestly, Sky platform हमने the final ACME के साथ ही practice करना start करा था, and honestly वो उनका best map था. क्योंकि before the event even started, we had to play with them, and then we started practicing with them first, and then we moved on to European teams.
Okay.
So when we did play, Sky platform was not our strongest map. Honestly, I'd consider City Palace to be one of our best maps.
Oh,
and
it
I
is.
think
I still think it is.
B2 might disagree there because he hates City Palace. But
I mean, you hate the map
we would-
and you still had like 60 tickets lead.
Yeah, because Wolvie hated it. Whenever he went to sleep, I would go off on it and I would just jump around on the boosters.
Okay, all right, that's fair. But since you mentioned that you were, scrimming against the European teams, what's the competition level if you compare it with all the other teams you were looking out for in the Indian circuit and the international circuit?
do you want to take that?
In the international, we played some teams who won the Romanian qualifiers, and we were playing on I think 140-50 ping, and we were giving them a decent fight. But it was coming down to those aim battles, which I hope will be better when we go for the event in Copenhagen. But other than that, the competition was really intense. There were like 1,000 matches in the European qualifiers just for the qualifier one.
All right.
Wow.
So I'm not gonna keep you guys waiting. So this question I want you both to answer individually. So first we'll start with B2. So B2, any message you have for all the esports aspirants जो कि they want to come up in the circuit, and anything for all the fans who have come in here to support you, जो भी हमारे साथ stream पे जुड़े हुए थे, anything you have for them?
First of all, I love seeing CS grow again, especially after its fall down when Valo came. All the fans were supporting, like, thank you so much. Keep growing this scene in India. And the upcoming, like, just keep grinding, and you never know when this opportunity will come again. Like, this just came out of the blue a few days ago, and look where we are.
Of course, coming to you, Wolvie.
I honestly agree a lot with what B2 said, that after Valorant came out, CS pretty much got backtracked in India, and it wasn't like the main game. And I don't think it still is anymore, but there's nothing we can do anymore about it. But it is a great platform for Redbull to come out with a flick like this every year, and to put great opportunities for the players.
All right, last question. How long have you guys been playing together based on whatever we saw in the game?
2 weeks. Not even 2
2
weeks.
weeks?
Like four,
Wow.
not even 2 weeks.
And this is this is what you had to show
No, I
us.
asked him. I think I asked him like a day or two before the qualifiers started, because I actually was going to play with somebody else.
So that's like 1.5 weeks.
And yeah,
And
Wow.
you're going like this to Copenhagen. I mean, teams are gonna have a challenge, man. Okay, so before ending it all, Wolvie, I'd really love to hear this from you. Anything you have to tell to all the teams who are waiting for you in Copenhagen?
honestly, there's nothing that I would like to say right now, because I don't want to sound cocky before the event even starts.
Okay,
But,
okay.
You guys have some competition, and if I was you, I'd watch out.
Oh, that's it. All right, thank you so much, guys, and congratulations on winning the Redbull Flick 2022 National Finals. We'll definitely see you out there in Copenhagen.
Thank you
Congratulations.
so much for having us.
Thank
Most
you.
welcome. Thank you, guys.
All the best.
All the best. All the best. Of
Make us
course.
proud.
All right, and Sam, I'll just say that That's some confidence.
B2 as well as R2B2. And man, these players, if they've only played together for amount as short as 2 weeks, I can't wait to see what they're going to be able to perform at the international stage once they've had more time to get used to each other and to start playing with each other. I mean, still not honeymoon phase, is going on of the two players. They've just started playing with each other, but we'll see what happens when the tides become a little bit more turbulent, when the waters start to. Well, I mean, when it starts to get a little bit more difficult for them, and yeah, I mean, it's certainly going to be a trial by fire for them, because Copenhagen playing in EU where 1,000 teams signed up for one qualifier. Yeah, I mean, the least I can say is that the competition is going to be tough. So good luck to them when they go to Copenhagen and when they do battle it out against all of these other teams. But I believe that's going to be about it from our side, folks. Thank you so much for tuning in today. Thank you for being part of this broadcast and following us through till the very end. This was the Red Bull Flick CSGO 2v2. And before we bid our goodbyes, Edge, any final words that you have that you'd like to say to our audience?
Well, I mean, one thing's for sure, I'm disappointed. I still don't know the meaning of Korra. So that was one thing, and also I was quite surprised because I thought these two players were teammates. So maybe the team, I don't know, I'm not really sure what exactly happened to the team or something like that. Or maybe they know, like 2 weeks before they were planning to play with someone else. Maybe that would have been the case. Not really sure. No, that's something I would never get an answer to as well. But I'm really happy for these two. They have put up a really good show. If they have been playing together for only 1.5 or 2 weeks, I can only imagine what they're gonna do in Copenhagen. I hope that now they have much more time. They have all the resources that they need as well. And it's a full play trip. I mean, I hope you guys enjoy yourself. Obviously, you need to do that if you want to perform. But yeah, Floki, what do you think? You think we're gonna be having a good time with these two players? Representing India.
Oh, I'm actually, I have a lot of faith in these guys.